kasih gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Rasa baru makin seru. Pertama di Indonesia, kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good Day Groovy Cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main ngelek, kerap buatku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tim stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Game Smash, makin no debat.
Game Max Booster, kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the auction of the century. I hope you brought your checkbooks and your wits tonight. Let's start the bidding!
The rapid dragon in agile fashion. We jump into action, dashing. Perspectives are clashing. Oh, 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 we're taking on the fight. Jump into the showdown till justice is found. Transform into battle now. Judgment's gavel coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah, fighting for the justice no matter what we do. Three perspectives sharing one objective, yeah. Everybody's fighting for the truth. Justice calls.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
What's up, my ninjas? Welcome to MPL ID Season 15, Week 7, Day number 1. Now, this is the special week, MLBB X Naruto. So we're going to be going through a lot of the plays, fails, depends on what you see, depends on what you think it is, you know? It's a fail, is it a play, is it a 200 IQ genius play, or is it just, you know, overrated? I don't know. Really, you just got to tell us in the comment section while we go through these plays. But we've got a crazy stacked lineup of matches today that will determine who gets to playoffs. We ended last week with Evo sitting at 7th place, a team that's been so consistent for the first 3 weeks. I'd say all the way to week 5, actually. They were still standing up there in top 3. Right after the drop, though, losing to BTR, losing to RRQ, they started going on a loss streak, and they have not broken it just yet. Sitting at 7th place with Dewa United following at 8th, and Navi, unfortunately, already out of contention for playoff. But don't you worry. For number 1 all the way to number 8, it's still a very close matchup. Just one win can turn everything around. And we're going to start things off right here with the first play. This is Evos' again, to talk about the 7th place team that's really struggling. An overcommitment for sure for the side of Evos. They started the play already with such a weird conceal. I'm going to pause it right here and draw on the map. You guys can see it. They started all the way from the orange buff. They scouted, they were looking for a play, they were looking for a pick, but you have to look at the gold lead as well. They were leading by 5,000 gold in game number 2 against Ultra Ego. Really, no pressure to end the game here. They had a very good composition to contest for the next neutral objective, which was spawning in 30 seconds, yet they decided to go in. Now, going in, looking for the play isn't bad at all, but it is bad when the conceals run out, when you've already been spotted by the mid lane minions, and you still force the play out. We saw that Evos kind of panicked in this situation after getting in. They weren't able to fully capitalize on the pickoff, and it was actually Ultra Ego who capitalized on the situation. Yes, Erlan did save them quite a bit here by getting 3 kills on top of it, only leaving, I believe, Dreams alive. He was able to get... Was it Dreams? No. Yeah. It was Dreams who was left alive to actually stay in the game, but unfortunately it wasn't enough for them to actually control the tempo to end the game eventually. Here, I want to talk about something that is quite a concern. I think we already skipped through it there earlier, but it was the fact that the Kadita was not able to find the Petrify or the enough CC duration with the Petrify, unfortunately. And RRQ, in this position, we gotta talk about how they weren't able to capitalize on this situation. Now, we didn't actually see Sutsujin's position back in the actual match. I believe the camera was centered around the team fight that we saw in RRQ space. But Sutsujin definitely actually had an angle of attack towards the base. He could have done more. It was very, I think it was a display of hesitation for Sutsujin, going back and forth constantly here and trying to recall, trying to go back into the fight. I think we've seen a couple of memes as well on TikTok just about this play because it really seems like it wasn't his call. His call might have been, all right, I'm going to continue to split push, but the team wanted him to come back, it seems. Made him very hesitant, and in the end, they weren't able to close out the game. And ultimately, they just lost complete control of the map. It could have been either recall, force the team fight in a 4v4 or 4v3 situation, or just go full send it over. This is Onyx versus TLID. Something we gotta look at is this crazy skirmish, I believe, where Sans was actually able to pick up a kill. Gonna wait for it a bit longer here, but no, okay, never mind. This was actually just a skirmish that we saw up top for Onyx to win the game. Now here it was where Sans went back to the killer instinct formula that he had. Again, you gotta notice something about this play. For this play to happen, Sans was just playing in the back, playing as an assassin. Now this is why I say Sans is back to the killer instinct ways. The newer Sans on Sicilian, on Farsa, he just pops the ult, he stays in the fight, he doesn't really, you know, go for this guerrilla warfare type of style when it comes in the end. But with Yeb, I don't know what he did to open up this killer instinct back again. He waited in the entire team fight. He calculated how many ults were being used by TLID, and then he stole the Primal Wrath, decided to go in at the right time when all of the ultimates were on cooldown. And all of the CC tools that could actually stop him were down. Now let's see this play out again. And you can see just how masterfully he did it. It looked very easy. The way he was able to capitalize on it, getting the triple kill was the easy part. The difficult part was actually waiting for that moment, the timing to go in like that, to wait in and to, again, sacrifice a lot of his teammates' health bars. But when you have that damage, when you have that calculation already built in your mind, He actually didn't say it was calculation. That's what's crazy, you know? We here at the analyst panel would believe it's a calculation for Suns, but he said no. It felt right to him. And that's why we are calling it the killer instinct from Suns. It's the gila back in him, man. The man's no longer saying he's out of the asylum and he's back to his crazy ways. Again, Yeb kind of brings out the best out of his players, especially Suns here. And I can't wait to see how far Onyx moves up or how far they go down, depending on what the results are. Again, we got 2 stellar matches very, very soon coming up for you guys. Starting things off, day number 1.
Live from MPL Arena, Jakarta, MPL Indonesia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Supported by Esports Federation of Indonesia. Presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet GoPay. Official sponsor, Head & Shoulders. Official coffee, Good Day. We own this.
Halo guys, menunggu ya? Week ke-7 ini akan semakin memanas karena kita bisa melihat bahwa banyak banget tim itu mau menuju ke babak playoffs. Dan of course di sini ada Eterna dan aku sudah siap untuk mengobrol bersama 2 mantan untuk match pembukaan kami. Jadi kita akan mengundang Ray dan juga Beloyski. Halo guys.
Halo.
Kedeketan ya. Ini langsung dipindahin nih, terlalu deket. Nah, kita ngobrol-ngobrol dulu nih, kan match pembukaan akan antara Geek dan juga Dewa United. Untuk Beloyski, sudah lama tidak bertemu lagi dengan Ray mungkin di atas panggung. Kira-kira melihat perubahan Ray dari season 13 dia debut bersama Geek, sekarang perkembangannya gimana sih? Makin jago nggak?
Ya makin jago lah pasti, soalnya kan tiba-tiba meta assassin ya, meta Ray.
Bohong.
Meta Ray, meta assassin ya?
Iya.
Gimana Ray? Bener nggak?
Bohong dia.
Bohong, kok bohong sih? Gitu aja kok bohong.
Serius. Terus shot caller juga gue denger improve dia.
Oh gitu?
Iya.
Jadi sekarang kamu shot caller juga di Dewa United?
Diajarin baloy.
Oh diajarin baloy. Iya kita sebenarnya mau mengulik-ngulik nih. Soalnya kalau misalkan kita nonton Naruto, pada nonton Naruto nggak? Nonton ya? Beloyski nonton nggak?
Nonton.
Ada yang orang bernama Jiraiya. Kata orang-orang di luar sana, Beloyski tuh mirip Jiraiya nih.
Gimana?
Gimana menurut kamu Beloy? Tanggapannya kamu dikatakan sebagai Jiraiya.
Ya,
ngerasa nggak?
Nggak tahu, soalnya nggak terlalu tahu Naruto, nggak terlalu.
Oke, konteksnya gini guys. Sorry ya, gue jujur nggak gitu ngikutin Naruto. Tapi setahu aku Jiraiya itu orang yang sering banget bisa intinya nge-teach. Ada figure kebapaannya, bisa molding anak-anak baru, ya kan? Ngerasa gak sih kayak gitu, kayak banyak banget orang baru atau rookie yang masuk ke dalam Geek Fam, apalagi eranya Beloyski, terus tiba-tiba mereka berkembang banget nih secara pesat.
Itu tergantung yang anak-anak baru sih mau belajar atau tidak. Kalau mau ya diajarin.
Ajarinnya apa sih?
Iya basic-basicnya aja sih, sebenarnya udah jago kayak gue nyadarin aja mereka.
Jadi lebih ke apa nih, mentalitas kah yang diajarkan?
Ada mentalitas, ada juga.
Oh gitu. Ray ngerasa nggak kayak gitu pas bersama Beloyski?
Iya.
Bohong.
Ngerasa? Ada nggak? Diajarin semua?
Iya.
Ada nggak salah satu contoh yang sebenarnya Ray ngerasa, wah ini sampai sekarang aku masih pakai nih, walaupun udah berpindah tim?
Mungkin shot call dari Baloy, gua belajar dikit-dikit.
Shot calling?
Ya, shot calling.
Boleh ada contohnya nggak sih shot callingnya kayak gimana?
Nggak boleh, rahasia.
Oh rahasia, oke nggak apa-apa kalau rahasia. Selain shot calling, apa sih yang diajarin sama Boloiski?
Mungkin makro sama shot call sih dulu diajarin Baloy. Banyak.
Makro
Ya.
Berarti makro sama shot calling.
Ya.
Oh.
Bohong.
Ini kenapa sih? Jadi yang bohong siapa sih? Aku jadi bingung guys. Aku dikerjain deh kayaknya sama ini berdua. Kalian tuh masih akrab banget ya walaupun udah beda tim ya?
Best friend.
Best friend. Sering nongkrong di luar juga?
Jarang bucin.
sih.
Baloy bucin.
Oh boleh bucin. Kamu nggak bucin Rey?
Nggak.
Mau bucin?
OTW dia.
Nggak mau.
Oh nggak mau juga, mau fokus ya?
Ya,
Mau
fokus diri sendiri.
Nah kan di leg pertama kita melihat kalau misalkan Geek ya yang menang 2-1. Kira-kira outcome-nya bisa berubah nggak menurut Rey dulu deh?
Bisa. Nggak ada yang tahu.
Bisa berubah. Kalau Boloiski maunya berubah?
Gak mau berubah sih, tapi kan kita nggak tahu kan. Nanti siapa tahu mereka udah improve terus. Nanti kita nggak tahu kan gimana kita perform.
Oke.
Dilihat aja.
Oke. Kita melihat juga kalau di era Boloiski kan kita udah sempat bahas beberapa rookie yang tiba-tiba menjadi super jago. Dan kita juga melihat dari season ke season, sepertinya jungler Geek tuh sering berubah. Menurut Boloiski, top 3 jungler di era kamu itu siapa?
Sama-sama jago aja sih.
Nggak ada top 3?
Gak ada. Make it nomor 1.
Make it nomor 1. Kalau Rey gimana? Ada nggak di top 3?
Ada.
Ada.
Nomor 2, soalnya dia di sebelah gua. Dan yang gak ada sih semua jago aja.
Semua jago.
Tergantung chemistry-nya aja.
Tapi sebenarnya Rey kamu main nggak sih hari ini? Bocoran gak sih?
Nanti lihat di stage.
Lihat di stage, oke.
Ya.
Nggak mau dibocorin dulu ya, nggak mau
Rahasia.
dibocorin dulu. Oke, untuk pertanyaan terakhir, mungkin Rey ada pesan untuk Boloiski untuk match pembukaan ini?
Good luck, have fun.
Selain good luck, have fun, aku nggak mau nerima.
Apa ya? Good luck, have fun aja dah. Gak ada.
Selain itu masa nggak ada sih?
Gak ada.
Kayak Boloiski nanti aku akan apa gitu.
Baloy, I'm gonna solo kill you.
Kalau dari Boloiski ke Rey deh.
Rey, lu gak main jadi gak bisa. Solo kill gua.
Oh, bocoran nggak? Ini auto script. Oke guys, kita akan langsung lempar aja ke Bude Clara yang ada di stage untuk match pembukaan antara Geek dan juga Dewa United. Silahkan Bude. Dan para Shinobi pun telah berkumpul untuk menyaksikan bagaimana tim-tim akan mencari jalan ninja mereka di minggu yang ke-7 di MPL Indonesia Season 15. Banyak yang menantikan bagaimana tim-tim akan berperform dan mungkin menunjukkan sesuatu. Jalan yang baru ataupun skill yang baru saja mereka latih di minggu-minggu terakhir mereka. 9 minggu rupanya bukan waktu yang cukup untuk beberapa tim untuk berkembang. Mereka terus benar-benar mencari cara bagaimana bisa untuk masuk ke babak playoff. Kali ini 6 slot akan diperebutkan oleh 8 tim saja. Karena sudah ada satu tim yang harus gugur. Namun kalau kita lihat dari klasemen minggu ke-7 kita hadir dengan perbedaan match win yang begitu dekat, begitu tipisnya. Dari 8, 7, 6, 5. Jadi kita bisa melihat pergerakan di klasemen akan semakin menggelitik. Dan tentu saja di sini Bude Clara juga sudah menyaksikan banyak banget para Shinobi yang berkumpul untuk melihat bagaimana Geek Fam dan Dewa United akan berhadapan satu sama lain di match pembukaan kita di minggu yang ke-7. Geek Fam, mereka hadir, memang naik dan turun, tapi kali ini mereka naik sampai ke posisi top 2. Berada di posisi yang nyaman sesuai dengan harapan mereka, upper bracket. Namun jalan mereka tentu masih harus ditempuh. Dari minggu 7, 8, 9. Bagaimana cara mereka untuk terus membawa kemenangan di bawah komando dari Baloiski tadi. Yang harus melawan mantan player dari Geek Fam, mantan junglernya sendiri. Dari kawan menjadi lawan, ada Rey yang di Dewa United. Mereka hadir kali ini memang bukan di tempat yang cukup baik, bukan berada di tempat yang nyaman. Posisi bottom 2, posisi ke-8, zona merah, zona di mana mereka harus bisa membreakthrough. Mereka harus bisa lepas dari zona ini jika mereka ingin melanjutkan perjalanan mereka ke babak playoff.
Dan sebelum kita melihat bagaimana mereka akan bertempur di Land of Dawn, izinkan Bunda mengucapkan terima kasih kepada para super fans yang hadir di sini. Dari Geek Fam Unity, dari Anak Dewa, yang udah gak sabar untuk menyaksikan pertarungan dari dua tim. Namun juga Budi mau mengingatkan bahwa MPL Indonesia Season 15 powered by Moonton, supported by PBSI, presented by official turnamen smartphone Samsung Galaxy, official e-wallet GoPay, official dari sponsor Head and Shoulder, official coffee partner Good Day. Kita juga punya partner ini sports. Ada Telkomsel, Dunia Games, dan IndiHome. Tak lupa juga ada advertiser Kacang Sukro dan juga Hawk Band. Dan tak lupa supplier kita RSV Helmet. Dan melihat bagaimana mereka akan bertempur. Keduanya punya jalannya masing-masing. Namun mencari jalan ninja mereka masih harus diuji di dalam Land of Dawn. Dan Geek Fam mereka sedang mendapatkan momentum. Dengan melanjutkan momentum ini, tentu mereka punya potensi yang sangat besar untuk berada di puncak, di atas, di top 2 kali ini. Mereka terus menerus dan ditambah Dewa United. Kali ini mereka memang menang di minggu lalu. Tapi minggu ini akan menjadi minggu yang menantang. Apalagi lawan mereka adalah yang berada di puncak. Jadi, tanpa berlama-lama lagi, mari kita saksikan match pembukaan di minggu yang ke-7 mencari tempat yang mereka tuju. Geek Fam dan juga Dewa United.
It's the Great Shinobi War number 15 in Indonesia, and we are entering week 7 for Team 7 of Naruto. And welcome again here with me, Sheffin, Mirko, and Goni the Gooner. Not really the greatest of week for you, so that's why you're here to watch MPL Indonesia to kind of just soften the blow here. But let's not talk about that. We're gonna talk about that in the town room. But here is Naruto x MPL Indonesia collab. Match number 1 is gonna be, is it gonna be the Santai Bros or is it gonna be the Sepuh Bro? What even is Sepuh? In English?
Sepuh is I think senior, right?
Senior? What's that in Naruto?
Master.
Is it
Elder.
Jonin?
Oh, right?
Or Senin?
What?
The Sepuh.
I guess it's a Jonin, you know? It's like, yo, the Jonins, you know, gotta give respect. Santai Bro is more of a chill. Who's that chill though? In Naruto?
That chill?
Santai Bro Santai?
Probably Kakashi.
That's true. He is the chillest one,
Yeah.
Kakashi. We're gonna be mixing and matching a lot of Naruto characters too. Again,
Hopefully.
these players we're going to see my fellow ninjas.
Hopefully we'll see a lot of Team 7's appearance here. And don't forget about Gara, which we haven't seen the skin yet. As we're going to take a look at the schedule here for Friday 9th of May. Geek versus Dewa, then BTR versus TLID. Now Geek and Dewa, not really the greatest of positions here for Dewa. Geek, they are surging through MPL, currently second in the standings.
Third. Second is Geek Fam. I don't know if you did that just... You're talking about BTR, right?
No, Geek Fam.
Oh, man. I'm sorry. I got sidetracked by the boys in red because, you know, they are our second match and they are going to be going up against the defending champions. That's a spicy one because Mr. Aaron Shiki Man did say that he's never lost against BTR and he wants to keep it that way.
Ooh, let's see though, the progression of these teams currently in the season. RRQ back on the, I guess the historically accurate RRQ here.
Yep.
Number 1 in the standings all the way from week number 1 to week number 6. But let's see the teams that's gonna play in today's matchup. Obviously, Geek Fam, look at the progression there from 7th right now to 2nd. Insane progression. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dewa United. Man, oh man.
Fall off, right? After week 3, it seems like Dewa United couldn't really recover. And currently, after week 4, week 5, week 6, they're sitting at the 8th place. TLID though, pretty stable, but not what you expect, especially after a win last season.
Not for the defending champions, for sure.
Ooh. So is this like the final top 5 that we're looking at in MPL Indonesia? We got RRQ, we got Geek Fam, we got TLID, BTR. What else is there?
Alter Ego it was.
I don't think Alter Ego. I think so, yeah, Alter Ego.
Alter Ego.
Maybe top 4, we already have that, but it's been a crazy season so far in Season 15, man. Like, it's so competitive as we have something that you guys
maybe you want to vote in. This is your opinion. Defeated by Geek in leg number 1. How can Dewa make a comeback in leg number 2? Fans as the main lineup. We got a spoiler from Beloyski if you know Indonesian just now. Give Mweza a pick-off hero or give Octa a cheese pick. Wow.
Oh man.
Akimi.
Yeah, I think it really comes down to the whole team. I wouldn't say it's just one thing. I don't think it's just give Mweza a pick-off. I don't think it's just give Octa a cheese pick. Nor do I think putting in Vans in week 7 is a good idea. We did hear from Beloyski, but Ray, called him out instantly saying, no, he's lying. So I don't know who's telling the truth here. Mr. Jiraiya or Ray, the guy who he actually taught back in the day.
And look at this, Jiraiya of MPL. Jiraiya Sensei is the teacher of Naruto, Minato, like a lot of great ninjas, shinobis of the Hidden Leaf Village. As you gotta see here, the players that has the blueprint, has the coaching of Beloyski.
Just Ray, Nile, a boy, Chidera, Luke Hazel, Masako, Gobs, Nakes, and Kanziski.
It's crazy.
A lot of students.
What's ridiculous is the fact that he has really transformed these players, right? Some of them, they come on MPL and they're already really, really good, like debuting really well, like Chidera, again, not even MDL, by the way. He had 0 experience. He was a raw Genin coming into MPL. And this Sanin, this legendary Sanin, Beloyski was able to just, improve his game in every single way, and we still see Chidera today. Luke started off really bad, I'll be honest with you. The debut was horrible, but now he's one of the best XP laners in Indonesia. Hazel's all the way in Malaysia, solo killing Skies 3 times? That's crazy.
Oh man. We have the result though from the audience topic voting here. That you guys voted Fans as the main lineup. Ooh, man. Looks like a lot of people know Fans already here. He's known as the Fansassin, I believe, in another league. That we can expect a Kakashi debut maybe for him in the MPL. But yeah, give Mweza a pick-off hero and Octa a cheese pick. This is the pick-off part, Connie. Like, obviously they're not really in the best position, but do you think like Mweza having a pick-off hero would boost Dewa United's chances?
I think it's within his realm to play this play style, and of course, with Mweza, if given a pick-off hero, somehow, some way, Dewa United is more effective rather than, let's say, he's given on a more of a passive roamer. So, yeah, I understand the idea, but it is, again, harder to execute, especially against a team who is currently in the 2nd place.
Take a look at the watch list here. Monster in the making, Maykids, Rookie of the Week. Week 6, and Kenziski, who's been able to perform as well. Just last week, you can hear Mr. Omwawa's words from the quote that you see on your screen. The kids have become mature, and finally a new generation of geek junglers has emerged. However, in terms of hero pool, it still needs development so that he doesn't shine only when using Suyo. Now, I agree to a certain extent with Mr. Wawa, the wise man from the Indonesian desk, but I gotta say, it's not really Maykids just finding success on Suyo. It's not just because he's a one-trick Suyo. It's mainly because it's in the Geek Fam style. When Suyo's open, why not? Pick it up for Maykids. If he's that good on it, and if these teams want to keep on letting it go, they're going to pick it up. Kenziski as well. Technically, he's been a Harith merchant. And is he only good on Harith? I don't think so. It's just, if it's open, why not? We see him do wonders on the Claude against Evos. This was a reverse sweep, by the way, for you guys back at home. A ridiculous one that you can only expect from Geek Fam. This team has always done this. Every single time. They would start off MPL being a pretty below average red zone team. That's not even a hot take, but then they will transcend in the middle of the season and become one of the best, if not the best team. It's something that Beloyski is just notorious for, and you can see here in the drafts he was able to get the draft. I think it was just a pure draft win in game number 3. The Fredjin, the Kalea. Again, this is Geek Fam style.
Yeah.
When they get good picks, they won't let it go. When the Granger's open, when the Kalea is open, they will pick it up. And it's not, again, because Maykids can only play Suyo, because we've seen him on the Joy. He did really, really well. We see him on the Fredjin. He has a lot of heroes in his arsenal. It's just, whatever you let go, he's going to play. He's going to pick. Geek Fam are not shy to show off these crazy picks at the start of the season, in the middle of the season, as long as it works for the team. And we can see the Shinobi across nations, the path of Sasuke.
Oh my god.
Because Suyo is, the Sasuke here. we haven't seen that the Filipino junglers, whenever they get their hands on Suyo, they've just done so well. Now, I think for Indonesia, it's similar, but what the heck's going on in Malaysia? 5 times pick, 4 times. These are horrible stats for the Suyo. A hero that, again, should be shining. Maybe it's because of Malaysia starting the season off after the patch drop. Maybe because of the weakness of the Suyo and because of how much more brawly it is in MPL Malaysia. Suyo, who usually wants to start off with Turtle 1, Turtle 2, ends up just fighting against these magic damage heroes and ends up just losing, like Chibi, Jun, and Lazer.
Hey, don't worry though, Hazel is there to fix it.
Oof. Hazel right now, not even on the Suyo, right? He went Hayabusa just earlier against Skies, was able to get MVP in his first match. I'm proud of the boy, man. Big fan of Hazel.
I'm kind of tempted to watch it right now.
And it's on his debut as well.
Yeah.
That is crazy. That is actually wild.
He gets a lot of playing time there in Malaysia, and maybe that's the project that RQ is trying to build right now after the Sutsujin arc. Right now, we're entering Hazel arc next season. But back to the topic here for Geek versus Dewa United, Bluski being the monster maker. Kenziski and Jadera. Now, I can't believe I'm gonna say this, but we might have an actual conversation on who to pick here in the gold lane, because sometimes you wanna, there's value on building these prospects in Kenziski, and we saw how good he was on the Cloud. He does his job on the Harith, but on the Cloud he was amazing. Granted, it was Beloyski doing a lot of screening, a lot of scouting for him, Gani.
Yeah, but I think Kenzinski definitely has potential. It was just, I guess the nerves got to him week 2, week 3, and let's see if he's able to recover. He is able to bounce back. He is a great addition to the Geek Fam roster, who is currently, again, just so stable. Having another 6-man, having a 6-man who is, you know, active and also very, I want to say reliable, is a good addition to your team.
We're going to take a look at what Geek Fam have against Dewa right now. What's going to be the strategy to beat Dewa United? Because back to the point of Dewa, talking about, you know, I've been talking about Dewa, I've been mentioning that they do have really, really good pillars to play. Is moving Vans in, is giving Octa a cheese pick, is giving Mueza a pick-off hero enough? I don't think so. I think what they need to play with is their strength in the last 6 weeks. Their strength has been maybe. This guy has been the best player on their team. Whenever he gets any pick, Moskov, Granger, Harith, he performs really, really well. So if they center around maybe, I think they'll have the best shot.
We're gonna have the answer here in the lineups of Dewa United. Who's gonna be the stars? The line of dawn for the Apostles of God. Franz in the jungler. Who saw that coming? Beloyski, my goodness. Don't say it again, man. Res, Octa, Mueza, and maybe on the gold lane. This is the main 5.
Is this gonna work? Very late into the season, week 7 change in the jungle after Ray's solid retreat in the entire 6 weeks.
It seems like they are going to, I guess, take a risk with this line of 2 cannons in the lineup. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Dewa United Esports.
That Kuchiyose, Kagebunshin, every jutsus that they know, it's gonna help them in the Land of Dawn. They gotta pull every tricks in the bag to help them get back to the playoff tracks.
They really got
Wait, that's the Geek Fam. Okay.
Man, they gotta dig deep. This is a crazy change to add a Genin in a rookie, ladies and gentlemen. In the 7th week up against Proven. A proven lineup of Geek Fam. With the man in the middle, a boy, one of the prodigies.
Yeah, and speaking of Proven, it's Belois or Chadera, I'm sorry. In the gold lane instead of Kenziski. It's gonna be interesting.
That's gonna be interesting indeed, but it does seem like with Chadera, this is Geek Fam's main 5. Ladies and gentlemen, currently sitting 2nd in the league, this is Geek Fam.
Oda Sengan, says Gops. And I don't know what that pose is in the middle by a boy. I think it's in the wrong universe.
They might be in the Marvel universe with that one. But again, for Geek Fam, it's all about staying true to what they've been able to get wins with. It really isn't going to be too tough for them to craft the game plan, knowing that Dewa United, again, have been very one-dimensional. Whoa! This is a change?
Oh,
no,
man.
It's not Bombi who's walking up. Watts is back on stage.
What is right? So a lot of changes already for Dewa United. This is the make or break movement or maneuver. The later part of the season, week number 7. This is the time to pull everything off, man. There's a time for change. It might be now if there's nothing going on, nothing working before this.
Yo, literally, what is going on? Huh. That is going to be, we will see together, but yeah, Watt's back in the helms. Up against up against Geek Fam. They need the win here. Dewa United.
That's crazy, actually, to think about. I wonder what happened behind the scenes. We do have the duo of the Genin junglers, though. Again, this is the debut of Mr. Vans. For Make Kids, he's kind of a proven Genin. Already on the way to his Chunin exams for sure, but for Vans, a lot to prove before he even enters that Chunin exam. If he's going to even be a Chunin. We've seen this kind of route before from Hazel, from Liga Nacional, but obviously for Hazel, he was a champion in Liga Nacional together with Keskid, with Witty, with Rez. A very, very now well-known lineup who's made it to MPL. And for Make Kids, technically he was also from Liga Nacional, but he has played in MPL. He has shown just how good he can be on the MPL stage.
Already proven, and we haven't talked about this, Mirko, but who is the best jungler so far this season? At least the Indonesian jungler of MPL ID, and I can't believe it. Make Kids probably top 2.
He's, I think, top 3. It's crazy to think that we actually left out the man, Fabian, in that top 3 list, right? That's ridiculous. Probably the best Fanny here, but I agree. Make It definitely makes it to top 2, maybe even top 3, or top 3, maybe even top 2, because of his performance on every single hero, on the Fanny especially. Kenziski, hey, he's in the back. It's all right here. We do have his stats coming in, and unfortunately it's pretty bad, but it's okay because he's only played like solid 3 matches this season. He won't diss you, Mr. Geek Rookie Gold Lane. It's his what's up?
Wait a minute though, the gold lane, gold per minute and damage per minute is actually a pretty bad stat. I know that it's not a cumulative stat is what I'm trying to say. So that probably kind of say something about the reliance on Beloyski, but we've got something here. The scroll that we've prepared for the coaches. Blovsy is gonna open it up. That's the key to victories for Geek Fam. Presented by Samsung Galaxy S25 series, Mirko.
There you go, the scroll given, the mission. Very important for Geek Fam to secure top 2 to solidify their position up there. Force Vans and play non-assassin heroes. Don't let Dewa get Kimmy. Shut down maybe in the matchup against Chadera. First one, force Vans to play non-assassins. We were talking about how Vans is known as Vansassins. He's a Vansassin. He's an assassin player in Liga Nacional, known for Hayabusa, for Lancelot. Take him off of those picks in his debut. It should be a struggle for him to actually, get to those comfort picks. And for Dewa, this is their own scroll with the keys to victory. A mission for them. This one's definitely an S-tier mission because they gotta beat a titan in MPL ID.
The Jutsu scrolls of Dewa United. Let's see here though. What's in them, Mirko?
Respect Cho Loiski. This is so important, my friends.
My nakama.
Yeah, my nakamas, my ninjas. It's crazy how teams have just left the Choloiski open for so long. We've seen a couple of teams, notably, actually take the Cho, deny it away from Geek, and they struggle. So it's crazy to think that teams are still letting it go, and I think by week 7, they should understand that the Cho is of paramount priority. And to add on to that, the Trill Mid. The Trill Mid department has really been a make it or break it for Geek Fam. If they win in the early game, yes, they get that snowball. But even when they lose in the early game, that Trill Mid is stable enough to hold off to mid game, to when their power spikes hit. So if you want to beat them, you got to either take the early game snowball out of control, beating Geek Fam before Geek Fam get that mid game power spike, or you try to beat them at their own game. You play for mid game. You try to outscale.
And that's not an easy job there.
Definitely not.
Especially going up against Beloyski, I really like the Cho point as well, especially season 15 here, Sheffin. This Cho is very reliable, and I feel like this is the best Cho Beloyski has ever performed season-wise in ID.
Yep. Well, in terms of mechanically, it's probably the worst season ever for Beloyski, but we gotta see another part of his game, man. The scouting, the screening. We've talked about this so much.
Layers,
even early in the season, I always say, Beloy, stay away from the Cho. But you know what? He says, nah.
Yeah, he says, nah, Chef, and what do you know? You're just a fan. You're just a caster, right?
Hey.
And that's true. I mean, a lot of
Stay in your
times
lane, Chefin.
we look at this guy and we think, what is this guy doing? He looks kind of washed, 0-7, but that's just Beloyski's playstyle. He's able to create so much space. He's able to lead this team, usually full of Gennins, to make it now to top 2, and we can start the draft already with a Granger and a Mathilda as expected. You gotta respect maybe.
The chip ban, and I don't know if I'm wrong, but I don't believe that GeekFam has ever played chip this season. You might want to correct that. So I'm gonna take a look at the stats
Because it's
here.
always banned or picked away from them. But
the
whenever
interesting
it's
part
open,
is,
they would.
you know, there's no proof that Beloyski has ever played a good chip. Maybe in the scrims, but so far in MPL ID, 0 matches played with a chip.
I think just based on his playstyle, it actually already fits the chip, right? You want to screen, you want to get positions, you want to flank. It really just seems like a hero built for Beloyski. Not because of... It's because he likes chips.
Oh.
Sensible, sensible. And GeekFam, interestingly enough, they are the ones batting 2 marksmen here, so...
Yep.
What's the play?
It's respect to Beloy. Sorry, respect to maybe.
Plus, Jadera is known to be pretty flexible.
Yep.
Remember, this is the guy that brought out Valentina gold lane back then. As we're gonna be graced with another Fanny appearance in the land of Dawn with Make It. Trying to fix the win rate.
Yeah.
So far, it's 0% because of a single mishaps.
Yeah, not his fault though, to be honest with you. He was doing really, really well. But there you go, from Dewa as well. Really good picks on the board. Steal away Choloyski. And they have done that. They've denied Choloyski from appearing in the game. And they've also, this is all win conditions for Dewa.
Yeah.
Pick off hero for Mueza. We have Kimi for Octa. And then the Cho taken away from Beloy. This does leave Beloy usually to go for something like a Badang.
Like a Katot, maybe?
Yeah. The thing is, Kimi, we've only seen it on the hands of Octa, so it might be wise for GeekFam to take away the Moskov and the Badang, 2 counters up against the Fanny itself.
I wonder if Beloyski has something like a Jawhead in his bag. Because in terms of like the early game prowess, because you wanna just try to follow up Fanny as good as you can, right? In the early game, try to snowball in the early game. So that's the win condition for Fanny.
Seems like they will hold off Beloyski's hero here.
Ooh.
They will lock in Zushin and also the Phobius instead.
Yep.
Dewa United, is this the right time to pick up the Badang just to secure and lock the Fanny?
With the gold
Cho?
lane first.
The thing is, if the Kimi is still a really good flex. I agree more with Gani, I feel. Like the Cho is not going to go XP. We've only seen it once. It did not work out. It wasn't Dewa. The Badang would be the better choice over the Moskov or the gold lane, but they instead go for the Lucas. I believe this is going to be a Lucas jungle for Vance. Again, though, they are still playing with that flex. And goes with the point that playing with flex is better. If they go for gold lane, Kimi will just be shown technically as mid already. It will leave him to be quite vulnerable, I would say. Now Lucas is still XP or jungle, Kimi is still gold or mid, so a lot of flex to play with in the second phase.
This is as good as it gets for Kurt or Watt in the coach here, because it leaves GeekFam guessing on where they're gonna go. And I want to ask you something, Mirko, but the interactions, whoa! Okay, so maybe they kind of just still flex that Lucas. The Lucas interaction with the Fanny here.
Yeah.
Like, what do you think? Because I've seen the Lucas against the Ling. It is a nightmare for Ling.
It is.
How about for a Fanny that's straight up in your face?
I think it's...
Does it stop it in midair?
No. The Fanny is super weird. Again, unless you have that lockdown, like Wade the Dragon, he can still, or she can still use those cables. As long as the cable gets used before that first skill of Lucas gets used, there's no cancel on the cable. So it's still very hard, but I understand what they will want to do here. With GeekFam's composition, it really looks like more of a pick-off composition, more of a, Fanny plays on the side, looks for kills. But neutral objective-wise, it should favor Dewa United. They have a Cho for Pryo in the mid lane with the Kimi. They have a Lucas as well in the jungle. That's a Beatrix ban again, really using the scroll of the keys to victory scroll wisely here. They have banned 3 now picks away from maybe, and I think the last ban might be a Moscow ban, yeah.
Asking a really big question towards maybe. What are you gonna play? Might see I guess a Brody. Will we see a Brody?
For Dewa?
For Dewa United.
for Dewa, it makes more sense. I don't think we're going to see a Brody from Geek Fam. No, look at this composition. But even then, it's a bit risky. I think Dewa, they hold on to that idea first. They can obviously last pick it later if they do want to go for it. But what I want to mention is, you guys are probably thinking, where's the Valentina? Where's the CC ban? They don't need to. Jusin and Phobius have already been picked up, so there's no risk of going up against Valentina nor CC. So for Dewa, because they've seen Phobius and Jusin, this is a pre-Lucas pick, and they have gone for the Tigreal ban as well. The Badang Tigreal, 2 picks that Beloy usually picks when the Cho is left, or when the Cho is denied. So no Badang, no Tigreal, no Cho. He might be forced to play a Gatot. That has been horrible, to be fair, for Geek Fam, because usually he's the main initiator, Mr. Beloy man. If he gets on Gatot, you don't want him to be main initiator. Other picks he's gone for is like, Khalid. Hellcurt,
Which is not ideal though in this situation.
Yeah.
Time to drop the beat of the flower.
They'll take away the joy. So
they're not really convinced about the Lucas jungle.
That's... Yeah, they're not. I'm trying to... I guess there's still a lot of kill pressure, to be fair, for Dewa United. The Joy would be able to take advantage on that, the winning lanes. For Dewa, what are they going to pick up? Moskov seems to be the obvious answer for them. It'll also be a way to deny the Moskov from Chadera, a signature pick for Chadera. There you have it, Moskov.
The better question should be like, who's going to be the last one for Dewa United? I want to just go ham on the Fanny Disabler on the EXP lane or the jungler.
Only other pick for Chadera that we've seen this season is Claude. That hasn't been banned out. The Beatrix, Ranger, Harith, Moskov have all been his picks as well. Even the Beatrix. But we won't be able to see it here. It's all banned out. They will go for the Claude, as expected. Now, for Beloyski, what's the most similar thing to Cho?
So Fanny can dive, Claude can dive, a hero that can dive. Okay, he's going for Hellcurt, I guess.
Not a fan of that.
Me neither, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, not ideal.
Especially against this composition, man. I mean, yes, you can have a lot of kill pressure on the Kimmy with the Fanny as well, but there's a Lucas, there's a Cho. I think Dewa, they might be playing more of a we dive you if you dive us type of composition. And man, that early game neutral objective battle is going to be tough for Geek Fam now, especially with the Hellcurt pick.
This is a big gamble, right? Because if you don't win the early game, it's going to be super tough, especially with this woman running the line of Dawn pushes, man.
And it's
damage
on res
trade.
too. It's going to be very aggressive and invasive. Let's see how this Fanny will fare against Hilda in her face.
Super hard. And you can't really play passive as a Hellcurt. You try to get the kills as much as possible in the early game against this kind of composition. 3 frontliners for Dewa United. What do you think, Miracle?
Looking at the composition, honestly, this looks better for Dewa United. They've gone all of their win conditions down to a T. The counter index and lineup rating doesn't actually agree with me.
Whoa.
But I gotta stick to Dewa here. If they play it right, this is the better composition, it seems.
My goodness. Geek Fam there right now, second in the standings. What it takes to get #1, win the whole matches in week number 7. Can they do it though is the question. The odds are against them in the draft. But let's see what's gonna happen in the Land of Dawn.
Well, let's find out. All right, opening up the new week, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be the first game, and it is going to be Geek Fam taking on Dewa United.
Oh, bottom lane.
No, it's just a bit of a, cheese from the Hellcurt. Good read by Maybe, though. It looked really scary for a second, again, knowing the kill pressure of Beloyski on the Hellcurt. It's going to be the Impure Rage for the Fanny, who was trying his best to deal as much damage as possible in the early game to stop the Fanny from snowballing. But for now, everything looks pretty normal. There's nothing too crazy in the emblem department. Everybody just sticking to what works.
I think he got denied of 2 minions there. He's still level 1. No minions at all coming in from Maybe. This is a really bad start, as you can see there, Moisa already rotating towards the bottom lane. Might be a bit too late though.
This is very, very tough. And even Moisa really can't walk up without the help of the Moskov.
Oh no.
That's a lock. Chidera will. He might outside of range, but maybe struggling to farm here still. Oh my goodness.
Watch out for Make It.
That's already a spell. Wasted. That's info, Geek Fam. They're winning the small trades.
This is so well
really
played.
winning, man. 2 guys in the bottom lane. And all of them are 0 HP. I'm surprised that Make It is not trying to just gank up in the bottom lane.
Bro, Beloy. This pressure.
This is tough, and let's see here. Beloyski looking for an angle, but Moisa here still is covering for his teammate. Maybe flanks from Beloyski. That's a stun. Moisa trying to provide damage and also cover. Maybe finds first blood. That's a plot twist.
Typical Beloyski.
But all the build-up that they've done in the early game, all the minions denied, with that, I think it kind of levels the goal. Now, Dewa on it.
Turtle take, it's gonna be
No way!
Finding the retribution. Fans, welcome to MPL, first death for him.
Moisa wasn't there, Mirko. You said that the objective control was gonna be crazy for Dewa United, and I agree.
Yeah.
But GeekFam it's not about GeekFam setting it up better, it's just Dewa United, that was a bad setup.
I think that was a classic get-in move right there. Unfortunately for Vans, that's a rookie in MPL. Make it!
Jumping in, Octa will use his flicker to safety.
Back to the point. When you're a rookie, it's very, very hard. The pressure to deal with it in your debut game. Beloy in the bottom lane again.
To really find the connection he wanted, Octa and Moisa is trying to enforce, perhaps looking for an angle. Beloyski is level 4. No Dark Knight Falls though.
Look at the level difference with the Roamer as well. Beloyski is having a field day here. As Make It, this might be the time that they're gonna try to die. 5-man on the bottom.
5-man rotation, maybe now pressured. Now he's airborne, Make It finds the kill. Moisa will go down as well. GeekFam finding the right trades.
Really good moves across the board here for GeekFam. Really just utilizing the more mobile composition to their advantage. Going into the bottom lane, the lane that they have built kill pressure on, and because they have a Fanny, because they have a Juicin and Phobius, it all actually just works out. This is a composition that really relies on the early game, and they're making it work. Chidera on a Claude is an early game pick so far.
2-level difference on the gold lane. This is not something that we're used to seeing. Let's make it.
Oh no, Vance again. He goes down. Second time, not a good start. Resdo looking for a trade, doesn't really find the damage, but Moisa, where Dragon good purify by Chidera. And that's gonna be a kill on towards Moisa.
How do they fix this problem in the gold lane, Mirko? Because so far it has been a pretty unsolvable problem.
Yeah. I think the best way to deal with this would be to leave maybe, honestly, in the early game to focus on their own win condition. The fact that they've gone down was a win for GeekFam. GeekFam have basically just out-executed Dewa, have out-macroed Dewa the entire game so far. GeekFam really made Dewa forget about their win con, which is, again, Lucas securing neutral objectives at the start and shutting down the Fanny. Now everybody's online for GeekFam, and the draft really isn't a win anymore.
Let's see here, Dewa United will not, seems like they will not concede the second turtle. Fans, let's see what this kid can do. Gobs opening things up. Moisa half HP. Gobs from an angle. Fans finds the turtle, but he goes down. That's going to be Gobs taking the kill. Good airborne. Rez here looking for an escape, but that's a good cancellation as Makis finds a kill. That's 2 kills actually traded for the turtle.
It really was a difference in understanding of the win con, Mirko, as Octa might be next.
Octa. Forced to use the flicker. Good knock up and stun. Doesn't really find the connection to take Octa down though.
Beloy.
That's gonna be 3K gold lead established already for the Geeks.
Yeah, Turtle 1 was the winning condition for Dewa. They needed to win out on that trio mid. But unfortunately, it doesn't look like they have gone even Turtle 2, and Vance has Turretry. Now a fight bottom lane.
Gotta be careful here. Seems like Dewa, they're able to recover, but they're still down almost 4K.
Yeah, talent prediction by GoPay though. That was 2-0 for the whole English desk, and the whole talent chose GeekFam, and that's for a reason.
Yeah. The obvious choice coming into the matchup, Dewa currently number 8, GeekFam number 2 on the standings. We didn't expect this draft from GeekFam, but so far, we can really see how much they've improved, man. This is some stellar stuff from GeekFam.
It all starts with Beloyski, right? Putting the pressure in the gold lane, and Dewa United not really responding well, and Rez, not the greatest damage, but you can see the effect that he had on Rez. Already 1/3 of his HP. It's to kind of take a look at the item here by Dunia Games.
Unfortunately for Dewa United, that early win condition is completely gone. Vance has been quite meek.
Oh, Makeits on towards maybe no Wind of Nature, and Makeits will punish maybe again.
Again, this guy, a lot of people have been saying he's only good on Suyo. I gotta reiterate for the 5th time today. No, it's not because he can only play Suyo. It's just because the Suyo's left open. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Whenever Geek fans see the Suyo, they'll pick it. But whenever they see the Fanny, they'll do so as well. 3-0 in Turtles. 2-0 in Turtles. And it's a 4-0 start for the Fanny.
Yeah, and this might be the smoothest early game Fanny that we've seen so far in MPL Indonesia.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I can't believe that there's barely any setup, it's just make it. You can kind of say that the setup starts with the Beloski with the damage, but...
Beloski taking a lot of heat there, and Rez actually was able to punish Beloski.
Yeah, I gotta stop complimenting Beloy.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Remember, they will win when he hits 7 deaths. Even he's aware of it. And the mic checks, he's always been calling out, right, guys? Getting closer to him, getting closer to the power spike. Just 5 more deaths away for a win, Beloyski.
Doesn't mind getting killed because there's Edo Tensei they can use in this Shinobi war.
Absolutely. And he knows that his deaths are actually worth it. They're able to get so much more space on the map, and there's no bounty on him.
5k gold lead for Geek Fam. Beloyski, that ultimate alone gives them the turret.
Where's that?
Pinched. Still able to get out, but no, Chidera dives in with a blazing duet alongside a boy. But that's gonna be Vance's first kill. Collecting the double, Beloyski the will find the trade. Makeits finds the cutthroat, and Octa goes down.
Well, it is a bad trade in the end for Dewa United, but that was a surprising engage coming in from Fans. He really knows the limits of Naruto.
That's just the Lucas, I would say, man. You still have crazy explosive damage. And that was the damage I expected in the early game. I expected the first turtle, second turtle as well. But unfortunately, it was not seen there. We only got to see it here in the 8th minute. Dewa United. Vance, 0-4. 0-3 before. He just got 2 kills out of nowhere. Is that enough for them to control the next neutral objective? It really comes down to the Kimi and Moskov. And technically, it also kind of depends on Geek Fam diving. If they dive just like that, you know, mindlessly, the Lucas can still deal a lot of damage. As long as Shidera and a boy from that learn from that mistake, it should be good. They should be able to just go back in and out and weather the storm of the Lucas. Once you use the Sacred Beast, it's the green light to actually beat him.
Fanny on the Lord, not really the best position to play a Fanny, but so far they've been doing alright with the objectives, winning out 2 turtles against 1. Maybe on the top side, just trying to chunk the turrets and the wave as Makeits. This might be its free one, a freebie for Geek Fam.
Down below. Rez though, I don't think they have an angle to really commit on towards the Hilda, but it is still Geek Fam just taking control of objectives, the map as well. Gonna be the first Lord for Geek Fam.
Dewa really struggling in this game. It doesn't look like they have any angles right now because again, the only win condition they have right now is a mistake from Geek Fam. That's number 1, obviously, but it's Octa and maybe to scale. They're not given any farm right now. They all have to group up in the mid lane to get 1 wave. Even then, it's not enough. They're gonna have to get a lot more waves. If we take a look at the items, I don't even know. Moskov is so far behind. I don't think he even has the 3-item power spike yet. He's gonna have to wait for 12 minutes. Maybe. Oh, he only picked up the H's now. Oh man, that's actually not bad. 10 minutes in for Moskov that's been bullied the entire game. I guess he's just been soaking in more waves. But then that means that Octa is the one that is very, very under-leveled, under in farm.
They technically have a 2 marksmen, so the wave clear is going to be insane here for Dewa United. They can hold on, and even the Holy Shield hasn't been broken yet in the bottom lane, try to just defend the mid. And they did. No Holy Shield broken at all after the first load. And weirdly enough, I would call that... Oh, never mind. I would call that kind of a W for Dewa.
Yeah, not bad. Definitely not bad for Dewa. Again, what they need to do is scale. So the longer the game goes, whatever means, it's all right. It's a win. It's a win for Dewa. But we got to remember that Geek Fam, the next fight, they won't be playing it like this. They know that the Holy Defense is still up. They know that there are still countermeasures to the Lord. Purify should be used by a boy there, and he does. But there are countermeasures to sieging right now. But as we get into 12-minute, the next Lord, Geek Fam will have, I would say, proper items to actually start diving. You saw Chidera pick up a Wind of Nature just earlier. Gobs will have a lot more. Whoa. That's Octa with the Wind of Nature as well. I think early. So I think he went for a Wind of Nature third item there just to deal with the amount of kill pressure. That's really good, by the way. We were talking about Wind of Natures earlier. Possibility of Geek Fam just diving in and forcing them to back away from the base turrets. With the Wind of Nature, it takes away Geek Fam's kill pressure entirely, at least initially, right? Because we got to look at it this way now for Geek Fam. Jusin is just utility in this composition. Yep. The main damage is all physical.
And I'm worried about Geek Fam as well because this is how we're talking about. It's, yes, you have the Dark Knight Falls, but overall, it's not really the greatest at trying to just siege down the turret. And they have a history of bad at closing games when Beloyski is on the Hellcurt. He's amazing at the Hellcurt, but at the end, oh my goodness, that's too much damage on Rez!
Oh, that's Rez though! Make kids! That's a solo kill on towards a Hilda.
Suyo Merchant, by the way.
Oh my goodness. That's man advantage. Beloyski in the back line. That's maybe 1-on-1.
Dark Knight Falls, man. Maybe was able to escape though. That's going to be a free Lord. Perhaps this time with 8,000 gold. Geek Fam, they will look for the end.
Yeah. But back to my point earlier, I remember the game in the playoffs of season 13, I believe, against EVOS. They were on a Hellcurt, and they struggled so much to break down the inhibitor turrets. As maybe gets the Wind of Nature, that's a big power spike, especially against Chidera and Beloyski, or even Makekids.
Oh man, see Halberd, last item BOD, 2,800 gold lead. Oh man, this is an average of like 1,700 gold lead across the board for Geek Fam.
Yikes.
A Wind of Nature, a Melphic gun building towards it. Mr. Claude wishing Lantern for a boy as well. It'll be very surprising if Dewa can actually hold on. And wow, Octa! Sky Piercer still in this game. That is an ambitious choice, my friend. 0 stacks on the board, and he might end the game with 0 stacks.
Not a wise decision there. Perhaps this is a turnaround. Mueza though, chunked very low. Will go back. Oh my goodness, the combo. Makis doesn't really find the connection, but Rez will go down. Fans, a little too ambitious, and that's going to be all of Dewa United members going back. Boy and friends though, they're looking for the end. Chidera very much healthy, focusing down on the turret, and there you go, Geek Fam. They strike first in this best of 3.
We doubted the Hellcurt. And obviously, doubt is a fuel for big brain Beloy. And what a performance by Makekids, by the way. 0 death on the Fanny. He's not making any mistake this time.
What a performance on Beloy. Only 2 deaths this game. We expect at least a bare minimum of 7. But Mr. Beloy man has stopped his dying ways, it seems. And again, 0 stacks on the Kimmy by the end of it.
0 stacks.
I can't believe he still went Sky Piercer in that game after seeing the Fanny get so ahead, after seeing everyone get so ahead. But we get to see it one more time here. Unfortunately, even if he didn't go for Sky Piercer, I don't think they would have been able to win the game, but maybe it would have given him a bit more of a chance to just clear out the Lord. I think for Dewa, it was a bad call to actually start fighting there. Geek Fam obviously wants to start the fight, and for Dewa, it should have been just, let's hold, let's wait for the Lord to come in and try to clear it. Late game could have been their game, but there's no way they would have made it to late game with Geek Fam already hitting all their power spikes, 2,000 gold lead individually in every single lane except for mid at minute number 12. At minute number 14, they just ended the game quick, and GG to Geek Fam, as predicted so far. We all went for Geek Fam?
Yeah, 2-0, all of us.
All right. No, some of them
no,
went for 2-1.
Us here.
Okay, for us on English Desk.
But I wonder if the Kimmy pick was a bit too early, because when you look at the composition that they're fighting, what's the ideal target for the Kimmy? There's only a single one. It's Gobs. That's jumping in the front. And even then, you don't want to hit a frontliner.
That's why, in my opinion, the best pick to end the first phase, if they did want to go for Kimmy, I think the Kimmy pick could work, but they need a Badang. We were talking about maybe a possible marksman coming in, but I was thinking, yo, they gotta get Badang. Instead, they ban out the Badang and they pick up the Lucas. But even then, it wasn't bad. I gotta say, for Daewoo United, the draft itself isn't really the worst thing in the world. Geek Fam just outskilled them, outmacroed them. They outplayed Daewoo United. For Daewoo United, they completely lost track of their win condition. Again, for their composition, the win condition would be Cho clearing out mid to get prio for Kimmy to clear out the wave, and then for the Hilda, Lucas, and the trio mid to just go in and secure neutral objective 1. They got baited, they got reeled into the bait, which was kill pressure down below.
Exactly.
Maykids then was able to take the turtle, number 1. That was a big mistake already. Get kills in the bottom lane, and then everything, all the win conditions got derailed. Even here, yes, Beloyski died, but it's whatever. Daewoo should have just piled on members down here. A big miss too from Vance, but again, this is his first game, his debut, but this is what I'm talking about. After turtle number 1, if they did want to play down below, they should have all just grouped up as well, because they know all the kill pressure is down there. Geek Fam will certainly rotate over. Daewoo really got out macroed. They got outplayed.
Yeah, I feel like Nakeds right now, he has the enlightenment from Jiraiya himself. He attained the Sage mode. You know, his eyes
so
are looking like
Naruto?
Yeah, I guess. In this case, at least in this game, this was a pretty impressive kill, by the way. The margins are quite big for a mistake, and he didn't panic. Well, that's why I said it's Sage. He's composed as of right now.
Yeah, it was well played, man. Again, he actually baited out the Spear of Misery first, and then he decided to go in. Wow. That's the main front line, by the way, of Daewoo United. Just got melted down by Maykids, and it goes to show you why he went for the Melfic Roar and the Sea Halberd. Fans going in all alone there. A little bit of a miscomm as they were all recalling. It was a good moment, but when no one's there to capitalize, those good moments are really just unfortunate. Now it's back to the items. I guess we get to dissect the item build even more, because again, they were losing. The Sky Piercer just looks so glaring to me for Octa. And for the rest of them, I really can't talk about the builds. I guess Radiant Armor is an odd choice for Mueza, knowing that it is mainly for physical. I don't know why they put so much emphasis on magic defense here in this game.
Talon Robe would have been.
Exactly.
Even Talon Robe itself,
yeah.
I think it's a bit too much
I think
for Jusen.
I understand you need the tenacity from the top boots, but in this game, I would have thought 100% they would go for Warrior. There isn't even that much lockdown CC from Geek Fam, right? There's a Terrify, there's a pickup for the Juiced, sure, but mainly the damage is going to come through that's physical. I am not a fan of this Radiant Armor buy. This is pretty bad.
It's
I don't
tough.
like it.
It's tough. It's tough. And Geek Fam, they had a direct approach, which was to send Beloyski from level 1 down below, which forced Mueza to respond and allowed the space for the Fanny, allowed the space for a boy to just control the other lanes. And we saw that, right? Mueza wasn't really able to shine with that Cho in that game. He was forced just babysitting.
Yeah, that was a really good plan coming in from Beloyski. I wonder, Mirko, like in the early game, you saw like 2 gold lane and a roam sitting in the bottom lane just super low. And what made Maykids not going there? What was the call there for maybe Maykids or Beloyski? Like, what was the plan?
The call down below?
Yeah, because he's not going there right away. Or is he just trying to put pressure on other lanes? Or
that was what they go 5-man?
No, like before that, there was like a moment where they are like literally almost 1 HP for 2 of them sitting there, and Maykids was clearing the jungle at the bottom lane. Like, I wonder what made them not go for the kills right away in that time.
I think it's just because they knew that Moskov and Cho have really, really good ways to actually stay in the bottom lane. They didn't know where some of the enemy members were, and it would be too risky to actually go for it, right? Because yes, you could get a kill on Moskov, but if the Lucas gets 3 down below with a dive so early on, it could be disastrous. I think it was safer for them to just play around that, have that killing pressure down below, and then play around the other side, knowing that maybe was already low, knowing that Mueza was brought down was enough. for the rest of the team to pile on Mr. Vans on the turtle.
Yeah. It is a Santai Bro gameplay.
Very
Connie.
Santai Bro.
Very Santai, bro.
Surprisingly on a Fanny. This is not usually not the composition where you play Santai.
No, but it does seem like Makids was playing a very mean but neat Fanny that game, right? 0 deaths. He was still just cooking. And yeah, I like it. I like the Fanny.
So do you think it's gonna be banned in the next game?
If they have first pick, yes.
What was that earlier? They're on the second. It was Chip, Kalea, and the third one was Suyo.
Yeah.
So you gotta, that's either way it's a loss, right?
No,
it's a Fanny on a Suyo.
Give Suyo. If
But
you
he's
want to go
known for the
Lucas,
Suyo though.
I don't care, really. Like the Suyo, the reason it's not even in the keys to victory is because Makids plays everything. You ban the Suyo, the Fanny comes up. Would you rather go up against the Suyo or that? I'd go up against the Suyo any day over that. Unless I have a God Kufra on my team.
Like Oni.
Thank you.
Yeah. He might not hit all his Tyrant's Revenge, but he does pop the bouncing ball right on time.
Blocker tables.
Yeah. So, yeah, that was game 1. Geek Fam versus DY United, which ended up in a massacre.
Big dub.
Shout out to Masako.
He is
in
not
Malaysia.
doing well right now in Ocean Black.
It's because of DJY, man.
Oh my lord, are we really?
In the Philippines, we have JP's fault. In Malaysia right now, it's time for DJY's fault.
Wow. Well, DJY, you're a liar. We're gonna call you out right here. You've said that you want to play an MPL, but so far there's no DJY.
Just play, man.
I don't think it would make. Yeah, DJY it wouldn't make a difference right now.
Whoa,
Literally.
oh.
Okay, DJY.
I mean,
play. Come on,
we got
man.
Eterna waiting for us to throw it to her. What's going on there, Eterna?
Thank you so much para casters. Di sini Eterna berada di stage bersama sosok-sosok baru nih dari Geek Fam. Boleh kenalan dulu kali ya?
Halo, nama aku Kayak Kemi.
Halo, nama aku Patricia.
Halo, nama aku Ang.
Hai guys, jadi kalian datang untuk Geek Fam sebagai apa nih?
Nah, sebenarnya tuh kita untuk jadi supporter juga ya.
Supporter, Geek Fam Unity.
Iya, betul.
Oh, oke.
Dan juga kita ada challenge nih buat Community.
Oh, oke.
Nah, challenge-nya itu kalau misalnya kalian udah beli Battle Emote, santai bro, santai. Itu bisa.
Caranya itu, kalian bisa ajak teman kalian buat pakai emot santai bro santai di Land of Dawn, lalu share ke Instagram dan tag di Geek Fam Unity dengan hashtag Geek Battle Emote dan juga santai bro santai.
Dan pastinya nanti bakal dapat hadiah. Kalian bisa dapat hadiah skin epic gratis dari Om Geek. Dan nanti pemenangnya bakal di-announce di Instagram Geek Community dan bakal dihubungin langsung sama Om Geek. Jadi jangan lupa untuk ikutan challenge Santai Bro Santai.
Santai Bro Santai challenge. Jadi buat kalian yang ada di rumah, apalagi kalian yang para Geek Community udah punya emotnya, jangan lupa untuk ikutin challenge ya. Hadiahnya itu apa tadi?
Hadiahnya skin epic gratis.
Skin epic gratis.
Iya.
Pilihan apapun.
Iya.
Apa tertentu nih?
Nanti dihubungin langsung sama Om Geeknya.
Langsung dihubungi sama Om Geek. Tapi kalau mau dihubungi sama kakak-kakak gimana dong?
Aduh.
Gak bisa ya? Terus gimana kalian kan sosok baru di MPL nih. Kalian baru datang mungkin ke MPL Arena atau udah pernah sebelumnya?
Aku sebelumnya sekali pernah.
Pernah sekali?
Iya.
Kalau kamu?
Ya sekali dua kali.
Juga.
Iya.
Aku pertama.
Pertama kali? Mau dong kesan-pesan yang biar.
Asik sih, experience-nya, hype-nya itu asik banget.
Beda nggak?
Beda, sama nonton sama langsung beda banget.
Beda ya? Apa yang ngebedain nonton dari rumah sama pas datang ke MPL Arena?
Suasananya sih beda banget. Di sini kan
ya?
hype-nya terus tegangnya itu dapat banget sih di sini. Gitu.
Terus kalian ngeliat ini tegang nggak sih?
Ya kayak jadi deg-degan gitu loh.
Deg-degan ya?
Iya.
Tapi pasti udah enak dong posisinya kan Geek udah 1-0, tinggal menangin 1 game lagi nih untuk bisa mendapatkan poin naik. Kira-kira kalian confident nggak?
Confident sih.
2-0?
Pasti.
Pasti 2-0?
Pasti. Kita harus pede.
Harus pede, gue suka. Dari kemarin kita ketemu talent-talent dan para BA tuh pasti mereka semua sangat confident ya guys. Mungkin kalian ada player favorit yang ada di Geek Fam?
Player favorit aku paling Baloski.
Baloski?
Iya.
Kenapa tuh?
Jago dia.
Jago.
Iya.
Kalau kamu?
Aku juga Baloski.
Baloski juga? 2-0 Baloski ya? Kalau dia?
Kids jago.
Kids. Terus kamu ngeliat performance dari pakai Fanny gimana tuh?
Gila, satset banget dia.
Satset banget ya?
Iya.
Keren banget. Apakah fan-nya akan dilepaskan lagi itu menjadi pertanyaan yang terbesar ya guys. Ada kesan pesan terakhir untuk para Geek Fam yang lagi berjuang sekarang mungkin?
Semangat terus pokoknya, jangan lupa tetap support kita.
Semangat.
Support terus.
Semangat. Oke, kalau gitu kita akan langsung lempar balik kepada casters untuk melanjutkan match pertama ini ke game yang kedua antara Geek Fam dan juga Dev United. Casters, take it away.
Hello, we're on to game number 2 of Geek Fam and Dewa United, which is not really in the best of position. They're right now 8th, I believe.
Yes.
Besides Navi on the bottom.
Yeah.
And a lot of us thought that they're not gonna make the playoffs. There's something that can help them though.
What? What's gonna help them?
It's Samsung Galaxy.
Hey, when it comes to gaming, the latest Samsung Galaxy
Oh my lord.
S25 series is a real champion. This smartphone is incredibly powerful for gaming thanks to the Snapdragon 8 Elite 4 Galaxy processor. Built on a 3nm technology, making it the fastest processor ever in a Samsung Galaxy device.
I have a fun fact though.
Fun fact.
Did you know that May Kids refuse to play Fanny in other leagues because they're not using Samsung?
Oh,
This is a real story, by the way.
Yeah.
See?
That's actually facts, I would say. You know, with the Samsung, it's so ridiculously powerful, man. I can play any of the mechanical heroes that I want here on this pick. And also, fun fact, yeah, you can game, yeah, you can take pictures, but with the new awesome intelligence on this phone, you can ask Gemini whatever. Gemini?
Gemini.
Gemini. I call him Gemini because that's mine. Everything can be personalized to whatever you want.
Okay.
I can call her Gemini, and she'll be like, yes, sire. So let me ask her a question. Yo, who's going to win? Sorry, let me tap this. There you go. Who's going to win? Who's going to win MPL ID today? Geek Fam.
Oh, he knows what's up. What's up? You know what's up? That's a prediction.
She
She knows what's
knows.
up.
Well,
you know.
it knows what's up, right?
Nah, it's a she.
It's a sentient AI, man.
Everything can be
It's a she.
personalized though.
You're right. You can make it a she, you can make it a he.
Yeah. It's the epitome of, what's the word? Anthropomorphized?
Sure, there you go.
Sization?
Big words for a big man.
Fair play.
Yeah. That's a word
Fair
that I
enough.
just learned yesterday. I actually don't know how to use it. But I know how to use Samsung Galaxy though.
Of
because
course.
It's so easy. The UI,
Jinx.
everything is so user-friendly.
It is so easy. It makes your life
There you
just
go,
so
sir.
much easier, ladies and gentlemen. You know, just ask the weather. Just ask, hey, is the traffic terrible tonight?
Yeah, you can
They
actually
will answer.
There's so many, and you guys can go and check it out all you want. Show them the colors real
Come
quick, right? Because
on.
the color right here
Come on,
is so
Chefin.
fresh. This new design is so the color of the phone. the color
Wait a
of the phone.
minute. We got some Fabian selfies here.
We got some Fabian interviews, it seems. Oh my
We
lord!
got actually Fabian selfies
Look
here.
at how cool that is right there, Mr. Flavor Fave on the Samsung S25.
Big dub.
We got Fabian. We got a boy.
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
Wow.
And you
I
guys
sell
can
these
buy now
photos.
and get total bonuses worth up to 5 million rupiah. Hurry, this promo is only valid until the 15th of April 2025. That's coming up. It's actually already gone, unfortunately. Exclusive for MPL viewers, get a free 25-watt travel adapter and a 500,000 Shop App e-voucher by using the promo code S25MPL. Want to try features of the Galaxy S25 series yourself? Well, visit the nearest Samsung Experience store and get a free shopping voucher just for experiencing it. You don't even need to buy it. You mess around with it and you get a voucher.
I want you guys to guess how many Fabian selfies are in this phone. It's not even a selfie, it's a video.
362.
No, it's not that much, but it's actually 21. Of the same time, he's just doing this. I mean, he knows that he's awesome because he's using Samsung Galaxy.
Absolutely.
He's an attractive boy.
Oh my lord.
Flavor Fave.
There's also a picture of, I don't know what is it. What is this? What fruit is this?
I want to say that's a coconut.
What do you mean coconut? It's not even close to coconut.
Is that a kiwi?
No, it's do you know what's the English for kelengkeng?
Yeah,
I forgot the
I
English.
don't.
It's the tropical fruit.
Yo, what's going on here? Chef?
We're gonna be
CITDB.
I thought CITB is the Head and Shoulders one.
It's anything right now, especially when Kimura is on in the Samsung Galaxy zone.
Oh, look at the you know, what you call it?
The
Kimura
mule?
had a solid
mule?
jaw.
The Mew.
The mewing?
Yeah.
Solid jawline, you mean?
Yeah. I don't know what's the term, bro.
It's not a jaw, it's a jawline, Chefin.
Huh?
Jawline.
Jawline.
Yeah.
Why is it weird when I call it solid jaw?
Because you're not complimenting the jawline, you're complimenting just the jaw. Like, he's got a jaw.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Everyone's got a jaw.
Everyone's got a jaw, but
Chefin.
a lot of people don't have a jawline. See, Chefin?
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But everybody has GoPay.
I thought you were gonna say that GoPay will help you get jawline.
Yeah, they will.
Maybe,
They will
you know.
actually, because if you save up money with GoPay, you're gonna live with less stress.
You can get a
less stress equals to more healthy. More healthy equals to jawline.
Oh, that's a good logic. Get a free weekly diamond pass
Yes,
at
sir.
GoPay Games. Here's how simple it is, all right? Purchase a WDP at gopay.co.id/games during the flash sale that is 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. And don't forget to use the promo code shown during the MPL Indonesia Season 15 live stream to get a bonus of 5 diamonds exclusively for the
5.
first time top-ups. And this is important. Why? Because the Naruto event is going on. It's so easy. Cheap and secure. And secure is always the #1 thing that you want to prioritize when you are buying these diamonds, man.
And also, right, with the GoPay app, you can actually buy hair care, Head and Shoulders, right? I use Head and Shoulders just to wipe out all my dandruffs, man.
How about wiping out all your enemies in the Land of Dawn?
Yeah, especially if you're named Lemon. That's
Yeah.
Cheffin's #1 op right there.
#1 op, Chefin. But whoa, who are these ladies, Chefin?
I don't know. You might want to ask them, Lonnie.
TITB.
CRT Dubs. Ladies and gentlemen, go ahead and check out your Head and Shoulders right now in the nearest stores, convenience stores, whatever. Everywhere you can find it. This is the #1 brand to get rid of, dandruff.
Dandruff? Any hair trouble is fixable with Head and Shoulders. It's geekable with Head and Shoulders. Poloski uses it. Everything. Make it even. Look at that, how silky smooth his hair right now. Just like mine. Just like Gonnie's.
So smooth, man.
Can you get your hair red with Head and Shoulders?
No, I don't think so. Unfortunately, that would just be false advertising if I did say yes. No, you cannot get your hair to be red with just Head and Shoulders, but you can keep your hair silky smooth.
Ooh.
Have you dyed your hair, Chefin?
Have you ever dyed your hair?
have not. Am I missing out? No? Okay.
You're not missing out on, don't worry. It's better to just stay with your natural hair color. I never would have gone red if it wasn't for, God damn it.
So you're saying you're FOMO right now? Or back then?
It's not really FOMO. It's more like capitalizing.
Oh,
Yeah.
you want the clicks.
Yep.
You're an honest man here. I like Mirko.
Yep.
Looking at the win rates though from the way
Be honest
it was
with my
actually.
ninjas.
Huh?
I gotta be honest with my ninjas, my fellow ninjas, my shinobis.
Thank you, my Nakama.
Yes, sir.
You're my. I forgot what's the.
Come on, Chefin, dig deep.
Come on, you gotta dig deep. What's the Naruto reference?
Come on.
You have to use.
Head and Shoulders.
Nah.
RSV helmets.
It's not that time yet, gone. But it's time for a draft though. Started by Samsung Galaxy S24 series. Let's see.
Let's go.
What's gonna be the adjustment here? And Make-Its, we said that Make-Its was the Naruto. And what's a good counter for Naruto?
Sasuke.
Well, to be fair, it could be Sasuke, but that's more of a counter. The Lucas counter is the Suyo, I feel.
Yeah.
The Valen. The Valen will be great. And that's the reason I think Dewa are gonna be careful if they do want to go Lucas again, because now we kind of know what Mr. Man Geek Fam can do. They can just go for the Valentina.
Okay, this is the question. Surely this is the adjustment, right? You left out Sasuke to ban of Annie? Oh my god.
Wow.
So it seems like they kinda...
They can go Badang now.
They assumed that the main problem was Gobs in that game. Huh. That's pretty odd.
No, it's pretty normal, Chefin. I mean, we're seeing it from Kurt right now. Let's see what they go for. This is where we hold our breaths, right? They go for the same exact picks, but I believe it'll be a Badang.
If the Badang gets picked by Gobs.
Yeah, then Geekfam can just pick it up here. Badang.
Yeah.
You're right. Badang juice in. Why not? Take away the... And it's a good flex because it could be on Beloy too. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the Phobius ban. I'm gonna go back to your opinion here, Chefin. I agree.
Yep, thanks, honest man.
Mr. Honest Man.
Geek Fam though, for them it's not as straightforward. They're still discussing, but I really like the Badang Zushin pickup. My boy displayed again a solid performance on that Chushin last game, so why not? There's gonna be the Chushin locked in. And it's gonna be the Moscow though. So not the Badang.
Interesting.
Usually don't want to pick out the backliners all at once in the first phase, but they did it right now with a Moskov and a Chushin.
Technically, the Chushin isn't a backliner though, right? So it's more of a mid liner. Like you can go back and forth. It's much easier, and you can actually stay up front very well early on. The Moskov, I think it's a good pick.
Yeah, I think.
Obviously, this is the better one, I think. Badang gets locked in. This has been the #1 counter to the Fannies.
But the option for maybe is very limited right now, especially if Geek just pretty much ban out all the heroes in the second phase. That was Beatrix in the first game.
Yeah.
They might want to go for the same route, but the second ban was, I believe, what was it earlier for Geek Fam?
Second ban into second phase?
Yeah.
Beatrix and
No.
Joy.
Joy was the second one. Huh. Joy and Suyo not getting any love at all is a weird side in Season 15.
Yeah.
Especially for this week, right?
Definitely.
Yeah, we expected the Badang in that first game. But now,
for the ultimate
will the outcome be different? That's gonna be the question. Dewa United though, Rez wasn't feeling the Hilda last game, so instead they ban out the Hilda this time around. Geek Fam, they will limit the options for the jungler this time.
This is the thing that you play with when you go for the Badang instead of the jungler, right? In game #1, the reason they went Lucas is because they can still flex it, but you still saw the Joy ban. Now, we're gonna see the Joy, and maybe Joy and Lucas. Those are the two picks left, right? And I don't think they're really at risk of... I guess the Beatrix ban would still make sense still, to be fair.
They have a setup too.
Yeah, with the Cho, with the Badang, that's double CC to capitalize on a Beatrix.
And it's super hard to play a Fanny against a late game Beatrix. Because once you get the Win of Nature and Pass Loss, it's super tough.
And when you have peel like this, it's already really good, right? Like, the main issue for the Beatrix usually is you're very vulnerable. But again, Badang Cho, that should be enough already. They ban out the glue here. I thought they would just ban out the Hellcurt so that the lane would be safe. Remember, especially on Beatrix, you are going to struggle against the Hellcurt. You cannot go Purify. I mean, to be fair, last game Moscow also went Flicker, so there's also the same problem. Beatrix,
a call here,
or another jungler ban. I think for Geek Fam, it should be the Beatrix. It just seems so good with this front to back composition because Dewa United could easily go for, I think, a Fredrin this game.
Wow.
In the jungle.
Yeah. Oh, good call, right? Vans is, you know, assassin oriented. They're limiting the options here, so. And we saw that Vans on that Lucas, not really comfortable.
Ooh, that is not what I would have gone for. Whoa!
And
risky game.
Yeah, to be honest, Ling has a bad history against a Fanny in MPL ID.
Yeah, and I think just Ling in general has been pretty bad this season. Only Rin has made it work, and that was
barely
one time.
worked.
It was one time. He made it work once. Game 1 against Evos, leg 2.
Another question for, I want to say Khalid just for the Ling, but it's a bad matchup against the Cho and the Badang. And Peloisky, what's going to be the option here?
I don't mind a Kufra here.
Oh.
You know, why not?
Against a...
Kufra.
Poor Beloy.
Not really sure about the Kufra. Maybe like a Gatot would be better here?
Yeah, but then they need like an Edith in the XP. There you go. Well, it does look like it's going to be Edith and Gatot then. All right, there you go. Gatot and Edith. You need an initiator with the Gatot. He cannot be the sole initiator, and that's why they went for the Gatot plus the Edith.
But there's no cheese anymore in the gold lane from game number 2. They gotta play it a bit more standard here for Geek Fam. And it's going to be a Ruby.
Gold! Ruby Gold! They're gonna play with the Ling and the Kimmy as the main carries.
I see the idea.
I see it too.
Ruby Gold. less targets for the Fanny.
And it's harder for Fanny to get the backline towards Mr. Octa, so right now they're setting out the prayers. They are united literally, as you see on the screen just now. Geek Fam in no rush. They already have a 1-0 lead. Marco, final thoughts on the draft?
I am confused right now. I think standard, it should be Geek Fam with the draft win, but they will have some solid counters, and this is a cheese pick that can work. Kimmy and Ling, very reliant on getting resources, but with the Ruby Gold, it really can work.
They counter the cheese with a cheese in game number 2. Dewa United looking to come back against a Geek Fam, as we might have a pause here for a second for game number 2. We're gonna make sure that both teams have the same advantage. But yeah, this is usually when you see oh yeah, Ruby and Ling, this is the usual TLID combo back then with Arrow and Shiki, but the difference is usually you want to pair it out with something like an Angela, someone that can boost your sustainability, because it's quite lacking for damage dealers of Dewa United right now. They're really relying on the peel of the Ruby from the Badang and Cho.
They're really banking on the Kimmy as well.
Yeah.
If the Kimmy's farm is optimal, then yeah, perhaps there will be enough damage, but if the Kimmy's under farm, like in game 1, it's gonna be tough for Dewa United.
It really is gonna be tough.
How about maybe on the Ruby though? This is not the usual maybe pick.
First time on Ruby. First time on a pick that's like utility based.
And it's a bit missing out on the potential carry from the maybe. We know that he's really good on the Harith, really good on the carry heroes. And they ban out all of those in game number 1 and 2. The Granger and the Harith.
Yep.
He's forced on a hero that, so far from what we've seen in MPL Indonesia, it's not really his typical style. It's really relying on how good Fans is on the Ling.
Really trying to think about it here. What will be the playstyle? I think for Dewa, then neutral objective will be important. See, this is the thing about why we usually... I gotta think about it. Because usually for TLID, they just bank on the Ling.
Yeah.
They go Angela.
Yeah.
And then, like, it is literally just a composition to play for Ling.
Yeah.
This is more of a Ling and Kimmy. Will they be able to fight Turtle 1 and win it out?
Just trade. You know, Ling, I think the wisest move is just look for a trade instead of contesting.
I don't know if the trade will work though. Do they have enough die potential? That's the reason the Moskov is really, really good right now, right? The Moskov is so good in gold because it's a great weak side. As long as you don't get pressured early, especially Chidera, he will never look to actually fight against a Ruby. He'll just look to a last hit and then wait. Neutral objective is where I'm putting my sights on. Because if Geek Fam get the neutral objective win with the Fanny and then they snowball out of control, it'll be game 1, but even faster. They all gotta fight, I think. Turtle 1 will be a big... It's either Turtle 1 or both teams look to go bot.
Okay. Okay, I see your point. But I feel like, yeah, it's a Ling versus Fanny, so I believe the scenario will be Ling starting the Turtle first, and then Fanny will look for an angle to try to take over or look for that steal. And that is where the cover comes from. Let's see though.
Resuming the game right away in the mid lane, and Aboy and Poloski taking some heat, but he still has Revitalize.
Good sustainability with a Revitalize there, but why is that knocked up again? All G in the grand scheme of things.
Emblem check here by IndieHome. Maybe the fatal for Vance. Everything looks pretty normal. Again, the Master Assassin down below as well suggests that he wants to just go.
My goodness. No Revitalize this time, but Aloyski will fall, and that's going to be Octa drawing first blood.
I thought Make is just going to follow through in the bottom lane.
This is the thing about the Ruby too, though. It's very, very safe. But hey, if Chidera can actually hold this lane like this, freeze it out down below, maybe he won't be able to get kill pressure, nor will he be able to participate in Turtle 1. Dewa want to group up as fast as possible. That's the strat with the Ruby Gold. Ruby just gets level 4, and then he rotates for Turtle 1 together with the team. If Chidera wins, now that's another way to just deal the blow to this win con of Dewa.
Speaking of win con, Geek Fam, if things does not work out in the early game, they can still play the usual geekable strategy in Chidera though. With the Moskov and all, they have a lot of things in their bag to pull out here against Dewa United. So far, 1 kill though for Dewa United. They're leading by a hairbreadth.
This is going to be a big fight, ladies and gentlemen. This is the calm before the storm. For both teams, a big snowball. Rez,
You're looking for the poke. That's a fist crack as well. It's going to be a, oh my goodness, revitalized clutch one. Moisa will be the one who falls. Rez flickers out of danger. That's going to be GeekFam actually initiating the turtle.
The Sage saving the day for GeekFam with the revitalize. That was huge. And now, turtle number 1, Vance is already eyeing for the steal.
Uh-oh, let's see. Rez takes a lot of heat and will fall. Vance though. Oh, Tempest Blade, a boy goes down. This is the fans we know. Beloyski now, very low, no revitalize AOG to his death. Dewa United with the response.
As expected, the big gamble on Turtle. Make it!
Oh my goodness. He stole it the first game, he wasn't able to this time.
Well, the plan is working so far for Dewa United. Octa already got 2 kills early in this game. That's a boost, and if he wants to go Sky Piercer, this might be a better time than game number 1.
Oh, it's a very good time now. He has 2 kills in the early game. He has a 1,000 gold lead and a turtle as well for survivability. This is as good as it gets for the Kimi in the early game. And we gotta think about it this way. GeekFam, they actually had the winning condition earlier. They were able to win out in the early brawl, like in the mid lane, getting the Badang up top and getting a kill onto Mueza. Chidera was able to stop maybe from rotating towards the neutral objective as well. So everything kind of lined up, and still, it wasn't enough for them to secure the neutral objective, nor was it enough for them to actually win in the team fight. So, for GeekFam, they gotta start thinking about the next course of action down below.
On towards Chidera, way up Dragon with the Purify. That's gonna be Chidera trying to hold on, but with the Tempest of Blade locking him down, he will fall. Beloyski wasn't able to assist his teammate Chidera, taken down the first time in this game.
Good rotation coming in from fans and crew. They did the same thing that GeekFam did in the first game, just pretty much pouncing on the gold lane in the Moskov early game.
Yeah, Rez is practically unkillable in the ganks too, so he acts as a very, very good weak side if they all want to play for the bottom lane, which they certainly do. With a Ruby, kill pressure. Oh, Makits!
Makits looking for an angle on towards Vance! He will not find it! What the heck? Almost. But it's not enough.
Did he get the purple? Yes!
He did, he did.
He did, that's a W! NET of the week!
Really well played from Makits. This is what we were thinking. Dewa United, they've gotten everything they needed. A turtle in the early game, a kill down below onto the weak side on Chidera. The purple buff gets taken out, and now it pretty much derails a lot of that early game snowball win con that Dewa have been planning to just utilize.
I mean, I gotta say, I didn't really see Makits coming. It looks like a boy using Kuchiyose and summoning Makits out of nowhere. Looking like Deidara with the birds. Now, out of lane.
Beloyski misses the AOG, but the I'm offended doesn't land as well. Looking for the turret, maybe. Doped on. Looking for the buying time. That's going to be maybe surviving, but the turret goes down. But GeekFam will trade the turtle for the turret.
It's an okay trade for GeekFam. It's the best that they could get at this point of the game. Again, Chidera is not strong enough to be left alone, and the turtle will be a 50-50. So now GeekFam decide, you know what? Let's not contest for it. Let's not gamble on the turtle. We won in the purple buff. We can play around this Fanny having more kill pressure than Ling for a while. But now Chidera is in a tough spot.
Boy's there though.
Beloyski is here. Looking for perhaps more info on the whereabouts of Dewa United members, and Dewa United, they will disengage.
That should be a W for GeekFam. They can play this game as long as they want, especially with Chidera there. There's a lot of long lane options here for both. There's a Ling, there's a Fanny, there's a Moskov. So, in the late game, Mirko, I would probably assume that GeekFam has an advantage here over Dewa.
Yeah. In the late... man.
The Kimi, right?
I don't know. Yeah, the Kimi. but the Moskov, the outplay potential on the Moskov or the reliability of the Kimmy is definitely what I'm thinking about right now, because the Moskov in the late game can 1v1 the Ling in the side lane. The Kimmy cannot go into the side lane alone. So they will have a stronger 5v5, but Geekfam will have stronger lanes.
Oh, Makeit's gotta be careful. They touch and they go.
Still want to go though. Make it still staying. Chidera once again. Feels like every time Chidera plays on a Moskov, it's just they're trying to think how to give Chidera the best time to take turrets and the long lanes, and that's pretty much the win condition every time they use it.
Even though, good reaction there from a boy to deny the potential engage from Weza.
I was about to say, even on the Claude, it's not just the Moskov. On the Claude as well, he'll look to split push. The only reason he didn't in that game previously is because he just won out the lane with the help of Helkert. But you can see Moskov already pushing up top. Ling sent to deal with it, so Geekfam have a bit of prio to play with while Ling is up top and still hasn't taken purple.
Only cursive side so far for Chidera, which is just trying to still stack up the items and still pushing the long lane. Chidera can go in the teamfight any time that they want, and even if Geekfam concedes on this turtle, you'll still get a trade.
Turtle number 3 so far, perfect for Dewa United. But again, like I said, Dewa United really good in 5v5s, but in the side lane, it's gonna be really tough to go up against Chidera. Van's still up top.
Let's see, Gauss with the engage. Free hitting in the back lanes! That's maybe with the engage as well. That's gonna be AOG defensively. Makeit's finding the turtle. Makeit's looking for a body, perhaps he will find Vans. That's an equal trade for now, but Dewa United, what happened?
They lose out the trades meanwhile. Chidera is gonna be the target, but he knows something's going.
Oh no, Chidera locked down. Octa finds the unstoppable.
Good conceal from Dewa.
Now it's equal. Earlier, I would have said that was an outright win for Geekfam. They got the turtle, they got a kill on Vans, and it was a 4v5. But now that Chidera got picked off, yeah, it's a bit more equal. But I would still say that Geekfam got a little bit more value out of that. Octa is the only one leading right now, and the rest of Geekfam are still holding on. And this threat that Chidera poses on the side lane will only grow. He was 0-1, now 0-2, up against Ling, and Vans wasn't able to 1v1 him. He was brought up top. Dewa need to stay decisive. They either need to give up on the turtle or give up on the tower. They were trying to play for both, and it ended up hurting them. This is again a mistake that was exploited, I think, early on in the weeks by RRQ when they had Chip. Dewa wanted to defend, but they also wanted to contest turtle. And in the end, it was a Chip shortcut into a base clear. Vance.
It's a blade. Defensively, no purple again for Vance.
And Lured is coming on in 40 seconds, so if they want to fight it against a Ling that does not have a purple, it would be a good time for Geekfam as, look at that, Chidera is still trying to, that's his ninja way, man. Splitting up on his own as a lone wolf.
Makeit's so clinical on the Fanny. Van's really struggling even to get his own purple buff. That's why I really didn't think the Ling would have been the best choice here. And it also kind of seems like Baby isn't really fully comfortable on the pick. He wasn't participating in the first few neutral objective fights that could have been much more than just a turtle. And we gotta remember that Geekfam in the end kind of has a better late game in a way because they can play in the side lane. Dewa,
Weza caught. The all-in from Geekfam, Weza will fall. And Dewa United, they will have to fight the Lord potentially with just 4.
This is where the experience matters. This is where how many games do you have in MPL ID really matters, because so far Geekfam feels like they're always like 2 steps ahead of Dewa United. They're just forced to respond. Chidera in the top lane finds response. They want to go for the Lord, then Dewa United responds. They're playing a really passive game here with the Ruby.
Hold up. Lord. It's all about the purple now, I feel, for Geekfam, right? They either trade the Lord by blitzing it, or they don't. Interesting choice from Geekfam. They decide to send Chidera up top back again to play on the side.
That's where he lives.
Oh, Weza finds a way of dragon though. That's gonna be Beloyski popping the revitalize just to buy time. He will fall regardless. Van's looking for an angle. That's a catches OD, locking maybe down, and God will secure the kill. Makeit's looking for an angle, finds the double kill, looking for the triple. Octa though still has the flicker.
Call him Air Makeit's the hang time that this guy had. 2 kills, or 3 at the time for Geek Fam, as this might be a freebie once again for the Geeks.
Oh, it will be. It won't be contested at all by Dewa United. There's no chance they do. They'll get a trade up top, but it's a tier 1, and it's with minions. Man, Geek Fam are playing it so well. Really just reacting, like you said, to every move that Dewa are making. Well, Dewa have been the ones reacting to Geek Fam movements, and now the time that they decide to go in, they go in on Beloyski. This is why, I think for Dewa, they are lost. Like, yes, you want a 5v5, but not like that. You don't want to start things up by going onto Beloyski, using all your resources? Res, Fist Crack, Way of the Dragon, and the I'm Offended. Then what are you going to use on Make-It? What are you going to use on Chidera? Dewa seem very lost.
Seems like they're tilting.
And I think it's always a bad fight when a boy and Chidera didn't even use the Purify at that fight.
Because they didn't need to. Again now on Gobs.
Oh, what a stun.
That's a good stop there. Now it's going to be Gauss flickering out. Moisa, oh my goodness, Beloyski, what an engage. But Octa deals enough damage. Naked locks him down, but Chidera is free hitting. He finds a double, finds a shutdown. And that's Chidera finding the Maniac fans. Will he be able to make the clear? But that's going to be Chidera with no, oh my goodness, to deny. But regardless, Geek Fam, they find the base, and that's a clean sweep from the Geeks.
Super clean. And mind you, Make-It's, as a Fanny, a hero that really prone to making errors. 2 games, 0, nada, no deaths at all. No Edo Tensei needed for this jungler. He is a monster in the making.
He really is, man. Again, Chidera's crazy with it. Make-It's a mad lad. Beloyski has again created the monsters that he had in the past. We thought maybe that was a one-off, you know, Beloyski creating Luke, Niall, the star power of a boy and Chidera. And now we have another in the jungle, and this might just be the best jungler that Geek Fam has ever seen in their own lineup. It was Niall before, for sure, making it to M5. But Make-It's is putting on a show.
It really is, and they're still hiding Kenziski as a 6-man. The potential of this team. Sky is the limit for Geek Fam, and it is Santai bro Santai always for these people. And look at that, the AOG was so good, it forced the Tempest of Blade from fans, and he had no resources of damage to be able to burst down pretty much anyone from Geek Fam. They erase, or Beloyski erased fans' presence.
For sure, Geek Fam did really well, Sheffin, but I gotta say, that was more on Mueza.
Oh my goodness. Let's see what they have to say though on the stage with Bude, Clara, Mongstar. It's your time.
Dan Geek Fam kembali bisa mendapatkan jalan ninja mereka di leg yang kedua. Bahkan bukan dengan 2-1 namun dengan 2-0. Kemenangan yang semakin terlihat kuat untuk tim Geek Fam. Baloy, minggu ke-7 sudah melawan Dewa lagi. Terakhir ketemu di minggu 4. Kalian berhasil kayaknya memperkuat diri kalian atau bikin Dewa semakin lemah di hadapan kalian?
Enggak sih, bedanya soalnya kan kayak kemarin kan kayak tujuan kita cuman playoffs kan. Terus kayak tiba-tiba dapat semangat karena tahap 2 jadi mau upper juga. Jadi ya lebih semangat aja.
Jadi makin ngegas ya?
Iya.
Sekarang terlihat dari tujuan Geek Fam bukan hanya playoff. Sekarang lebih tinggi lagi, berada di top 2 ingin mempertahankan berarti posisi ini Baloy.
Betul bedanya.
Nah, mempertahankannya ini berarti kan kita tahu di minggu 7, 8, 9 kalian harus semakin kuat ya. Apakah ini kalian di match ini udah menunjukkan kekuatan kalian nih, Loy?
Bisa dibilang iya, tapi gue yakin masih banyak lah yang bisa di-improve.
Oke, jadi happy banget. Tapi bentar ya, Budi juga penasaran di sini. Langsung aja kepada Jiraya, sudah punya murid baru di Geek Fam. Ada Gobs dan juga Make-It. Ini kan Baloy terkenal jadi seorang Jiraya. Dia mengajarkan, dia membimbing. Kamu sebagai salah satu yang menjadi mungkin keluarga baru Geek Fam. Gimana sih kamu ngelihat mungkin kemajuan dari dirimu dan juga Geek Fam? Di bawah naungan ada Geek Fam dan juga Baloy.
Ya kalau dari gue sih Baloy sering inilah ngajarin kita lah gitu. Terus kitanya juga mau gitu
Bohong.
Bohong-bohong mulu ya? Serius?
Ya.
Iya, tapi hari ini kayak ngelihat perjalananmu Gops dari kan awal kamu naik sini, lalu sampai minggu ke-7. Gimana sih kamu ngelihatnya? Hasilnya sampai top 2 loh Gops.
Ya kita main aja sih. Kita setiap scrim kita pelajarin apa yang kita main dan kita selalu improve aja.
Selalu improve dan improvementnya bener-bener berasa banget dari Geek Fam, apalagi hari ini yang akhirnya ada yang menggunakan hero yang Budi udah denger sih, terkenal dengan Fanny-nya. Perdana kalah, tadi 2 kali dapat kemenangan, jungler gemoy, make it. Hari ini kamu memainkan Fanny dapat 2 kali. Memang sudah kayak, oke, saatnya kalau dikasih main Fanny nih. Atau gimana nih dengan Fanny-mu, apakah sudah ke plan?
Ya nggak ada sih udah, kaget aja dikasih Fanny, ya udah coba aja.
Coba aja. Tapi Fanny itu salah satu hero signature-mu ya?
Bener,
Gimana? Kenapa nih kamu suka sama hero Fanny?
kalian bisa terbang kan?
Bisa terbang, oke. Tapi hari ini lancar banget ya Fanny-mu. Di 2 game, kamu berhasil mendapatkannya, berhasil ngedapetin kemenangan pula.
Alhamdulillah.
Berarti sempat gemes dong di match di game sebelumnya. Kamu pernah pakai Fanny sekali dan itu belum ngedapetin kemenangan.
Iya itu juga belum rezeki lah Bude.
Hari ini
Baru rezekinya.
baru rezekinya. Namun lawanmu hari ini lawan yang berbeda dari leg pertama. Ada fans yang muncul. Ini banyak yang kaget juga karena tiba-tiba banget ada satu jungler baru yang dimainkan di minggu yang ke-7. 6 minggu nggak main, di minggu ke-7 kamu bertemu dengannya. Gimana, kamu udah pernah ketemu belum sih sebelumnya?
Jago sih dia, udah pernah ketemu juga.
Di Lignas?
Iya bener,
Udah bersama?
udah.
Lalu baru muncul saat melawanmu, memang kalian janjian atau gimana?
Kayaknya dia emang dipreparein lawan aku, jadinya ya udah. Kaget sih dia yang main, kirain Ray. Soalnya Ray itu kayak udah dapat jam terbang kan, dia belum. Jadi ya agak kaget aja fans main.
Oke, dan tidak menyangka bahwa ada lawan baru untukmu. Tapi kamu ngelihat gimana sih, kamu udah ngelawan dua-duanya nih. 2 jungler dari Dewa United.
Ya fans belum dikasih jam terbang aja sih udah, makanya masih kurang lah mainnya. Cuman Ray kan udah dapat jam terbang jadi bisa stabil.
Jadi bisa stabil dan memang kelihatan banget kayak kalau dari jam terbang itu mempengaruhi.
Benar sekali.
Benar sekali. Kalau kamu sekarang kan udah 7 minggu nih make it.
Iya nih Bude.
Jam terbangnya udah jauh banget dong itu.
Belum dong.
Oh belum?
Kan belum juara Bude.
Asik. Jadi sekarang memang tujuan dari make it udah bukan upper bracket, bukan masuk playoff, tapi langsung pengen juara.
Pengen banget.
Pengen banget. Apa nih motivasi tersendiri dari make it kah? Ada dorongan-dorongan dari seseorang kah atau bagaimana?
Ya motivasi aku ya dari awal perjalanan sih udah komit. Emang pengen juara terus.
Emang pengen juara terus, itu. Dan dibuktikan dari tiap matchnya berkembang terus-terusan. Dan benar-benar di sini Cadera di ujung sana. Cadera, wah ada suaranya tadi ya. Masuk loh Mikits. Tapi kalau dilihat di sini Cadera, kamu melawan maybe satu player yang bisa dibilang memang lagi bersinar. Dan kayaknya sekarang udah balik lagi ya. Meta-meta yang unik-unik melawan Ruby Gold Lane kembali. Ruby akan bakal famous lagi kah? Dan gimana sih kamu menghadapi sekarang hero di Gold Lane semakin unik-unik juga?
Nggak tahu ya kenapa dia pick Ruby. Mungkin karena ini sih, karena lawan Fanny juga. Terus mereka udah ada hitter turret kayak Kimi. Mungkin ya itu strat dari Dewa. Tapi mungkin buat meta Factor di God Lane kemungkinan ada sih, tapi nggak tahu kapan. Harusnya ada sih nantinya.
Makin kompleks berarti nih ya, MPL Indonesia, MPL semuanya dengan patch terbaru ini. Tapi kamu seneng gak sih dengan sekarang meta yang lumayan sulit untuk dibaca, mendapatkan hero yang unik-unik?
Seru lah, itu kan nama juga MPL, harus kasih yang seru-seru lah.
Kasih yang seru-seru, tapi di top tuh seru gak sih Cadera?
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. Tapi ketika berada di posisi atas, kalian punya mindset yang berbeda atau punya vibes, treatment yang berbeda gak sih untuk di tim Geek Fam?
Buat treatment sih gak ada ya, tapi kalau vibes-nya lebih lebih enak aja gitu loh. Vibes-nya di top 2.
lebih enak, lebih nyaman. Tapi makin banyak tim yang akan ngelihat posisi kalian loh. Makin akan melihat dari segi mungkin kalau Balo yang bisa jawab ya. Strategi akan dibaca, hal-hal lainnya akan menjadi sasaran nih dari tim-tim lain.
Bagus dong buat playoffs. Soalnya kalau kita dibacakan di regular season terus kelar kita bisa belajar buat nanti di playoff udah susah dibaca.
Dan mungkin bener juga ya. Walaupun bisa dibaca belum tentu bisa menanggapi. Seperti Hellcurtmu akhirnya berhasil loh. Muncul dan lancar nih. Ini ada apa Hellcurt tiba-tiba muncul?
Tiba-tiba pengen aja sih sebenarnya nggak pernah main di Scrim Week ini. Tapi ya gue lihat hero musuhnya kayak gue pede banget. Tapi pas main agak tremor sih sebenarnya.
Agak tremor dikit.
Iya, dikit.
Dikit, karena pertama kemarin sempat gagal.
Iya, soalnya jelek kan kemarin.
Tapi sekarang udah makin.
Iya, belum sih. Nanti bakal keluar lagi sebagus gimana.
Wih, bakal kali untuk nextnya kan karena nextnya, wah lawan kalian yang ada di atas kalian nih. Nextnya akan melawan RRQ, tim yang berada di nomor 1 cukup lama dari awal sampai akhir kayaknya. Akankah sampai akhir? Atau jadi tantangan nih, kalian pengen geser?
Kalau menang kita lawan mereka kan tetap number 1 kan mereka. Tapi ya semoga kita bisa menang lawan mereka ya. Biar upper bracket kita makin tinggi dan ya semangat kan kalahin number 1 ya enak lah. Kalau kak.
Challenge gak sih kayak ngelihat idok yang di musim lalu dan di musim ini?
Iya dia improve sih emang. Kayak gue ada beberapa habit yang gue lihat dia dan terus gue apply sama gue juga ada juga gitu. Jadi kayak semua role harus belajar. Ya, ada beberapa lah sama idok juga.
Wow, jadi saling mempelajari dan saling mengimplementasikan dan terus mengembangkan permainan dari setiap matchnya, dari setiap player.
Iya, ya bagusnya apa gitu diambil.
Keren banget ya ternyata. Jadi saling belajar satu sama lain.
Iya.
Dan kalau itu mungkin dari Baloy, kalau dari Aboy, ada Baloy, ada Aboy, dan ngelihat next match, Boy, masa biasa aja? Ada terbakar sesuatu nggak sih? Udah ada di top 2 nih Boy.
Panas sih mau coba kalahin top 1.
Coba kalahin top 1. Dan apa ini mungkin yang kamu lakukan, kamu siapkan untuk melawan top 1-nya?
Lanjutin aja sih gameplay kita yang biasa aja, nggak usah fokus sama musuhnya.
Tapi menurut Aboy sendiri gameplay kali ini sudah cukup kuat?
Belum sih, masih bisa improve lagi.
1 sampai 10? Gameplay kalian tuh berapa sih? Budi pengen tahu nih standar kalian tuh misalnya 10 terbaik, kalian ada di berapa sekarang?
Masih 7.
Masih 7.
Masih bisa lebih improve banyak sih.
Wow, dan kita melihat improvement dari Geek Fam sudah sangat banyak, namun itu belum maksimal. Mereka masih bisa lebih kuat lagi. Jalan ninja mereka masih terbuka lebar untuk menjadi tim teratas. Namun sekarang Geek Fam Unity sambutlah kemenangan dari tim Geek Fam.
One more W for the fams.
One
and
more.
You know what? I'm not trying to be very optimistic here, but there is a slight chance of them going up in the standings. If, you know, if RQ lost to EVOS or loses to EVOS, then it's RQ versus Geek Fam in Sunday.
There you go.
If they beat them, you know, it might happen.
Yeah.
Just
I'm gonna
saying
give it
might
for the
happen.
Geeks today, and yeah, I think actually that's a possibility. Yeah. Right. What are their records right now, RQ?
They are
8-1?
8-1.
8-1.
8-2. Sorry,
8-2.
after losing to Onyx, I forgot the Onyx.
Yeah, I
loss.
forgot that BTR part there. But
Interesting.
But yeah, 8-2.
Oh my goodness. Okay. We're gonna see the crucial moments for a second here first though in that game, and it was actually a pretty good fight from Teo United with the stuns to the fist crack, but the AOG from Beloy and Chidera just he doesn't care, man.
He really doesn't.
He's playing on his own.
Makits is just so good on the Fanny, and we again saw this already, right? It was just unfortunate that he was picked off in that one game on the Fanny, and then they decided to stop on the Fanny for the day. But he was still really, really good, and to be fair, Dewa also really dropped the ball here. They had a composition to counter the Fanny, but here, this is might be a mind blower, a mind shocker to you guys. If you use all your resources, even on the Fanny counters, it's not a Fanny counter anymore. Wow.
Oh, man.
So if you go Kufra against the Fanny, but you use Bouncing Ball before the Fanny even appears, you can't counter the Fanny. That's a shocker, I think, to Dewa United here, because what were they doing? All inning on the Gatot Gacha, man.
Yeah.
Obviously, Makit's gonna just have a field day, and we saw how happy he was, man. Able to just go all around the board. And this has been a common thing. Yes, for Dewa in the early game, it's good. Going on the frontliners is good in the early game. Why? Because you can still afford to do it. You know, the frontliner won't always be tanky enough to soak in all the damage, all the resources for them to turn it around. Here, we already got a glimpse of that, right? Oh, you go on Gobs. You can still be revitalized to save him, but they were able to recover. Here, it should have been already Dewa understanding the case of, okay, going for the frontliners might not be the best. They went for the bottom lane. They were able to shut down Chidera very early on as well. Everything looked like it was prime condition for Dewa United, but then we just didn't get to see them commit onto neutral objectives. Bans. What was the call for Dewa? I think there were just so many miscalculations, so many miscommunications, and so many misexecutions from Dewa United. If they wanted to contest Turtle, Bans should have never been up top. If they didn't want to contest Turtle, then they should have never engaged on that skirmish. And then we just saw the hesitation from Dewa across the board. They were never splitting. Maybe he was playing more like a marksman than he was on a Ruby, right? The only time he grouped up on the Turtle was Turtle number 2 earlier that we saw when Vans wasn't participating. Here, this was the big mistake of the whole team using all their lockdown on Gatot Gacha. Here we see it again. It's crazy how many times we get to see this, but it is what it is, you know? Rez was the only guy who saved his resources for Maykids, but by that time, his whole team was wiped. It was unfortunate. Rez had the better idea, though, saving the ult. Weza didn't. He went in for, I believe, Gobs, which was even worse than the Gatot, because if you go in on Gatot, at least the Gatot won't be able to kind of save himself. He can only AOG. If he gets Chain CC, he'll die. But if you engage on Gobs, Gatot's just gonna go AOG and revitalize, and then Gobs will have Primal Wrath, so it's even harder to pick up the Edith over the Gatot Gacha.
I feel like a lot of times Dewa United also forgot the global presence of these two heroes, the Fanny and also the Moskov, bringing the resources on towards Beloy. And I forgot what I'm gonna say earlier. Oh, the fact that Makis was able to secure the opponent's blue buff 2 times. You know, 2 times. First time, you might want to think, you know what? When Fans is taking the purple buff, you might want to guard him for a while. But they didn't learn. Now, I don't know if this is a case for Makis' brilliance, or is it like Dewa's lackluster defense on the defense of purple buff?
I think it was just a pure retry battle diff a lot of times, right?
Wait.
Because, yeah, Dewa could...
was only 2k.
Yeah. No, this is not...
Oh.
You're looking at different stats here, brother.
My bad.
Yes, sir. This game was pretty good for Geek Fam again. It was a retry battle.
Yeah.
Vance was able to win out the first turtle, I guess. But that's it. Like the other times where it was a pure retry battle, in game 1, 50-50, gone on the Lucas. In this game, for the purple buff, I don't think he won a single retry battle on purple, unfortunately, and Makits was just able to capitalize. I wonder why they decided to play Vans so late into the season. Because it's not like their season is over. They still have a shot at making it to playoffs. And they decide to experiment now. This
but I feel like
has to be studied.
I feel like they need a change.
Was the change in the coaching staff not enough?
Okay.
I thought Ray was good. I don't think Ray was the problem. You know, like, even if we want to try to look for a scapegoat, look for someone to blame, I think Ray was the least of their problems.
And you have a pretty solid...
He was the guy doing good.
You know, solid cornerstone. Octa is pretty decent. Maybe has been amazing as a rookie this season. So, the change on the jungle is a bit weird.
Questionable.
Maybe we can question them after this with the turn up. But yeah.
Side reporter.
Dewa United, man. what's the plan from now on? Do they just concede the season just like Navi, or still want to just fight? Is fans still going to be the lineup?
This is going to sound very harsh, but if that's what they decide to do, experiment in week 7, we only have 2 more weeks with them having a solid shot at the playoffs still, then I don't think they're going to make it to playoffs. I think, again, it's over if they continue to do this.
Well, Eterna is there to ask Dewa United what's going on in the lineup. What's going on?
Thank you casters, ada Eterna di sini di Backrooms bersama Super Awat. Halo Awat.
Halo.
Ketemu lagi nih di Backrooms. Gimana tadi matchnya?
Nggak seru.
Nggak seru?
Nggak seru.
Iya aku juga ngerasa nggak seru.
Emang.
Aku dapat jersey gratis Dewa nggak? Oh nggak gitu ya konsepnya?
Nggak tahu tuh.
Oke, kita lanjut serius lagi. Oke, 2-0 melawan Geek hari ini. Gimana tuh?
Ngerasanya sih anak-anak nggak pede aja sih main.
Oh, berarti faktor confidence-nya ya yang mungkin kurang hari ini.
Iya.
Kenapa?
Nggak tahu sih. Sebenarnya di scrim kita ngelawan hero sama-sama aja sih kayak kita lepas kayak gini. Cuman nggak tahu kenapa hasilnya jadi kayak gini, dan di scrim kita main oke-oke aja dan menang-menang aja. Ya mungkin anak-anak kurang confident aja sih sebenarnya.
Mungkin confident secara mengerucut ke Geek atau secara general
Ya
confidence?
mungkin karena ngelawan Geek kali ya.
Lawan Geek.
Mungkin.
Kenapa ngelawan Geek confidence-nya bisa tergoyahkan gitu?
Mungkin karena game 1 kali ya tadi ya, karena ketemu HC, karena di scrim jarang ketemu HC mungkin ya, itu doang sih.
Oke. Terus hari ini kita melihat ada perubahan roster sedikit nih dari sisi Dewa United. Tiba-tiba gak tahu dari mana tiba-tiba Vans masuk. Kenapa tiba-tiba bisa menurunkan Vans di jungle? Apakah menurut kalian ada kelemahan di sisi junglernya mungkin untuk Dewa United selama ini?
Kita nurunin Vans ya karena ngelihat hasil scrim juga kan. Dan kita ngelihat lumayan bagus dan lebih banyak lah. Kita bisa main hero pool lebih banyak.
Oh, jadi dia lebih fleksibel sebenarnya. I see. Oke. Coming back kepada drafts. Game 1 lepas Fanny. Game kedua lepas Fanny, tapi kita melihat ada sedikit perubahan. Ada Ruby di gold lane. Dan juga ada Chow plus Badang gitu. Jadi terlihat seperti komposisi yang pengen banget nge-shutdown. Plus ada Link juga. Harusnya works kan?
Harusnya works. Itu di scrim kita works banget.
Berarti balik lagi ke confidence anak-anak yang kurang.
Kurang.
Jadi nanti Watt hari ini akan balik ke GH. Kamu akan bilang apa ke anak-anak?
Ya, match hari ini ya pelajaran lah buat mereka sebenarnya. Sebenarnya sebelum datang ke sini pada pede banget. Cuman nggak tahu kenapa di stage jadi kayak gini mainnya. Cuman paling pas balik, palingan ntar adalah marah-marah dikit.
Marah-marah dikit?
Dikit.
Contohin dong, gimana sih marah-marah? Nggak boleh ya?
Nggak bisa marah-marah aku.
Oh, jadi yang biasanya marah-marah di GH siapa sih?
Adalah banyak pasti. Pasti pada debat pasti.
Debat yang sehat. Untuk memperbaiki performa Dewa United nih. Ya kan, karena sekarang udah di nomor 7 di standings. Gimana sih cara Dewa bisa bounce back dari nomor 7 ini?
Ya itu sih sebenarnya confident anak-anak sih yang diperluin kalau pas di stage. Soalnya pas di scrim kita ngelawan misalnya, kita bocoran dikit lah, ngelawan Aurora, ngelawan siapa Liquid, itu masih bisa kita imbangin dengan roster yang sekarang dipakai.
Wah itu berarti tim-tim papan atas PH dong ya? Liquid masih bisa ngimbangin? Oke. Berarti ada mungkin pesan untuk anak Dewa yang sudah mendukung sampai titik ini?
Buat anak Dewa terus dukung kita dan jangan lupa kasih energi kalian juga buat anak-anak. Tetap dukung kita terus maupun menang ataupun kalah. Kita bakal ngasih usaha yang terbaik buat kalian.
Thank you so much Watt, good luck. Semoga bisa membantu membangkitkan confidence dari anak-anak juga. Dan good luck untuk match berikutnya.
Oke, thank you.
Alright, terima kasih semuanya. Jadi kita akan langsung aja kembali kepada casters, silakan.
There was some interesting answers to say the least from Watt, and we got a brief leakage of what happened in the scrims for Dewa United. If you didn't know Indonesian at the time, Watt said that they were doing fine. They can actually be competitive against Aurora or Liquid PH. But and scrims.
Yeah. I don't know. They literally just dropped some team names there, which is interesting. But
oh man, maybe that's their ninja way.
Maybe it is, man. Be ninja, be legendary. Are you part of the crew?
Are you a ninja?
Are you a ninja?
You gotta believe it.
Lugrako.
Date bayo.
Date bayo. Come and join here. You guys can still get all the skins and one for free. Gara is going to be up for free if you continue to play the game and claim those daily missions. You can get the fourth Hokage drip for your player icon, for your player avatar in the party.
Yes, sir.
You can get the Gaara skin, the emotes that you see on your screen as well. There's Tsunade right there, there's Hinata, Madara, obviously the Lord, and Deidara.
Well, I guess, why Deidara? Is it like the art is bomb or like bomb is art good? Like what's the voice line here?
I actually don't know. I gotta check it out. I haven't gone it myself.
Yeah, well, if we're talking about the lore, Deidara is a pretty odd choice here, but I guess it's pretty iconic.
He's just the bomb.
The bomb.
He's the bomb.
Do you know who Deidara is, Connie? The tongue.
Yeah, the guy who has hands everywhere.
Yeah, that's gotta be, that's handy, right? You might want to eat someone's food, just.
Yep, you can steal it away. As
You know?
easy as that. But you guys can support your favorite clan, your ninja clan, by scanning the QR code on the screen and choosing your top ninja clan. Win a limited edition MLBB X Naruto action figure. What?
Who did you vote for?
Hey, Uchiha all the way,
Hey,
man.
that's my boy.
Uchiha all the way,
What
brother.
about
To
you?
be fair though, I do have red hair. Maybe I should be more Uzumaki.
Oh, what about you, Chef? I mean, Senju, Uzumaki, Uchiha. Is there a third choice? I actually haven't opened this page right here.
I think it's only Senju, Uzumaki, Uchiha.
There's Uzumaki and Senju is different?
Uzumaki and Senju is different, yes.
Ah. What's the Senju clan again?
Hashirama,
first and second.
Tobirama,
Yeah.
first and second. Lord first, Lord second.
Ah, sir. What's the... So Senju is Asura.
Senju is Hashirama and Tobirama. Yeah.
So the
Hashira
two
was
guys.
before the clans, I think.
It's interesting. So Naruto, Sasuke, and Hashirama and Tobirama. Huh. That's an interesting
Yeah,
choice.
yeah.
Sure.
Uzumaki, Uchiha, and Senju, yes.
Maybe I'll pick
Oh, there's a
Uchiha.
Hyuga as well.
Huh?
There's a Hyuga as well.
Oh, there's Hyuga. Are you Hyuga? Do you have
Maybe
a Byakugan?
Maybe Hyuga. You know?
Why? Because you want Hinata?
Ooh. I like Hinata.
Then you want to be something else. Is it same clan? Can be with same clan?
Nah, I think Hinata is alright.
Alright.
Hyuga is the best.
Hyuga is the best. There you go. What about you guys? Choose your clan now. Scan the QR code earlier.
Oh, we have a lot more matches to come though. This one. Match number 2, that is BTR versus Team Liquid ID. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned to the stream.
Ya, aku bareng. Ulang dong.
Gak perlu.
Guys, review.
Walau yang lain terus berubah, Gope konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Tagihan murah, di aplikasi Gope transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
hari tanpa mabar, main ngelek kerap buat ku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Get flash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Pin stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Games Max, makin-makin no debat.
Games Max Booster, kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the auction of the century. I hope you brought your checkbooks and your wits tonight. Let's start the bidding!
The rapid dragon in agile fashion. We jump into action, dashing. Perspectives are clashing. Oh, oh, oh. We're taking on the fight. Jump into the showdown till justice is found. Transform into battle now. Judgment's gavel coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah, fighting for the justice no matter what we do. Three perspectives sharing one objective. Yeah, everybody's fighting for the truth.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。椿ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。やかましい奴らだ。 俺に任せてもらった。四代目他を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。シャンナラ背中合わせで行くわよ。
Ya, aku merem. Ulang dong.
Gak perlu.
Guys, review.
Walau yang lain terus berubah, Gope konsisten, kasihnya pasti murah. Tagihan murah di aplikasi Gope, gratis transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Rasa baru makin seru. Pertama di Indonesia, kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good day Groovy Cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main nge-lag, kerap buatku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tim stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Games Max Booster, kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the auction of the century. I hope you brought your checkbooks and your wits tonight. Let's start the bidding!
The rapid dragon in agile fashion. We jump into action, dashing. Perspectives are clashing. Oh, 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 we're taking on the fight. Jump into the showdown till justice is found. Transform into battle now. Judgment's gavel coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah, fighting for the justice no matter what we do. Three perspectives sharing one objective. Yeah. Everybody's fighting for the truth. Justice calls.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。内巻ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。 力は俺に任せて。もらった。四代目他にを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
Ya, aku merem. Ulang dong.
Gak perlu.
Guys, review.
Walau yang lain terus berubah, Gope konsisten, kasihnya pasti murah. Tagihan murah, di aplikasi Gope, gratis transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Rasa baru makin seru. Pertama di Indonesia, kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good day groovy cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main nge-lag, kerap buatku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tim stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Games Max Booster, kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the auction of the century. I hope you brought your checkbooks and your wits tonight. Let's start the bidding!
The rapid dragon in agile fashion. We jump into action, dashing. Perspectives are clashing. Oh, 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 we're taking on the fight. Jump into the showdown till justice is found. Transform into battle now. Judgment's gavel coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah, fighting for the justice no matter what we do. Three perspectives sharing one objective, yeah.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。 ここは俺に任せて。もらった。4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。シャンナラ今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
Ya, aku merem. Ulang dong.
Gak perlu.
Guys, review.
Live from MPL Arena, Jakarta, MPL Indonesia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Supported by Esports Federation of Indonesia. Presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet GoPay. Official sponsor Head and Shoulders. Official coffee Good Day. We own this.
Siap-siap, let's go. Kita bakal surprisein karena ada yang ulang tahun di tim Liquid ID. Let's go, kita langsung. Bah! Nut net net, nut net net, nut net net. Hari ini, weh, happy birthday Widi. Widi happy birthday, happy birthday. Woo! Ini. Udah dibawain langsung dari coachnya. Tiupin. Bentar, biasa yang ulang tahun kan kalau tiup lilin kasih wish. Wishnya apa nih?
Wishnya lebih konsisten aja sih, terus kita bisa improve bareng.
Ini ulang tahunmu loh, wishnya tetap untuk tim Liquid?
Iya dong, kan masih terikat di tim Liquid, jadi apapun kejadiannya harus buat Liquid.
Waduh, ini udah berseason-season ulang tahun sama mereka udah berapa kali berarti nih?
Iya udah 2 tahun sih, 2 kali lah.
Udah 2 tahun bersama mereka, ada tradisi-tradisi sesuatu nggak kalau ulang tahun?
Nggak ada sih, gimana? Ngapain?
Bentar, ini biasa kalau ulang tahun disurprisein nggak sih?
Biasanya nyurprisinnya nggak ada surprise.
Surprise-nya nggak ada surprise. Hey, kalian Aaron kamu kasih kado apa buat Pak Guru?
Kemenangan hari ini.
Wow, berarti masih rencana ya kadonya ya?
Udah pasti dong.
Weh, Fabian ngasih kado apa Fabian?
Sama dong.
Weh, yes, sama.
Sama.
Ini gak ada yang mau modal gitu kasih kado sesuatu, kamu gak kepengen sesuatu gitu? Aran kamu mau kasih kado apa nih? Hey.
Gak ada, gue gak suka.
Ini, hah?
Gak ada.
Ya ampun gak ada. Ini dari coach sendiri bagaimana?
Kasih yang terbaik aja.
Serius kamu gak kepengen apa-apa?
Pengennya paling naik gaji.
Aduh. Kodan. Tapi Widi, ini kan kayak dirayain di MPL bersama dengan kawan-kawan. Jujur aja. Lebih happy pas bersama kawan-kawan apa mungkin di tempat lain?
Gimana ya? Biasa aja sih.
Oh, biasa aja. Ini kan tahun ke-19. Ini anak-anak ini super hiperaktif ya hari ini ya. Hari ini ada yang beda kah karena ulang tahunmu?
Emang lagi unik aja mereka.
Lagi unik aja. Oke, kalau di rumah sebelum bersama mereka ada tradisi sesuatu nggak pas ulang tahun?
Gak ada sih, cuma paling apa ya? Tiba-tiba HBD.
Semoga menang hari ini.
Happy birthday, Christian Widi. Selamat atas kenaikan umurnya yang ke-19. Semoga jadi pribadi yang lebih baik dan dilancarkan semua urusannya. Amin. Yeay.
Udah gitu aja. Kalau dari coach juga, ini kuenya siapa yang bakal makan di sini? Semuanya? Fabian. Kyo, kamu belum ngasih tahu kadonya mau apa nih?
Kasih semangat doang udah.
Kadonya gitu ya tim Liquid ya. Oke, jadi kalau bersama-sama up untuk Widi. Jadi hari ini tim Liquid akan
menang melawan Bigetron Esports.
Leg 1 kalah, leg kedua
menang.
Guys, ada Naruto di sini. Mending ini mereka lagi happy-happy. Silakan dimakan kuenya bersama-sama. Tapi selain Widi ulang tahun di sini, memang hari yang spesial karena ini adalah leg kedua di tim Liquid ID dan juga Bigetron. Mari kita lihat bagaimana di sisi sana ya Terna.
Thank you so much Bude. Tadi udah rame banget di tim TLID. Sekarang aku lagi di ruangan sama Bigetron nih. Jadi guys, Widi lagi ulang tahun guys. Aku mau manggil Luk dulu. Luk. Jadi Widi kan lagi ulang tahun. Terus katanya untuk kado Widi hari ini, mereka mau memberikan kemenangan untuk TLID untuk leg yang kedua. Tanggapan?
Ya kita kasih dah hari ini karena dia lagi ulang tahun ya.
Sumpah, itu doang.
Tapi bohong.
Nah itu kita menunggu punchline-nya. Akhirnya, oke. Di antara kalian ada yang nonton Naruto gak sih? Kamu nonton Naruto gak sih?
Naruto ini.
Siapa yang nonton Naruto?
Ini mukanya kayak Kyuubi.
Anafel nonton Naruto boleh? Ganti tempat sama Luke. Anafel, kamu nonton Naruto?
Nonton.
Nonton ya? Oke, jadi setahu aku di Naruto ada klan bernama Uzumaki. Mereka klan yang rambutnya merah juga kayak kalian. Ngerasa gak sih kalian Uzumaki gitu?
Kayaknya iya kalau rezekinya amin.
Rezekinya?
Ya, rezeki.
Hah, bukannya Uzumaki dibasmi gitu ya?
Oh iya. Cuman kuat-kuat kan Uzumaki?
Kayaknya sih, kuat gak sih?
Kuat kan?
Ada lagi gak sih yang nonton Naruto? Mana Moreno? Katanya Moreno nonton nih.
Iya.
Iya, gimana?
Halo semuanya.
Halo, nama saya
Halo.
Moreno gitu, nggak ada bercanda.
Halo, nama saya Moreno.
Bercanda loh.
Oh,
aku.
bercanda, iya.
Heeh.
Apa pertanyaan?
Gimana Uzumaki? Ngerasa jadi seperti klan Uzumaki gak sih? Udah rambut merah.
Enggak sih, Kak.
Enggak, kenapa?
Kalau aku ngerasanya Uchiha, karena aku Sasuke Uchiha ya, Pak? Iya, karena kayak orang-orang bilang aku mirip Sasuke aja gitu.
Mirip Sasuke?
Iya. Kebetulan. Emang nggak mirip ya?
Mirip.
Oke, makasih.
Sasuke bukannya ganteng?
Ini ganteng juga kok.
Ganteng.
Ini sebenarnya ganteng kok.
Oh.
Ganteng. Iya.
Gameplaynya.
Iya, gameplaynya ganteng juga.
Nah, Moreno, kan di leg nomor 1 kita melihat kalian menang.
Iya.
Terus di leg kedua menang juga nggak?
Bebas, tergantung anak-anak mau ngasih hadiah ke Widi pas ulang tahun apa enggak.
Kan
Mau
kata
ngasih-
Luke bohong.
Oh, bohong. Ya udah berarti harusnya menang lagi sih.
Harusnya menang lagi. 2-0 apa 2-1?
Berapa, guys? Semangat dong. 3-0 kalau bisa.
3-0, oke bisa tuh ya 3-0 aku suka nih. Oke kita lanjut kepada Eman. Mr. Eman nih. Eman udah bisa bahasa Indonesia kan ya?
Bisa.
Bisa lah ya, oke. Jadi gini Eman, di leg 1 kamu melawan Kyo. Di leg kedua kamu lebih milih lawan siapa?
Aaron sih.
Aaron?
Iya.
Kenapa Aaron?
Soalnya dia lagi perform yang minggu kemarin.
Lebih perform?
Iya.
Menurut kamu Aaron Chiki lebih perform?
Iya.
Oke, apa yang ngebedain Kyo sama Aaron Chiki sih? Sehingga Eman bisa bilang Aaron Chiki tuh lebih perform.
Mungkin chemistry mereka sama Aaron lebih kayak udah max gitu.
Oh, chemistry-nya lebih
Iya.
bagus ya?
Iya.
Oke. Terus ada lagi mungkin yang mau disampaikan, mungkin ada message?
Good luck aja, have fun. Itu aja.
Good luck, have fun.
Iya.
Selain good luck, have fun.
Kasih kita menang dong.
Kasih kita menang dong. Oke. Siapa nih yang belum ngomong nih?
Si
Siapa? Oh, Vin. Vin, nanti kamu main gak sih? Enggak. Yang main Light.
Iya.
Kok Light ngumpet sih? Light, jangan ngumpet. Dia ngumpet dong. Jadi yang main Light apa
Light.
Vin nih?
Vin.
Terus kamu bilangnya? Light, oke. Yaudah aku aja deh yang isi roamer, boleh nggak guys? Boleh ya? Gila emang Bigetron tuh baik-baik banget ya. Boleh. Ada message mungkin kepada TLID?
Happy birthday Widi.
Happy birthday Widi. Kadonya dikasih nggak? Jangan, oke. Pada nggak mau ngasih kado kayaknya, kado kemenangan. Ya udah itu dia. Oke guys, nggak apa-apa. Di sini kasih mic-nya. Oke. Nggak mau terlalu menunggu lama-lama karena kita semua mengantisipasi match berikutnya antara TLID dan juga Bigetron Alpha. Jadi kita akan melihat siapa yang akan menang di leg yang kedua ini. Kita langsung lempar saja kepada casters. Silakan.
Well, first of all, happy birthday, Weedy, for his 19th birthday, I believe.
19th, bro.
He's
The guy's
pretty
only
special.
19.
Pretty special, 19.
Same age as me though.
Holy moly. Add 10 onto that and he's right.
I don't know about that. But yeah, back again with Sheffin, Goni, and Mirko. But I gotta say, Weedy at 19, he reached M Series Finals. I don't think that's special.
Whoa.
Naruto, by the time he's 15, he saved Konoha.
Oh my god, you're right. When did he become Hokage? What age?
I don't know, actually.
16?
Get your low right, Ronnie.
Well, to be fair, we can't expect everybody to be Naruto, right? It's unfair. Man has a QB inside of him.
Thankfully, Moreno declares himself as Sasuke. I
Oh
mean,
my
I can
God.
see it, you know.
I can see
his
it, yeah.
eyes are the same, his face,
Yeah, he's
card
got-
is
yeah.
the same. His
The
hair,
hair, yeah.
definitely exact resemblance
Yeah,
of
Sasuke
Sasuke.
with red hair.
So
In
he's
the show.
telling that TLID has Naruto, maybe.
Ah,
If BTR
well,
has Sasuke,
I hope TLID aren't Naruto because we know how that fight turned out, right? And
to be fair, it was a draw at the end of it.
it was a draw, but we all know who wins,
Really
who
won.
won, right? Who really won?
By what?
Huh?
By
Like
what?
who became Hokage? Both of them wanted to be Hokage.
I think
Mr. Man got Hokage.
no, Naruto won because he got Hinata, but Sasuke only got Sakura.
That is, you know what? Fair. That's fair. Sasuke got the short end of the stick for sure.
For sure, but we want you to vote.
Vote
Here,
here.
lose to BTR in leg 1. How can TLID make a comeback in leg number 2? Give Widdy a pick-off hero. Press Animals. Jungle pattern. Give Octa a choose pick. That's a good option right there.
I love that.
I
one.
like that.
I will
Hey,
choose give Octa.
Don't let me down, viewers.
C.
Choose C. All right.
Unfortunately, on stream, it's babysit the gold laner on
Ah.
C, so it's not actually give Octa.
Zipper, don't change it.
Zipper, please.
keep it
Leave
Octa,
it as Octa.
alright?
Octa, this is so true.
Game changer.
They should just swap out your head skill for Octa. And Witty. And Fabian. Everybody, it should just be 5 Octas on Liquid.
That actually forces a full-on Kimi ban.
5 Kimi bands for 5 different Octas. I like it.
Oh, you got 5 Uzumakis though in the
my
Land of Dawn for
goodness.
BTR. The history of BTR's result from
Oh
season
my
1
God.
to 14.
Oh my
Rico,
God.
Rico, it's your time.
Imagine.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, the Uzumaki redemption arc. Unfortunately, just like in the show, the Uzumakis really never made it. Up until the end, Naruto kind of carried us. See, the blonde Uzumaki got us to a championship,
Well, it's
technically in the show, right?
yeah.
To a Hokage title. We've never had a redhead Uzumaki become a Hokage before. We've seen Jinchurikis in the past, and that's why I feel like we've seen very high potential players here and there. They've done so well, but unfortunately, they just missed that. They don't have the Naruto in them, you know? That's why when he said, I'm Sasuke, I'm like, damn, that's like second place again.
It's tough. And I gotta say, I don't think Naruto is a real Uzumaki.
Hey, read his name. What's his full name?
It's circumstances got him to become an Uzumaki. It's more like Naruto Namikaze.
Oh, hell no. He got a mom named Uzumaki, brother.
Mom! You know, unfortunately it was a patriarchal
What the
community.
hell is even Namikaze, you know?
His mother
Admittedly.
is very influential though.
She is. Kushina. She's the Jinchuriki brother, man.
Yep. And it got transferred to Naruto,
Was.
but we're gonna see here at the audience topic voting.
Oh no.
What do you guys think about what's gonna be the result here? Give Widdy a pick-off hero.
Wow.
Seems to be winning here with 39%. Press Animal's Jungle Pattern, 32%, and Babysit the Gold Layer, 29%. Now, I gotta say, do you think Emma needs a babysitting, or is it better for them to
I
babysit?
think that's TLID, how TLID can make a
Oh,
comeback. So it's
yeah,
babysit the
you're
gold
right.
lane for Aaron Shiki. And I think that's a pretty good answer too, because we have seen Aaron Shiki struggle up against a lot of different gold laners. Solo killed by Chidera, notably as well. And he's been the shaky one, I'd say, for some reason. He did say, though, last time in the interview that he's never lost against BTR, and that's what I like to see from Aaron. Whenever he has those spicy takes is when he performs. So I hope he keeps that same energy, because in the mid lane, we got a banger of a matchup. The Maestro Moreno up against the Ghost of Jakarta. Yehezkiel.
Hey, it's your time, Ergo. It's your quote.
That's my boy right there. The self-proclaimed Sasuke. That's what Moreno said in the interview, if you guys didn't catch that. Number 1, player of the week, player of the week 5, number 1 in the average KDA for mid lane 6.93 versus Yehezkiel, who's, the Maestro. This match really favors Moreno. He's back on his signature carries in the mid lane. That's a quote by Mirko. I believe he's a caster as well. I believe he also dyed his hair. But yeah, Yehezkiel, for some reason, this meta, this would actually, it makes sense for it to be Yehezkiel's meta. Again, the Novarius has come back. The carry picks have come back, but for some reason, we've been seeing Yehezkiel mainly on just the Jusin still, utility picks like the Vexana even, or early on Aurora. Even when he has picked up these, quote-unquote meta heroes like the Selena, he hasn't done too well on it. Meanwhile, for BTR, I think Selena has been amazing for Moreno. this guy, even in the Mobile Masters, whenever they get the Selena, they just are able to capitalize on a lot of those crazy aggressions, crazy abyssal arrows. Here is an example up against Na'Vi, just landing those abyssal arrows back to back to back. And I think the most impressive Moreno performance this season has to be the Novaria for me. Novaria and Kimi, both of those picks able to steal the Lord and change the trajectory of the game completely to a BTR win. Here's their last matchup, MPL ID up against Evo. So Yehezkiel again on the Selena, but his Selena really didn't play too big of a role every single time. He was just existing, it seems, you know? So when it comes to Yehezkiel on the Selena, I would say no. When it comes to Yehezkiel on the Novaria, Xavier's, these, backline picks, I'd say yes. There's a reason we gave him the nickname Ghost of Jakarta. He's really good when you don't notice him. He's in the back just dishing out damage, being the consistent one, and then making a big play suddenly, all of a sudden, randomly, with a flicker, with a feathered airstrike, with a crazy combo, with a Valentina. Yeah, that's what we know him for. We don't know him as the guy to initiate the play.
Pretty elusive from the guy indeed, and
elusive.
A lot of surprises play from the side of Yehezkiel, but we see the shift, right? Week 1, week 2, the mid laners are more towards the utilities, and now you get to see more of Moreno playing the, I guess, the damage-dealing mages, which just allows BTR to improve their playstyle. And we also saw how Sans just also an example of why the mid laners has shifted towards the damage-dealing mages is, it seems like the mid laners now, they can't play the...
Okay, let's step away from the utility
damage
first.
dealers, yeah.
Yeah. Let's step away from the utility first. We're gonna talk about the junglers here. Annabelle versus Fabian. This two has been quite prominent on the Assassins, especially Fabian is known. Even last season, he was, I believe, MVP of the league, which is crazy for a rookie, by the way. But Annabelle, he is stepping up to take the charge of Pikachu Alpha. We see a lot of Lord Steals. Even the Lancelot worked when Kyrie, the pinnacle of an assassin player, at least historically in MPL ID, used Lancelot and it didn't work.
Yeah, I think we've seen most of the jungles really just do well on the meta picks, and that's why for Annabelle, it's been weird. He's been able to make the Nolan work, the Lancelot work. He's been able to make these very non-meta picks work out. But unfortunately, a very meta pick in Fanny, not the best choice for Annabelle. That's something that we've got to keep an eye out when he's up against Fabian.
Let's see the choice though for TLID is gonna be Aaron Shiki. He's never lost against the robots and is looking to extend the streak here with Ran, Fabian, Yehezkiel, and the birthday boy, Weedy the Wise.
Currently, they are 4th in the standings. Perhaps if they win 2-0 in this match, perhaps they might sit 3rd. Ladies and gentlemen, still struggling, but they are the Cavalries and they are here to defend their title. This time around, it is with Aaron Shiki. Just let's welcome, this is Team Liquid.
With the jutsus, with the spells, and hopefully some Shinra Tenseis to blast Pikachu away from the hopes of upper bracket.
The Cavalry trying to reclaim their position in MPL. Still, they're defending champions. Will they be able to strategize properly after having Witty sick the entirety of last week? Coming back here with a fresh birthday buff.
The red robots coming in with their main 5. It's gonna be Finn on the roamer instead of Tahyo. Luke, Annabelle, Moreno, and Eman is there also to accompany him in the Land of Dawn against the Cavalry.
The Uzumakis trying to change the trajectory of what looks to be a very mid history.
Having a chance to perhaps sit on the upper brackets. Top 2 in the standings. This is the Uzumakis, the Red Terminators. This is Bigatron Esports.
The old glory of the Uzumakis is here. They're red in the game and red in real life. And hopefully they're red hot in this match.
They definitely need to beat TLID again. They were able to do so in leg number 1, but that was with Kyo. Playing with Aaron Shiki is a completely different ball game. Kyo, again, most notably, he's been the safer choice. Aaron Shiki, he makes those bombastic moves. And a lot of times, yes, it does cost it does cost Liquid the game, but a lot of times it actually pays off as a big winning gamble. Up against BTR, a team who loves to gamble in these skirmishes, even with the lead, I think Aaron should be the better choice.
Hopefully, he brings back that versatility. We saw the Ruby gold lane from maybe earlier. Aaron Shiki might have something to say if Fabian gets his comfort pick and get back to that elusive TLID form last season. And they were very high on the Angela. But let's see though, what's gonna happen here as both teams is ready in their places.
I'm ready to see what the coaches will bring, but Shinobi's Assassin Duel though.
Yeah, we're gonna take a look at this here for both these Shinobis. Both, I think for Fabian, you know, I want to say that he's a get-in technically because he's only been here for 2 seasons, which is wild.
Naruto become a Hokage.
Exactly. That's why I gotta say it, man. This guy's still a get-in. This guy's still super fresh, super new. Annabelle is the tune-in here. He's the more experienced Shinobi in the battlegrounds. And so far you have been able to see a much more consistent Annabelle than a Fabian. But it's also been because of the rest of the team. BTR has worked better as a unit in MPL ID compared to TLID, who've kind of been shaky recently. They've been shaky, they've been stuck on 6th, 5th, going back and forth. The Maestro, though, will be the guy also keeping things consistent. The main pillar, I would say, for Bigatron. We've seen Eman be the pillar in the past, we've seen Super Ken be the pillar in the past, but I think right now it is truly the Maestro, who's been all around an amazing mid laner with so many kills in his stats. But on top of that, it's his playmaking. He can carry, but he can also make those plays happen. He can be the one to initiate on the Selena. Meanwhile, for Yezkiel, again, to go back to the point we made before, he's much more of a guy that wants to sit in the back, deal damage, and play safely. Just like his moniker. He's the ghost. He doesn't go in first. You don't see him, and then all of a sudden, that's a jump scare.
Ooh. Oh my god.
Exactly. That's what Yezkiel does to you, man. The ghost of Jakarta.
And I was late reacting.
What?
I was late in reacting.
It's okay, no? Because a lot of times they can't react to Yezkiel's plays, but they can to his Selena. Unfortunately, his Selena hasn't been too good. You can see, oh man.
Some legends here. Games leader for Selena, Luminaire, Drian, Clay, and Key.
Wow. We've seen in 2023 and 2024, no picks in a single season, 11 and 14. That's redonkulous. Udil been the main man when it comes to Selena for a long time with Drian Luminaire, dude. Season 7, I remember just how good his Selena was, always having to ban that out. But obviously, Keyboy, we can't talk about Selena without talking about Keyboy. Remember Season 8, Grand Finals, he went for the Selena and they were able to capture the championship with that Selena pick. Now though, however, I will say, right now it does look like the best Selena in the building is the Maestro's Selena. Oh, here are the scrolls.
The Jutsu scrolls given to the coaches here, 8-2 max. Is ready to accept this S-ranked mission against the Cavalry. This is a big game for them, and even for TLID as well. As here is the keys to victory, as read by Eman by Samsung Galaxy S25 series.
Here it is, give Annabelle playmaking heroes. I would say more carry heroes, farming heroes. He does really well on those. Open Fanny against Fabian isn't the best choice. That is very, very true. I think they're going to be the ones that have to pan it out, even on blue side. Explore Luke and Eman's hero pool. Luke and Eman has been one of, if not the most flexible XP and gold lane in this season so far, with so many unique heroes to their name. So they got to try to exploit as much as that as possible up against a very, so far, one-dimensional Liquid draft.
St. Lucas receiving the scrolls here. Back again with the keys to victory for TLID.
No chaos, no adrenaline rush. TLID, they've been able to win a lot of early games just purely on how blessed they are with God-gifted mechanics. But when you do win out in the early game, you cannot get overhyped. You cannot get overheated. Yeah. You must stay disciplined. And that has been why TLID have been so consistent in the past. Now, we're seeing more of that. Too much chaos. They got to try to slow things down, play it disciplinedly. Maximize Witty's playmaking potential with a pick-off hero is very, very good as well. Again, we have seen that Witty has done better on pick-off heroes. The Chos, I would say even the chip. The chip isn't really a pick-off hero, but it depends on how you play it. In the past, that's how Widdy's played it. He's always just utilized the macro control to find pick-offs around the map, to find forced errors, and that's the Widdy playstyle. You gotta go on Widdy with these heroes, man.
And it does seem like so, right? Because last season they were a team that is addicted to the rush. And season 15 seems like other teams have picked up the strategies, the play style. And that's why this season TLID seems like they're taking a step back. So let's see the adjustments. But seems like BTR and also TLID, they prefer being on the second pick. Yeah. They have a better win rate being red side.
I think in the past, again, up against RRQ, they were able to win out mostly on the red side. That's why RRQ in the second leg, they were able to take the red side away from them, and that actually got them, Bigatron, into a tough spot. They weren't able to go for those cheese picks. It was also denied by Kescute. The reason red is so good for BTR is because, again, they have plenty of cheese picks to choose from. We've seen just how crazy they can be with a Masha, XP, Ruby Gold to beat a Fanny. The Fanny of Hazel, the man who's playing in Malaysia right now. Before Liquid is the good old blue side. For them, I think they're pretty balanced on both. For BTR, much better on red.
Very topical. Same color scheme as their team too, so I like that. Oh, TLID, looking at some of the... Maybe we're just gonna just jump into the drafting phase here. Started by Samsung Galaxy S24 series. You can expect the chip respect right away, maybe from A2 Max. Fanny getting banned as planned in the keys to victory. Meanwhile, for the St. Lucas, they're really high on Maestro Moreno on the Luoyi.
Yeah, this is the reason, by the way, BTR like to go red too. On top of the cheese picks that can obviously show itself here, it's the Fanny. When you are on red side, it makes sense to ban out the Fanny. When you're on blue, it's a wasted ban a lot of times. So going on red means that this is much more of a value ban that they can go for. Juicin going to be banned out as well. We have been saying that, you know, Yehezkiel has been playing more of the Juicins over the Eves, over the carries in the back. So it's again respect from Bigatron over to TLID and the playmaking of Yehezkiel.
Who said there are no? Gonna be the chip. Wow, actually getting banned by TLID. Interesting. So they have really no plan at all for picking the chip, or maybe they're trying to set up something here for one of the players. I'm trying to just guess a specific hero that does really bad against a chip, but that's pretty much every hero.
Yeah. I guess for TLID, they're thinking, even if we go for the chip, this is Finn playing on the other side. He was able to beat RRQ's chip, and that's probably the best chip in the league so far that we have seen. Edok, masterful on the chip. So for BTR now, this is going to be the Harith ban to take Aaron Shiki out. No, it's a double ban into the jungle, Haya and the Fanny. Harith up for grabs.
A lot of options here on the board as well, right? I think Harith is the most solid choice. Or will TLID surprise us with another? It seems like they will prioritize the Kimmy over the Harith. It offers flex, but yeah, bold move.
I guess the flexibility is gonna be the main weapon here from St. Lucas in the first phase. Looking maybe to kind of hide the Kimmy and try to pick the jungle and some of the frontliners first in the first phase. Meanwhile, at 2 Max, there's a lot of you that can pick here. If you want to just go like the bread and butter for Eman has been the Granger, but I don't know.
Yeah. The Harith is a really good pick as well to pick off here. The Joy becomes a good option to go for, but they don't go for any of those. They've left the Kalea open. They expected Team Liquid to take it away. Now they'll just take it with the Valentina, having a bit of a say, even if TLID go for some big ultimates.
Always on the way.
Good anticipation there with the Valentina pick. It's gonna be Mathilda and the Phoveus, so yeah, it's a semi-classic combo, right? Mathilda, Phoveus, what, 2 seasons ago? I think it was the IT combo. Let's see though, will TLID be able to pull it off this time round?
So the Valentina pick is quite huge here because right now TLID, if they want to go for Lucas, there's gonna be some retaliation from Moreno, and we know how this guy plays the Valentina. And another comfort pick here, 65% win rate so far in Season 15. But Eman on the Granger, you can expect a lot of kills being put on this guy.
Yeah, he's been ridiculous on this pick, man, for BTR. Eman on the Granger, still sitting at a 75% win rate, and he's played it 4 times, so he's only lost on it once. So far for BTR, pretty solid composition, but the jungle remains to be, I think, a point of discussion here as we get into the second phase. BTR are probably gonna nail down on a few more jungle picks, because they've kind of set up for a Lucas pick for themselves. They ban out the Ruby, taking away the possibility of a Ling and Ruby possible composition with the Kimi in the mid lane, just like we saw from Dewa.
TL ID, they have the right here to pick something that kind of stays in front for the jungle, and they do need some bodies in the front.
The fire of battle.
They ban the Masha.
Interesting. Good spot, right? I think Kimi will have a tough time dealing Masha, all right? Just in your face constantly. And yeah, there you go. They eliminated that option for Luke. Let's see, BTR, will they ban another gold laner? Potentially they will. It's gonna be the Harith banned out.
Yep. Both gold lane bans to Aaron Shiki. Both comfort picks, I would say. Lucas, there you go, gets spotted out. Something that we have been expecting for Bigatron, especially with the Valentina pickup. Possibly be a Lucas jungle. The Joy, comfort pick for Annabelle is still up for grabs. Could be a good takeaway from Fabian too, but yeah, you're right, it's banned. What are the junglers that are left open right now? Lancelot, Hanzo, Fredrin, I guess.
Suyo,
Suyo, but there's with the Kimi, it's possible for sure.
It's tough,
but it is quite tough, yeah.
I think Fredrin would be a decent pick here. You have already, if you swap the Kimi to the mid lane and get a damage dealer towards Aaron Shiki, then you have 2 solid frontliners, and you don't mind getting Tsunami slammed into the ground by Finn. As Clue's getting picked here by Luke.
Isn't that too early? The Fairness could come through right now for the side of TLID. They have a Mathilda already.
But you're sacrificing the potential of the
Kimi mid.
Yeah. And it's gonna be double mage here, or double magic damage dealer.
They're planning to go Suyo in the jungle.
Huh.
Yeah, the Suyo and the Mathilda is kind of tough. They need a bit more frontline unless they want to just go guns blazing. Yeah, actually, the Glue pick now. Because I think TLID, like you mentioned, we're trying to go for a Fredrin in the jungle. Now with the Glue, it actually does get quite tough. Especially with the Phoebus and the XP as well, not being a winning lane against this Glue.
Okay.
So they do go for the Moskov and the Suyo in the end. Man, this is a pretty resource-heavy lineup. Moskov, Suyo, and Kimi. BTR. How's Pryo in the mid lane? Kalea, Valentina versus Mathilda, Kimi. Kimi clears the way pretty fast, right?
Yep.
But is it as fast? Are they online as quick as a Kalea, Valentina? I think early game neutral objective should be Kalea, Valen.
For sure, a lot of utility there. But the question is gonna be, what's gonna be the jungler here? Because options are quite limited. I think Hanzo would, against a Moskov.
Yeah. Are they gonna just go Lancelot again?
Yeah, I guess that's an option here, but against a Phoebus, it's a bit hard to get around. Fredrin. Huh.
Interesting.
Do you think
Mr. President Granger Eman.
So it's, yeah, too much eggs in a basket maybe towards Eman, but do you think that's a concern towards the late game? If they can snowball, I don't think that's gonna be a problem.
I think it depends on how they'll be able to contest and execute the early game, right? Because it really comes down to the first turtle for BTR. And technically, for TLID too, Suyo, Phoebus, Mathilda, this is a very Turtle 1-ish composition. They want to both fight for it. Fredrin versus Suyo. Lineup rating does favor TLID.
Wow.
I think a lot of this game can be placed into Turtle 1. Whoever wins that will have a massive advantage with a snowball building to mid-game.
Well, let's see though. Aaron Shiki says he's never lost to Bigatron Alpha. This is the time to extend that streak and prove that the cavalry will prevail over the red robots. Game number 1, BTR versus TLID.
Lanadon, here we go. And let's see some action here. Three purifies from the side of Liquid.
Yeah.
Man, that Kalea really just forces a spell on you.
Thing is though, BTR will have so many ways to layer their skills, their CC. It's a glue on top of just the Kalea, and then there's a taunt, knock up, all good stuff over as well from the Fredrin. And man, gonna have some pretty easy targets, I would say, to actually hit because of the lack of flickers, the lack of mobility, I guess. But actually thinking about it, never mind. They have a Mathilda already to deal with that issue.
Luke's gonna have quite an easy time here, but he's up against one of the Glue Savant as well in Iran, so I'm expecting Iran to be able to handle this lane well. Early game so far, nothing much going on. Annabelle is just trying to jungle. This is just the usual Fredrin stuff, man. You gotta wait for the spells to come through.
Oh, Ben! Oh my goodness, Yehezkiel! He doesn't want to waste a spell, but he will fall. That's a miscalculation right there.
I did not expect that damage from Kalia.
That's a concussive blast as well. I think even Yehezkiel didn't expect that damage. That's why he didn't purify. But this has been a reoccurring thing again for Yehezkiel. Up against RRQ, if you guys remember. Edok on the Franco, Rins on the Sicilian. I think he was hooked like 3 times in the early game, giving the Sicilian a 4-0 start to the game.
Just trading damage here. Annabelle takes the crab. And now before the turtle fight begins, so far, BTR will have a major advantage here against TLID. Yehezkiel still looking for a level 4. And this is the time. Annabelle trying to chunk up some HP away. Trying to help Moreno to clear the lane too.
Moreno 4 already. Both teams are set up for this neutral objective take, but up top, Team Taran will also hit level 4. Luke, actually the one with lower HP.
It's a 4v4 Raw. Now it's gonna be Finn jumping in. Turtle retreat battle will go to the side of Fabian. Arando, he is stuck, isolated. Aran still holding on, and Annabelle go down first. That's gonna be Luke going down net. That's BTR disengaging TLID with a big dub.
Well, there's a reason why Fovi is getting first picked all the time in the XP lane. This is why Iran, I don't think he's supposed to survive that. That was too much damage to put on him.
He got a 4-man second skill. That was all he needed to win it out. BTR will be able to help Annabelle to secure the orange buff. But that's why when you're up against Phobius, you clump up, you're dead. He got all the resets there in the skirmish.
Oh, that's good mobilization onto Moreno. Still calm and composed, Moreno. Sidesteps. It's gonna be Witty spotting Annabelle out. BTR 2 members, they're not healthy health bar wise. Seems like TLID will not pull the trigger just yet though.
Oh, the only player without a flicker or without a purify from TLID is Iran so far, except Fabian obviously. So he's gonna be the prime target for Vin later on in the game, but I'm not sure if they can actually burst him in the late game. Meanwhile, Yehezkiel has to go purify. Still AOK and secures the glowing one.
Let's take a look at talent prediction by our new application, GoPay.
Hey, the birthday boy needs some love.
Wow, across the board it's a 2-0 though. Usually, even if we have the same team, there's a 2-1. Teams that everybody knows how momentum driven both these teams are.
Yep. They can try to get away. Luke might be. Oh, there you go.
Oh, they touch and they go. Now it's gonna be Fabian though, isolated, and he will fall to the hands of Luke. Now good taunt on towards 1. That's gonna be Ron trying to survive, and he will be guided with the guiding wind as Sony lands. But I'm sure Aaron Shiki is wise to not commit.
Seems like when you have a Fredrin and also a Clue, the early game win condition becomes so much clearer, so much easier to execute.
BTR with a Turtle 2 take after getting that good skirmish down. They started sticking together there. Eman was actually already sent away. And this is, I think, another win condition that TLID can exploit. The fact that it's so even despite that Turtle take and a big win for BTR in the fight, Aaron Shiki was able to claim a lot of gold. Vin.
He's trying to bait out Aaron Shiki. But he backs off knowing that the Purify is there. And also Witty with the help towards Aaron Shiki. So far it's a very even game. Not even a gold lead, actual gold lead. It's visible there. And now second objective right now. Miracle earlier, I think BTR set it up well, but it's just Fabian with the retreat.
Yep, really good retreat from Fabian. Securing his own buff, still staying a level ahead, a whole level ahead of Annabelle. Certainly will help in the next few neutral objective battles. But this is the thing for TLID. Their damage dealers definitely outscale BTRs, right? BTR are basically trying to hold on with their frontliners, hold on to the damage. that's something that we just have to keep in mind. As Yehezkiel and Aaron continue to scale, they've been able to scale pretty well so far. It will be a big problem for BTR. But again, it really just comes down to if BTR can out-sustain them, or if they can make the fights messier with the glue. I'm thinking of the dynamic here. Who actually wins out late game? Oh, hold up.
Oh, that's an engage, potentially. Circling Eagle. Spots 4. Finn is... Oh my goodness, Annabelle!
Wow.
Takes a lot of heat and he will fall. That's going to be Luke now. Oh, and missed position, but he will be able to back away. That's Annabelle being the sole casualty.
That's Matilda, man. The shields, the kites, and also in late game, I think, back to your point, Mirko, to have a Moskov, man. When I see you kick from with a Moskov, that's always kickable.
Exactly.
This is TL ideal, because right now, looking at the composition for BTR, who's gonna take care of the long lane?
That's the thing about BTR. They're kind of forced to play for the neutral objectives, and the fact that they've lost Turtle 1 means it's a big problem for them. They won't be able to fully control the neutral objective, and that's why you can already see them try to scatter away, looking for win conditions on the other side of the map. They get a turret for that Turtle, but I still think it's worth it for TLID because they can play with time. BTR, they kind of have to snowball here or get a big 5v5.
A lot of respect from Annabelle. Actually, first item there towards Radiant Armor, despite some of the physical damage from Aaron and also Fabian. He takes care of that with only Dreadnought.
So far with the Radiant, it's to survive against Yehezkiel, the Dreadnought again, just to soak in as much damage as he can against Aran and Fabian. BTR set up pretty well for the topside push, but no one's defending bot. Luke will make his way down below, but he's scouted by TLID. The macro game right now. A macro game that is actually somewhat even. It'll be a turret for turret, tier 2, tier 2.
Unfortunately, though, it's a long lane for TLID, so the first Lord is going to favor them. Oh, SOD didn't connect by Aaron Shiki. 1k gold lead so far. They're doing just fine, and it comes down to being patient. I think TLID will play that game any day of the week. So far, they have been grouping up as a 4 or 5 here. Second item for Yehezkiel is concentrated energy, Mirko. Something that we've seen, I believe, from... Was it Octa in the first day?
Yeah, I believe so. This is sustain. Extra sustain for TLID to play with around these fights. They know, again, BTR, their main strength in the front to back is actually sustain on top of the damage they'll be dealing with Eman, right? But for TLID, even though they only have the advantage with damage, they can make it as though they also have that sustain with the concentrated energy, with Aran plus Witty, with the Matilda. As long as they're able to weather the storm of BTR's initial engage, it'll be pretty good. Aran!
That's going to be the Tsunami Slam, connecting on towards the one. Aran goes down. 4v5, Aaron Chiki. Oh, missed position. But Fabian actually is able to get out. Aaron Chiki free hitting, getting the double, but he falls. That's going to be the shutdown by Finn. Finn, though, isolated and will be taken out by Fabian. At the end of the day, it's a 2-4-3 for the Cavalries.
BTR just takes the fight in Cavalry's yard, and they're paying the price. They just goes in, didn't realize he has skill, and gotta watch out.
Oh, they have enough damage, Witty, with the immobilization. Fabian now looking for the kill. Good flicker by Eman. Now TLID, they have more stability in that Lord, and they will slay it.
Back again to that point, Mirko, they're not really patient enough, BTR. They took the fight when Yehezkiel was there with the damage. Even Witty can take them out of the fight with the guiding wind.
Exactly, just as expected, right? For BTR, it really comes down to how they're able to get the pickoff initially. A lot of their burst comes in instantly, right as the fight starts. But for TLID, if it becomes a long fight, if it becomes a late all-in, then Aaron Shiki on the Moskov, Yehezkiel on the Kimi will be able to output more damage. For BTR, the only consistent source of damage is Eman, so once Moreno has bursted, once Luke and Annabelle have gone through their cycle of skills, it gets really tough. BTR were winning the fight up until they forced the prolonged team fight. That's where TLID really got the dub, got control of the fight, and BTR had to succumb to that consistent damage of Kimi.
Yeah, I wonder if you want to add another utility tool so that consistent damage in Kimi as well. I gotta say, glowing? No, Ice Queen 1 seems... Isn't a bad item for Yehezkiel right now, knowing that they're gonna be in his face all the time, and it's gonna be so So many so annoying for BTR.
Yeah, it seems like Finn though will engage on towards Iran. That's going to be the damage coming through. Iran goes down. Luke now mounting Aaron Shiki. Good connection. Annabelle looking for a kill. Oh, it's a bloody mess as Bigatron. They found their opening that they wanted.
They finally succeed in taking down multiple members of TLID. Now it's only Fabian. The cold swing might be swinging towards BTR after this. 3K. Let's see, what will they end up with?
7 on Iran, 12 on Yeheskel. Bigatron, they will push forwards. Passive, well, by TLID time. But my goodness, that was too close for comfort.
Ooh, TLID really playing into the game of BTR there. For Aran, the pickoff was kind of inevitable, right? He's the only guy on the team with Fabian, I guess, without Purify. But Aran really, or the team, it really depends. Either Aran needs to play safer for him not to be picked off like that, or TLID needs to let go of some of these members. It's okay if Aran dies. It's not the end of the world. It really looked like for TLID, they went for the desperate play despite them not being in a desperate situation. Losing Aran is not the end of the world. They still had waves to play with. They still had a 3,000 gold lead that is now completely gone because BTR were able to wipe them out almost, right? I mean, it was only Fabian was able to survive in the end. But the win condition still stands for TLID. It's all about long team fights. If they're able to force BTR in the long team fights, they'll be able to outdamage BTR, outdamage the sustain even. But for BTR, if they get one pickoff, play, wait for those cycle of skills to come down off cooldown again, then it'll be good for them. It's a battle of win conditions. BTR, now Aran's gonna be the one.
TLID trying to find a proper engage. Seems like after that fight, Bigatron, they have neutralized the situation. Vin with the flicker. Oh, good Purify, but it's going to be Iran now again taking the Tsunami Slam. That's going to be Iran actually surviving for a bit, but he goes down. That's going to be Bigatron now repositioning, but Finn caught red-handed. Aaron Shaky! Even with the Purify, he would not survive. Bigatron punishing that mistake.
Some shades of Mr. Bombastic there, Aaron Shaky. That was a bit unnecessary.
Very, very unnecessary. That was a... Okay, it wasn't the best of pickoffs. Like, it wasn't the best trade for TLID. They definitely wanted to get one more pickoff, but that was not bad. Now it's 3v4.
Gotta be careful. TLID doesn't find an angle there, and they will concede the Lord.
Back to the point, yes, TLID will win in the prolonged team fights as long as they will play with the front to back, as long as they'll play with the sustain of Witty. Going in like that, it was very disconnected. Aaron wanted to go in, the rest of the team were saying pull back, we can still just play for the Lord Dance.
Thankfully though, gotta watch out first.
My goodness, this one is Fabian actually being the recipient of that Tsunami Slam. Thankfully, Witty was around to guide his way back home.
And you gotta thank Moonton as well for photo. That was some pretty good healing and shields as well towards Fabian. As we're gonna take a look again. Pikachu Alpha 1.3k gold lead right now. And about to balloon to more once the Lord crashing in. And Eman, you gotta be able to count on him on this siege situation.
They still have good clear though, but Lord is in the mid lane.
All Eman needs to do is just find a good positioning and just free hit from the back. Lord down, distracted, will charge in the mid lane though. Seems like it will still stand though. TLID, they will lose the top inhibitor turret.
Okay, so not much value actually from the first Lord, but they will be able to take the mid tier down below. TLID, they have a pretty good wave clear here, Fabian. Gotta watch out, Finn! He has the flicker as well.
Yes, we'll get it. Okay. It's back to an even game, I would say. Yes, there's a base turret in the far lane, but that's why TLID have a Moskov, right? They have control still. It'll be tougher to deal with it. Let's take a look at the item check here. Kimi should already be online. You can see the massive gold lead being on both Ranger and Suyo. Suyo, understandable. It's up against a Fredrin. Wow. That's a lot. I wonder how many stacks Eman is sticking on. Like, did he have a kill before getting the Sky Piercer, or are those 3 kills all on the Sky Piercer?
All I can tell you right now is Sky Piercer was built after the Sea Halberd, so he's actually going for utility first before his benefit.
I think it's not bad to actually go for that, knowing that there's a lot of sustain here for the side of TLID with the Mathilda. It'll be very, very tough for them to get through it if he didn't go for the Sea Halberd. Because again, it really is up to Eman to deal the finishing blow, to get the execute, to deal damage. Moreno is definitely the second carry here in this game. He's gone for the Starlium Sand and the Lightning Truncheon. That's why you saw actually a crazy amount of damage whenever he does get the full cycle of skills in. Eman with the Wind of Nature as well, going to be a big point here to highlight, because now it'll be on Yehezkiel to finish him off.
Full on magic damage here for Yehezkiel and Aeronshiki. That's a quite big buff, I gotta say. Now the kite becomes even harder for BTR because Aeronshiki has a bit more range. And I feel like it's gonna be Luke's job to be able to lock down one of this damage dealer from TLID. Once you mount on a certain person or a certain damage dealer, it's pretty much almost game over with TLID. BTR, they start the Lord, and it's to their advantage.
This is going to be weird for TLID because every single time the skirmish has happened with Finn getting a pickup onto Aran. And right now, the Phobias has kind of fallen off. He's not as, tanky as he was before. He won't be able to sustain as much as before as well. Finn, again.
Oh my goodness, with the conceal this time, it's going to be again Aran, the recipient. SOD lands. SOD Aeronshiki mobilized, re-hitting though. Eman finds one, and Luke now isolated. He will fall. He will be the trade. It's a 4v4 now. Both the XP down! That's a mistake again and again. And Megatron, they obliterate the members of TLID one by one. Fabian now in a weird, peculiar position. Megatron, Eman bought the immortality. Eman looking to find, but that's going to be the shutdown. Aeronshiki has immortality, but Eman wants more. And one by one, TLID tries. And one by one, they fall. Bigatron finds a Lord, and they win the fight.
There's a reason why we call him the Maestro Moreno, with a beautiful dash towards the front, and that was the end of TLID in that fight. Eman trying to take down the bottom tier turret here. Can they do it? Yes! Yes, the immortality still.
Finn doesn't really find the connection there. Lord is still very much healthy though. Seems like now with the Tsunami Slam, Finn too ambitious. He goes down. Though it's going to be a trade for Aran. That's going to be all three inhibitors down. Officially TLID. Will they defend? That's Eman loses immortality. Annabelle trying to buy time. Eman! Enough damage to take Greedy down. The Lord will be taken care of. But now the minions. Can they handle the minions? Annabelle goes down. But that's going to be Eman. One by one. That's going to be Yehezkiel defending Bigatron in a very, very sporadic end. They find the angle to end the base.
Aeronshiki is shaking his boots right now. One more win for the streak to end here. Bigatron Alpha, despite a rough start to the game, they were able to stick to their winning conditions and end it against the Cavalry.
Every single time we see a composition like this for BTR, you think to yourself, are they putting too much pressure? Are they putting all their resources onto Eman? Is that a mistake? It seems it never is. Against Geek Fam, they were able to do it. Beatrix in a full utility composition. Now, they have done it with Moreno being the second carry. But holy moly, can you depend on this guy? Eman on the Granger. Such a ridiculous player when you play around him. He just doesn't disappoint. Here in a very tough situation, you can see the item swaps going back and forth again. Immortality, the Rose Gold Meteor, the positioning here, and you gotta give props to the frontliners, Annabelle and Luke, just taking all the shots. Really good dodge from, well, he almost actually dashed away from it, but Eman was already on Aeronshiki with the Rhapsody. Super accurate, got deleted, every single one of them, a triple kill to end things off for Mr. Eman. Oh my goodness.
He was so on point that game.
Wow.
There's a reason why it's a comfort pick, and right now, I mean, before that game it was 75% for Eman, and now, right now it's up to 80, I believe, for this guy. And I think there's really no contest on who's the best gold laner in ID right now, MPL ID. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Ask the wrong person.
You asked the wrong person. You have to ask him.
It should be objective, right? Come on.
Yeah, it is Eman. For now.
For now.
Whoa.
So you're expecting it to change, or?
But I might change.
Okay.
Gonna move on here to the crucial moment. BTR in this. I agree with the crucial moment. I think the big crucial moment was the big throw from TLID. They had the game in their hands, I'd say. Getting the mid game, even getting the early game. Remember, we already dissected the win cons from BTR. They had to kind of, well, the prime win con, right? The prime win con was obviously winning out Turtle 1, giving the snowball, and then just taking control of the game. That didn't happen. Turtle 1 went to TLID. They were able to win it out through an amazing play from Aran. 4-man internal pursuit there. And we can see here for the player of the game, it is our boy, my GOAT, 1106, Eman.
Yep, presented by Samsung Galaxy S25 series, 1106. That's such a ridiculous KDA in this professional scene. You can see here early game Finn. He's able to take the SKL off guard. And this is where things go south for BTR, courtesy of Aran. But as you said, Mirko, he's not going to be able to hold himself for long once the items are stacking for BTR. It's getting even worse when he got engaged on by Finn.
If it's not Eman, like obviously shout out to him, he's the obvious MVP. But if he didn't get the MVP, a big shout for me would be Finn. Finn was so clinical on this Kalea in this game. Not a single time did we see a Tsunami Slam wasted. It was only onto Aran. A pretty easy target, you could say, to go for. But the fact that he always found it at the right time, even in the end, you saw it in the end as well. They were able to get the final pick here as well. Good targeting, finding Aran. That was a big mistake by Aaron Shiki. But I think the prime mistake to look at for TLID would be the mid lane push. Finn was able to get Aran, TLID went in. There was no reason for them to go and, fight when Aran gets picked off. Aran is not your main guy. He's not the Kimi. He's not the Moskov. TLID have to identify sometimes that going in like that is not part of their keys to victory. It's actually the opposite. Here again, this is the Tsunami Slam I mentioned. He got it right before dying. But to go back to the keys to victory, do not overheat TLID. Yes, you're a very, very mechanically blessed team. You get the early lead a lot of times, but this is exactly what we saw. Something that we already mentioned earlier during the draft, before the draft. They get overheated quick, they get overconfident quick, and I think that was a good example that shows exactly how they get overconfident and how that overconfidence kills them.
Yeah, that's the rush. Which is, back to your point about Aran, Mirko, which is kind of weird because I feel like they're the most used team out of all of them to play Aran as a sacrificial lamb or horse in this case, because they played the Phoveus back then in season 13 or 14 playoffs when Alpha was there, when Eve was there. He knows, they know how to sacrifice a certain number of people to get what they want, and in this case, they were able to actually execute. I'm wondering what's the problem here from TLID, aside from the rush.
I think it just purely is the rush here, Sheffin, because up to that point, they were playing it very, very well. Again, they had a massive lead by that point. How much was it? It was like 3,000-4,000 gold lead at that point.
Yeah, I believe.
Almost 5. Even if you had to sacrifice more than one, could have been Witty, right? It could have just been Witty and Aran. Yes, you would have given it some tempo, but at least you're not giving all the tempo out back to BTR. This is the reason why Granger is so good in MPL ID, and it's not picked as much in other regions. Well, by other regions, I just mean MPL PH, because it does well in every other region except for PH. Because there's not as many mistakes like those crazy throws. When you give 3 Sky Piercer stacks to the Granger with 1 throw, it changes the game, especially with the composition built for the Granger. Yep, exactly, Sheffin. You had that reaction. That is what it creates. It creates a monster on the hands of a monster already. Even without the stack, he's already ridiculous, right? You give him more stacks? That's why I was asking, are those 3 kills all Sky Piercer stacks? Because if it was, no wonder. No wonder he's able to get 11 kills in the end. Full stacks, just executing everyone as they get to the threshold of HP that you need to execute people.
In the final Death Sonata towards Aaron Shiki it was a bit more damage than I thought from
That was a Rhapsody, by the way. It wasn't even a Death Sonata on Aaron. It was a Death Sonata to the Kimi, not Aaron.
Oh yeah, you're right. But yeah, what a performance coming in by Eman. And I just want to point out the thing that Mirko mentioned about me was I realized that Aaron Shiki had 56k damage. Eman has 105k. It's almost doubling the Moskov.
It's double the Moskov, and that's nasty. Wow. So Kimi today, not really a good result.
Yeah.
From the match, from the previous match and the match currently, still 0%.
And in all of the games that we watch Kimi, it's always first pick, right? I believe.
Technically, on the right side,
on the right,
it was first pick.
It was first pick as well.
Which makes you wonder, what's the main value here for the Kimi? And welcome to MPL Indonesia. Neo, founder and executive chairman of Team Vitality, is here to accompany the ladies team of Indonesia, maybe?
Mr. Man's got good taste in teams. I just gotta say, man, shout out to Vitality again, the women's team that will be representing Indonesia. We also have Danny Engels here, the director of global operations for Team Vitality. I also don't have a Vitality jersey. I just want to say, big fan of Zaiwu and Rops and Apex. I need those jerseys, man.
Oh man, some lobbying here. Even in the Indonesian desk,
please, sir,
they were asking for Vitality jersey.
Getting one too.
I would love to have one right now.
Sir,
by the way,
I need a Zaiwu jersey, please, sir. Please,
do you want one, Connie?
Yes.
Ooh. I mean, you don't want to refuse a free jersey. Like, doesn't really matter which team was it, or maybe like, would you like if I give you an Arsenal jersey, would you take it? Wow.
I wouldn't. I'd give it. I'd put it where it belongs. The trash.
In the garbage, unfortunate, just as unfortunate as TLID just now. Maybe they need to santai, bro. You know, they have the Moscow Miracle, but I'm wondering, like, what's so special about? I'm sorry, I'm kind of glazing my team right now. What's so special about Geek Fam that they somehow managed to play the long lane with the Moscow? Meanwhile, TLID, the ex-champion of MPL Indonesia Season 14, or like the reigning champion of MPL Indonesia, was unable.
This sounds like me, you know, a lot of times I just compare my team to, but yeah, I think they just use GoPay, honestly. Like, Geek Fam are just smarter with their finances.
I mean, guys,
it's easy, right? Join the MPL GG party by voting your favorite team in MPL Indonesia Season 15 match at gopay.co.id/games and win guaranteed rewards for your first vote. You definitely get up to 59 diamonds, 1 token. And if you're asking me what are the tokens for, token can be used to spin for prizes in the gift arena. As of right now, there are already 2 electric motorcycle winners. We're talking about already, right? Not upcoming ones. So you can see the benefits that these people have for joining this one. 5 smartphone winners, 5 power bank winners, 25, not 5, wireless earphone winners, and you still have a chance to win 13 remaining electric motorcycles and other awesome prizes. Do you want a motorcycle?
Hey, so there are 13 waiting for me.
Why you specifically?
I mean,
he does it every day.
Because I want to just join and just register. You can go to gopay.co.id/games or open the GoPay app. If that's too much of a hassle, select the top-up game icon, click the trophy icon at the right top, click vote now to get a token, and then you can pick your winning team and enter the final match score. Get up to 59 free diamonds and 1 token free for your first vote, and then use that token to spin in the gift arena and then win your dream prizes right then and there. You can also get more tokens by topping up game credits starting from just 10K, ladies and gentlemen.
10K.
What are you waiting for? So simple, so easy, but the benefits, they're amazing.
Just as amazing as Telkomsel, because you don't want to lag to really just, you know, make your gameplay even worse.
Hell
you know?
no.
Ranking games, it's always so annoying when you get bad teammates. It's even worse when you get bad internet providers. That's why Telkomsel is here. Huh?
What about both?
Both? Well, that's a hell on earth.
That is ridiculous. I mean, maybe then you play really bad, right? But you at least have an excuse, because if you use Telkomsel, there's no excuses for lag, brother. Get rid of lag with tcell.id/national with Paket G21, only starting at 375,000 IDR for up to 100 Mbps.
Don't forget to check it at tcell.id/national or
check it out
in the app My Telkomsel. It's as easy as that. Now, you want to improve your mood in the day, right? After your ranking games with Telkomsel and all, this is the perfect drink to accompany you throughout the games, because not only...
Do you drink coffee?
Huh?
You drink coffee?
You usually always chug it, you know, Chefin.
Not today, man. Not today.
Not today?
Geek Fam won! This is a good day!
I've had it earlier already.
Is this not a good day?
I've had it earlier already.
Don't lie. Look at Gani. He doesn't... Onyx isn't even playing today and he's having a good day.
Yo.
I mean, he's not chugging it.
Hey, you know what?
He likes to enjoy his coffee,
My
Chefin.
week is, you know, after that L that I took personally, Arsenal losing, of course. I took a sip of this.
Yep.
All good.
So, if you take a sip, is it still a good day or is it just an okay day?
It's still a good day.
Okay.
That's the magic. So imagine when you chug it down.
Plus,
when you chuck it down,
Plus.
you eat sucra with it to make kind of a soup in your mouth. A sucra and a coffee.
So, very, very interesting combination.
I've never tried that before, but maybe you guys can go and try it first. Gribo flavor, original flavor, barbecue flavor. You guys can shake it out.
No, shape your day like you shape your head with RSV helmet.
Shape your head.
Yeah.
I don't think that's how you actually do it.
But I understand. If you don't wear the helmet, it could lead to some accidents that will literally reshape your head. So stay protected at all times, guys.
If you see the back of Gonnie's head, it's kind of like chopped here.
Yeah.
You know, because he does not use RSV helmet.
RSV though.
Exactly.
Yeah, I know, right? That's why you use RSV right now.
Exactly.
When strategy and speed are the key, focus and protection are everything. You know, even in the land of God, land of Dawn,
land of God.
There's so many Gonnie in the land of God.
Wow.
But yeah, there's a lot of collaboration with MPL. Also, you can find Geek Fam helmets. Did you find BTR helmets?
No.
Rico?
It's only Geek, Onic, Alter Ego.
Oh, the better ones.
Yeah.
No wonder.
Only elite teams has it.
Oh, so you're saying RQ and EVOS aren't elite teams, my friend.
Hey,
you're playing a very dangerous game,
Just
Shepin.
bantering. RQ, EVOS, I love you all. You're the best teams in the world, right? Even better than Onic PH. Just kidding. Meanwhile, TL ID, look at this.
Wait, you just said just kidding.
Yeah.
You're slick with it.
Yeah. First pick selection is away. I believe this was not the case in the first game.
Liquid have decided to take blue, despite losing on blue.
Huh. Interesting here.
I think they gotta pick Kalea first. I think Kalea first pick is more value than the Kimmy first pick when Kalea is open, right? If the Kalea isn't open, then sure. The Kalea adds so much value to the game, unless you have Purify on all 5, right? But that's impossible.
The thing is, they know how to play around it, right? I mean, with Kalea, you add him on the Granger. The Granger is practically untouchable.
Yep.
Wow, that is...
Combine that with a front ladder like a Fredrin. You're gonna have the easiest time of your life.
And the kill pressure. We have to talk about the kill pressure of Kalea early. You saw how it played out earlier. I think Gonnie, when I don't know if you were there, but when I played the Kalea, people were like, "What? How did you get first blood?" That's how. You just deal so much damage.
Yeah.
Concussive blast, your damage is very deceiving. You don't expect it to deal damage, and then suddenly your HP bar is gone.
Yeah, I actually had a moment where I lane against a Kalea with a CC.
Yeah.
Then I realized, oh, maybe Ryota. Like, I'm sorry, bro. I'm also not used to Kalea's damage. That's why he got killed by Natko.
He got humbled.
Solo.
So he's not a dark system.
No.
But Aaron believes he is. And Onic believe Aaron is the dark system.
But you mentioned that Ryota is overrated.
No, that's Lemon, Gonnie. He said Lemon, not Ryota.
Sorry.
Get the hell out of here,
My mistake. My mistake.
Get the hell out of here. Come
Silly
on,
you,
bro.
Gonnie.
Silly me. Silly me, Shepin.
Man, I feel like I'm not really appreciated here.
Shepin, we love you, man. We love you on the desk here, man. That's why we keep bantering, man.
Okay.
Come on, man.
Only do this with Arashi. Come on.
Get with the program.
Oh, we do.
Yeah. Why aren't you getting bullied, Gonnie?
Come on.
He does in the back rooms nowadays.
Yeah.
Man.
I'll take it, you know.
It's kind of like a karma thing.
Karma is real, boys. Come on.
We have
You do good, you'll
CCTVs
get good.
in the talent room, by the way, so I can report your mischiefs anytime that I want and get some, money from the court, man. Do you want me to sue you?
What
In
now?
game?
In game?
No, in real life.
IRL.
I'm gonna hire Hotman Paris
Wow. Who's that?
Well,
with my kidney.
right now we are going to be taking a look at both the goal laners, Eman and Aaron Shiki. Eman versus Aaron. Even last season, we were able to see Eman actually win out in that battle, a solo kill for Eman. That's why Aaron, out of all the gold laners, he actually put so much respect on Skylar and Eman. He was like, all right, these two are actually really good. I got to respect them, despite him being super spicy boy last season.
The spice can stay, though. He was being spicy last game against Bigatron Alpha. So right now, he's testing his own spice. And his bomb is on fire. From the red hot Bigatron Alpha. I didn't know why I say that, but back again to the draft here, presented by Samsung Galaxy S24 series, or S25 series, I'm sorry. Still the same with a Joy and a Luoyi. and a Fanny for Ed to Max. So they want to keep it the same surely here, right?
Butterflies
Yep.
born by thy wish.
If they broke, don't fix it. For Bigatron, it'll be Fanny and Juicin again. TLID with the same bans. Now they ban the Kalea, leaving the chip open. That means Bigatron will have to choose. Are they going to ban for the Hayabusa again, or do they ban out the chip now?
Or leave both open.
Or leave both open and ban out... what?
Obvious?
Could be. But the thing is, it'll still be between Haya and Chip, I feel.
You gotta choose the better bans here. Ed to Max. Up to a pretty hard choice. Do you want to give out the Weedy, that potential playmaking hero that TLID needs to unlock their games, or give a really elusive assassin in Fabian? And to be fair, so far Fabian.
There are no shortcuts in life.
Okay.
I literally
They pick on
invented
Fabian.
one.
Yep. I think it's a good ban here, banning out the chip. Now if they want to go first pick Kimmy, it makes more sense. There you go. Without the Kalea, they will still go for the Kimmy. And now BTR are going to be the ones having to think about who's going to be the replacement for that Kalea, who was so good for BTR in Game 1.
I mean, there's also a way to kind of bypass the frontliners and get to the back right away. If you want to pick the Haya right now, that could be an option against a Kimmy. If the NFL wants to use that. And, I mean, picking the Granger again, it's not really a bad choice either for Eman.
Yeah, the Granger should be still a good choice, but I think they're just going to wait for it, right? The Granger was so good because it was last pick on red, and then they were able to ban out everything. But I guess without the Kalea, they're just going to have to go for it earlier. Now, are they still going to go Valen, is the question. No, they change out the game plan. No Kalea means there's no need to take the Valen. It'll be the Granger and the Gato, the signature, I think, start that we've seen early in the season, but we have seen it kind of go away as we get into the later half of the season.
Wow, I like the first three picks from inside of TLID this time around though. Right? Kimmy has range. Phovius on a run is a monster, and of course Fabian on that Hayabusa. Expect a lot of outplays from this guy as well. If Bigatron could not position himself very well. But that's a solid response right there, baby. Masha killing two birds with one stone, because then you can deal damage towards the Hayabusa or the Kimmy.
And also the mid lane / gold lane that Aaron's gonna pick here. So, hard choice for St. DeLucas.
Wow.
The Harith is still open, Miracle.
Yeah.
Now, it would be the easy choice for Aaron Shiki, but do you think that's a bit too much damage for TLID and not so much utility in the end to win the fights?
I think Bigatron will have to ban the Harith again. I don't think it's a bad idea to ban the Harith. This time they can leave the Ruby open though. Actually,
yeah.
Ruby with the Haya and Kimmy could still be
The laning against the Granger, do you think that's a problem? Or
for the Ruby?
Is it even better for the Ruby? He can stay, right?
He can stay, but I think he'll be poked away. Like, the Ruby doesn't do well against high range, but it was banned out earlier. I guess because they've already dealt with the Hayabusa. They're not expecting the Ruby to come out here, but TLID are definitely expecting Fredrin to come out after seeing Amasha in XP. It'll be Cho, by the way, that's banned out, so no emphasis on gold just yet. They're trying to shut down Widdy now. He picked up Mathilda earlier. Now, without him picking Mathilda, it's Chip and Cho, so already two bans towards him. A pick to deny him with the Gatot Kacha, and this could be... Are they gonna ban Hylos? Is Hylos another ban to shut Widdy down?
It might be the Hylos. I don't mind, but...
Or Jawhead.
Oh.
Like a Khalid, maybe?
I don't think they're too afraid of going up against a Jawhead, though.
Jawhead.
Ranger can play it from afar.
It'll be Ruby. Okay, still Ruby.
Does this signify a potential assassin pick, or it's just a limit option for Aaron?
We have a fact here today. Kimmy has a 100% pick rate, picked 4 times from total 4 games. So they are all high on Kimmy. I wonder, in MPL MY matches earlier that we watched, do we see the Kimmy? I believe so, right?
I'm sorry, I didn't pay attention.
I think we do see the Kimmy there, but I don't know if it resulted to a W. Let's see, the TLID last ban here. Might want to go for something like a... Do you want to limit Moreno knowing that Anzina is still there? Or it's still going to be the Lucas ban?
Lucas.
So they want to set up truly not a Valentina made that Kimi slot into the gold lane, right? I don't think so.
Don't think so either. BTR, mid lane. What are they going to go for from mid lane? And Valentina would be... And actually, would it be a good option? I don't know. Against Haya and Phobius, there's not a lot of big ults. But it is a safer one. You can still play with Kimi's ult to make big plays. I guess you have ways to dodge away from the quad shadow, and it fits with the team who kind of wants to dive, right?
Yep.
Jungle. Now, but for TLID, roam and either gold or mid, depends on where the Kimi's gonna go. So far today, it's been all mid lane Kimi. We haven't seen a gold lane Kimi, but it could change here. I don't think you want to go Moskov against this composition. There's crazy range, and Masha, if you get close to Masha, I don't think you like it. Depends on the skin, I guess. If it's Maishira Nui, fine.
I mean, probably the only viable gold laner, like a traditional gold laner that Ericiki has, is something like a Claude.
Wow!
But it's gonna be the Harith. They still pick the Mathilda anyway, even with Hayabusa. So this is probably trying to make the Phobius a bit safer, just like in the first game. But let's see though, because in the first game, it didn't work as well as I thought it would be. Iran mostly got damaged or like got deleted before he was able to cast that or like follow the guiding wind.
He would like to, I guess, replicate the same outcome, same approach with the Phobius and the Mathilda from that first game, but with a different outcome. Now last pick for the side of Bigatron. What do they need?
Does something like a Barat or export work?
Against a Mathilda and Phobius, sure, but then there's a backliner. Oh, they're just gonna go Ling. I was thinking maybe Lancelot, but there you have it. This is a very greedy lineup, I'll be honest with you. Granger, Masha, and Ling.
They're gonna do their own thing.
They're gonna do their own thing.
Assassin versus Assassin, though.
That's the battle that we want for these guys. So, what do you think, Mirko, overall?
Dude, I think both compositions will rely heavily on just how they execute it. I think for both, it's kind of like an execution battle here. The Ling versus the Haya. Just trusting their mechanics, I guess.
Lineup counter, or like lineup rating and counter index favors TLID quite a lot here. Well, let's see though. 1-0 for the Red Robots. They can close it out. 2-0 here. Eman got his cryo. And now it's time to pop off. Is it gonna be the Red Robots or the Cavalry owning the Land of Dawn today?
Let's see, will Bigatron be able to replicate what they did in leg one? Getting a victory. Land of Dawn, here we go. And let's see the action for game two.
Oh, Mirko, like, I noticed 2 games in a row. Heskiel is chunking the purple buff without even trying to just help Fabian take it. I wonder what's the purpose of that? And he lost quite a bit of HP doing that.
That's a very good question. I think it just might be ADHD. I'll be honest with you. I don't know the reason right now. I haven't played the new Kimi, unfortunately. But I gotta try it again. Maybe you get... Is it energy? I guess? But
looking at the emblems, maybe?
Looking at the emblems, it's a bargain hunter. You don't get an additional gold from hitting. I guess it's just building that... I don't know.
That emblem stack? Or I don't know, actually. That's a good question. Might want to ask him in the backstage.
Yeah, I will definitely keep an eye on that. Rupture still Inspire, double Inspire this time around with the Wilderness Blessing for Mathilda. Nothing too crazy. Double Bargain Hunter here.
Oh no.
Ron getting jumped on. Good flicker. Annabelle, Tempest to Blade alongside Luke. That should be first blood. Who will take it? Will be Luke, not Annabelle. Bigatron striking first. In the mid lane, TLID looking for a trade. Doesn't really find the right connection just yet.
And sometimes in the early game, you don't want the XP lane to die very early. You'd rather get the gold lane die earlier because the setup for the turtle is going to be worse.
Yeah. I guess for Yeheskiel, it's just then the passive. Because you do get the charge, the energy charge. So it's just to help out in the lane, I guess.
Ah, good point, good point. Turtle setup for BTR. Annabelle is already eyeing on it, but he's a Ling, so there's limit to what he can do here. But he is pretty savant in the erratic department. Eman might get a first kill here. No.
This is the winning matchup though for the Granger. And so far, actually, TL ID won't be able to contest the turtle just yet. BTR have that crazy kill pressure. Yeskiel has to be careful in the back line here.
Just want to concede here.
Oh, good spot. Good immobilization. Oh, in the back lane. It's going to be airborne. Finn revitalized now. Luke jumping towards Yeskiel. He goes down. That's a burst. Iran taunted. AOG finds one. And he goes down. Tempest Blade, Fabian finds one. Retribution battle. Let's play the Fave. Who wins that? Witty takes the kill. Witty, Fabian.
No way.
Dynamic duo, but Iman is here to provide the damage. Luke.
Ain't no way.
My goodness, Squad Shadow is there. Terrified, but Guiding wins. Will not save his life. It's going to be Iman securing the kill. Luke now taking the kill as well, but Aaron Shiki finds a revenge, and that's going to be Iman taken down.
No way.
Now it's going to be a 2v1.
Come on now.
It's an 8-kill and 9-kill potentially, but Yeskiel finds the shutdown. 9 kills in total of 3 minutes of game time.
That's 4 kills secured by Luke, almost 5 if Iran was not there to cancel it out. What an early game that this guy's having.
Welcome to the Brawl server, ladies and gentlemen. There it is. A full turtle brawl as we get into the game. 4-5, it's Liquid ID who lead with 300 gold despite BTR getting more kills. That was technically like a wipeout, but you just can't get it in time, right? 5 kills to 4? Ridiculous early brawl. First item priority, Luke. It was a shutdown to Yeskiel, by the way, so that's pretty massive. Luke has been able to also get the Blade of Heptasy, so that will... Fabian?
Fabian
takes it.
Cheeky steal right there. It's a...
Oh no.
No. Hit and run. Yeskiel, good spot, good poke. Will not commit on towards Annabelle just yet.
Oh, that's a bad sign for Annabelle. Like, usually he's more composed. Meanwhile, Iran might be getting punished here.
What? The smash shot feels like a die rock, but now it's going to be Fabian with the shadow kill. Good night, Luke.
It ain't fair, man. Use Kage Bunshin. That's a numbers advantage for TLID.
He's got those, what's it called? The wooden planks that he transforms to every single time he gets hit, too. BTR. Now playing for Eman, looking for Eman to get this advantage, but in the bottom lane, just a skirmish. Maybe doesn't have the shadow kill, so there's no kill threat, but there's no kill threat for the Ling either. Without purple buff, he's really dependent on that. That's why we were saying very greedy pick on the Ling.
Yeah. 1 level advantage to for Fabian right now, 8-7. So Annabelle is trying to take the orange buff first. They're trying to set up both Yeskiel already in it.
AOG. AOG looking to buy time. Fabian though, calm retribution now. Tempest Blade in the back lane. Trying to deal damage on towards Iran. Iran flickers out of danger. Moreno caught him red-handed. That's going to be Moreno taken down alongside Finn. Good terrain, 2v1. Oh, cheeky. Cheeky move. Finds a kill on towards Iman, and that's going to be Luke taken down. That's a double for Yeskiel. 4 members of Bigatron lay wasted.
Feels like the win condition for TLID is still the same. Just kite and try to bait out the resources, especially from Luke.
Fabian steals it again. Way too brawly for BTR, and Liquid are just capitalizing on these very chaotic skirmishes with their own chaotic comp that wants to brawl it out.
Turret has been destroyed.
4 kills. It was 4-1-0 or 4-1-1 for Luke. Now his 2 death right away after that brilliant display in the early game run. And Securas against Annabelle, Luke, and Eman. As Eman also secures the second item in Skypiercer right now. Wait, is it less sustainability here? Or does he want to just steal damage?
Who are we talking about?
For TLID. Earlier he was building the Sea Halberd first. Now he's going for Skypiercer right away despite having 2 deaths.
Enemy battle. Will we get it? Oh my goodness, there's Luke. Tempest of Blade popped as well. Fabian in trouble, but Witty is there to provide the shieldings. TLID. They're reading BTR like a book. 2 members down and out.
The Soul Bloom, the rare Soul Bloom kill by Witty there towards a running Annabelle. In a way, Luke being there was kind of like disadvantage for Annabelle because Fabian was able to use the ultimate.
And TLID are just capitalizing again on BTR, looking for these desperate plays around the map. Every single time they're looking to be proactive, but when you're behind, it's a big risk. Eman gets a turret up top. Fabian!
My goodness, has the shadow kill! Flava Fave does it again.
He falls to the Sharingan and Raikiri of Kakashi-sensei.
And now it's a big problem for BTR, even bigger than it was before. Aran!
The 4v4, technically, Annabelle looking
Get
for
out.
that purple Tempest Blade, committed.
Ooh.
Oh my goodness, good catch by Ron! And that's gonna be Annabelle taken down. Bigatron again, losing on a skirmish.
There's a reason why Phobius is so good against Assassin, and Iran knows how to disable the killers from Bigatron Alpha.
Say TLID with a siege on towards the tier 2. Oh, circling Eagle will not commit a fight just yet. Taman though will deal damage from the back. Turtle is up, and ladies and gentlemen, we got 19 kills. Just 8 minutes in.
In 8 minutes, we've crossed the 2 kill per minute mark. There's more action than I think any game of MPL ID so far. Maybe, probably, right? This probably is the record breaker so far. It really depends on how much more BTR decides to brawl if we're able to match it or let this last all the way to the late game. Iman finally gets a Sea Halberd there, but it's going to be very difficult here in this game, even with the Sea Halberd. It really kind of banks on TLID making a mistake at this point. They're so under-leveled.
You're right.
And even right now, Eman, this is unfamiliar territory for Eman on the Granger. 1-3-2 on the KDAs. Really, this is really bad for Eman's standard, man.
Yep.
And one of the things that made it that way is there's no 2 frontliners in front of him to help him get better positioning. It's Annabelle and Luke at the front line, and Annabelle, oh man, he's having a worse game right now. 0-3-4.
The Ling pick, man, a greedy pick that would work if they get a snowball, but again, it was TLID who were winning, who were able to actually win on the early game, getting those proper shutdowns. And now for TLID, it really is just a slow game. It's something that we were talking about in game number 1 when they were already winning. They just have to stay disciplined.
Top lane.
2v1. Fabian.
Gotta be careful! Surprise, surprise! Fabian with the quad channel! Not enough resources, not enough sustainability there to take on 2.
So weird. Split push coming in, 2 guys. Annabelle and Luke just with each other. And now we might want to get dove on here by Witty. He has the ultimate.
No purple on Annabelle. Yes, kill. Good immobilization. Good. My goodness. Good read there by Heskiel. Doesn't really get the pull though.
Okay. It's too risky to go for the full-on chase. Aran in the mid lane. Just holding BTR off. That will slow the game a bit, but not by much again for TLID. That wasn't a bounty, I believe, on Fabian, so there's no shutdown for BTR. It's just an unfortunate bush to walk into for Fabian, finding a Masha together with a Ling. You can't run away from that, man. You jump back to the quad shadow, the Masha's waiting, you walk away, Annabelle goes in with a Finch Poise. And now for TLID, again, it just has to be the slow game. They just can't make those mistakes. They have to play it slow and play for the 5v5. They cannot, technically they also can't let BTR scale because both the Ling and the Masha can still be a threat as we get into the late game. And it's also Iman that can be a threat. The big question now is, can they out-sustain the damage in the late game if we get to the late game? But Annabelle, oh, I think he stayed for a bit too long here. Everybody, it's coming.
5-man rotating. Fabian with the shadow kill. Tempest Blade to escape.
Oh, wow.
Great calculations there by Mr. Annabelle.
There's a reason why Luke goes back, and Annabelle stayed. He trusted in his skills and still has the ultimate. Despite all TLID was absolutely in front of him, he was able to escape.
Okay, finally we get the item check. Melfic Roar already, that's the 4th item for
Gold
Eman.
lead on Eman.
Yeah, that's surprising. On the Granger, 1-3-2 up against a 2-0-4 Harith. You would expect the Granger to be the one behind by 1,000 gold, but
Eman thinks.
Just Eman things, you're right. It is a massive gold lead though in the trio mid department for TLID, and that's what they're going to try to maximize here. Harith will just be a damage dealer. The Executors, well, it'll be Fabian. Technically, Heskiel is right there too. So Aaron's damage, even though he's like behind against Eman, it won't hurt TLID. Like Heskiel will be the one dishing out that damage, and he's fully stacked up. Look at the charges, full red.
Annabelle, looks like he's not with any business with the objective stake here, unless.
Seems like Bigatron, no time to contest. They will not engage as well. TLID, cool, calm, calculated on that lower take.
Fabian might know Okay. Didn't check the Kumar Bush at the bottom. And now, TLID, they have a lot of damage to Siege here, Mirko.
Yep. For TLID, again, just playing it slow, playing with the Siege. For BTR, the clear isn't that good, but they do have control on the side lane. That's the, I guess, a way for them to defend. If they are able to stagger the waves, then there's not going to be a three-wave push that cracks the base open. But I think minimum, at the minimum, this should still be... Oh, Circling Eagle already. This should still be a turret. At least one base turret, minimum, for TLID.
For sure. The Lord will crash down towards the bottom side. Mid lane crashes as well. Bottom side still stands for now, but 1 HP practically, so it should fall soon enough. Bigatron will let that go. Seems like they will just focus on the clear first. Annabelle now getting chased. He's able to get out, but no clear connection around though, jumps in. Fabian in the back lines with the shadow kill, split into 4. No casualties from the side of the red robots, but they will lose the base turret. Bottom side.
Mid lane, gonna be threatened to AOG.
AOG trying to buy time. That's the damage, baby, from Aaron Cheeky. Luke jumps in. That's gonna be Luke taken down. That's gonna be Moreno. Good terrify. That's a miscalculation there by Mr. Flavor Fav and as well as Moreno with the help play.
And Annabelle's gonna take the purple buff from Fabian. That was a bit too hot-blooded. They don't want to fall to the rush anymore. Aaron Shiki, speaking of rush.
He flickers in. Oh my goodness, that's gonna be Heskio. The Ghost of Jakarta shut down by Amon. Now Annabelle, Tempest to play, looking for a kill on towards Aaron Cheeky. Looks for Witty. Oh my goodness, Annabelle. What the heck was that interaction? Witty finds a killing spree on the assassin there.
Have you ever seen a cat with wings? Because that looks like it. Aaron Cheeky flies out of nowhere. TLID, man, they gotta watch out. It turned out to be a 1-2-1 trade, but it was unnecessary.
I love that interaction though. Finch poised, circling Eagle. Both of them just outflying. But yeah, Heskil did not need to risk his shutdown for that. They would have gone to the turret anyways. There was no real reason for them to go for the kill unless that, Luke.
Oh, caught red-handed there in the bush. He flickers out. The damage will not be enough.
Excuse me.
Iran is there, but it seems like the damage will not come through. Luke, he made it.
The calculations, man, the calculations. Gotta lock in. I think that's the only thing that TLID needs to do at this point.
Yeah, they just gotta... They need to stop taking these like crazy risks, man. Flickering forward, yeah, skill, stuff like that. Lord gonna be blitzed by TLID. BTR late to follow. Finn already in.
Oh, gotta be careful. Finn taking a lot of damage, will be taken down first. The OG cancelled. Bigatron repositioning, seems like they want to contest. Annabelle, Tempest to Blade, finds Till, finds a Witty. Oh my goodness, Luke finds Fabian. That's gonna be Amon re-hitting. That's the Lord. Yeheskio trying to stay alive for TLID's sake.
I was gonna say the Lord was a paid actor to airborne Fabian, but it turns out it was a paid actor for TLID. Haskill takes that.
But it's spawning instantly. 3 seconds on Finn. I don't think TLID can fully capitalize on this, but Aaron does have this Amon force.
Let's see. 3 full flickers as well for the remaining 3 members of TLID. Will they make something happen? Seems like Annabelle. Looking for the flank, but no. The Lord will be irrelevant. Fortunately for the Red Terminators.
We have to wait for another Lord for TLID because, God, please, for the love of God, don't take those really risky fights for TLID. They're only up about 600 on what was about 3K for TL. It's equalized right now. I wonder how many Eman has over Aaron Chiki by now.
Yeah, I'd say the skirmishes, Sheffin, the skirmishes around the base for the mid lane base turret, bottom lane base turret, that was the gamble. Moreno somehow winning in the trade against the Hayabusa, but that was the gamble. That was the risk that they were taking. The Lord fight earlier wasn't really a risk. BTR forced their way in, right? Like, that was already pretty well positioned for TLID. They got rid of Finn. They had the man advantage, but BTR just decided to gamble and fight 4v5. The mistake to fix is the mistake in the in the siege for Liquid that they kind of have to fix later on. Now, it becomes a game that is really weird for them because they don't have side lane control. Firstly, with this composition, it's more of like a stick kind of game, right? You don't want to send Hayabusa in a 1v1 against Luke, nor do you want to send the Hayabusa in a 1v1 against the Ling in the late game. It's not a good idea. Ling has a way to get out of the shadow kill. You have to play as 5, but when they play as 5, there's this crazy explosive damage from Luke, Annabelle, Moreno, and Eman. Now it becomes a full just battle. It's a 50-50, but Liquid still have the advantage, especially when Lord spawns up top.
He got the shadow, but he doesn't want to go in.
Yeah,
he learned from
risky.
his mistakes earlier when Moreno terrified him. 40
Hey.
seconds towards the next Lord. Looking at the items, it's almost full for all of them. Fabian building towards Rose Gold Meteor. He knows that he's gotta watch out for this magic damage. An extra shield will definitely help in this case. He's gotta dive and try to find a kill towards the backline. Now even the gold lane is on BTR's side, Mirko.
The goalie doesn't matter at this point. I'll be honest with you, the goalie is completely irrelevant. But TLID definitely have something that is very, very relevant still. It's the base turrets. Fortunately for BTR, it's not the far lane. The far lane base turret for them is still alive, but it's an evolved Lord now. And for TLID, if they secure this one, there you go. Purple buff taken by Fabian, no retribution used. Annabelle is effectively offline. Even with the purple buff, he's been struggling a lot. 0, 4, and 6. Without the purple buff, this is going to be even tougher. Luke, endless battle. Annabelle walking up top. If he shows, this is a blitz for TLID.
They have to somehow break through though. Finn, so far, doesn't have the best time breaking through the defense of TLID.
Yeah, Finn taking a lot of damage. Luke from the flanks. Fabian, shadow kill, flicker from Luke. Moreno now trying to deal damage alongside Finn. Luke goes down. Mayday from side of Bigatron. It's a 4v5. TLID, they will reposition. They will look for an angle perhaps here. Come on. That's going to be the saving grace. All they need to do is protect Amon. And let's see how will TLID do. Fabian jumps in towards Vin.
Yep.
Let's see here, Uran jumping, good taunt. That's a good knock-up. 2 members now deleted. Aaron Cheeky free hitting him on now in trouble. Flicker out, Annabelle, no purple, no orange. Aaron Cheeky gets a shutdown. Annabelle looking for a kill. Tempest the blade early. Fabian, that's a good juke. And Annabelle will now be able to find a kill. Bottom side is pushing Aaron Cheeky. Does not care, it's a solo. But they got the base. And baby, we're going to game 3.
Wow! What a chaotic game! And we are on to game number 3 with Aaron Cheeky's hope of keeping that streak against Bigatron still alive. It's best of 1 from now on.
We got a full 3 games, ladies and gentlemen. TLID forcing game 3 out of BTR, forcing them to play a very, very greedy composition in the end by banning out both Fredrin and Lucas. Probably the optimal choices for BTR. I gotta say, that witty guiding wind, circling eagle so many times really... Look at the shield on Fabian, by the way. He bought the rose gold too earlier in that skirmish. Eman tried to kite away. In the end, it was not enough to deal with the amount of sustain and that late game Harith. Really well played for TLID. Again, waiting for those ultimates to be back up. Zaman Force was already used to kill Luke. He had to wait for it again, and TLID were able to actually wait for it all the way to the end to finally go for that final fight. With the Harith, the only way you beat him in the late game is if you bait out Zaman Force and then you fight while that window is open. But while that window was open, it was a 4v5 for BTR. The gold lead was gone, but it, again, was irrelevant at that point of the game. It was an Evolved Lord too. So for BTR, all the force errors stacked on them, and for Liquid, it was just smooth sailing as long as they keep it down, they keep it cool. A lot of times they got too greedy, and it became a super messy game where it should have been, a very messy start, but a clean finish it should have been.
Some pretty concerning engages coming from TLID at that game. But yeah, at the end of the day, they still got the W. All they have to do is to fix their mistakes in game number 2, and maybe they'll be able to take game number 3, because right now, this is a high-stakes game. Mirko, Bigatron, 3rd place. TLID there, I believe, 5th or 6th?
6th.
So far?
I think they are 6th.
TLID?
Yeah. And
They're currently fourth.
Oh, fourth. Oh yeah, fourth. Yeah, actually fourth. That's right. That's right. So they're not really into the playoffs just yet. Currently,
TLID are sixth. Here.
Wow.
Yeah. So they are sixth. It's Alter Ego fourth. Onyx are fifth. And here you can see again the crucial moment. I feel like the crucial moment should be way earlier on. This was more of like the crucial moment technically for BTR to end, but it was just the lead at the start. That was the big crucial moment for TLID. Turtle 1 was 50-50. It was a battle 5-4 plus Turtle for TLID, but Turtle 2 onwards, it was really just a pure snowball. The pickoffs as well that they were able to get. And I think a lot of the miscalculations from Annabelle, from Luke as well, was due to Mr. Man Witty, the Wise, who was able to do so well.
Mr. Birthday Man.
Birthday boy, you're right. Could be a great birthday
B-boy.
gift. And technically, we have been seeing a lot of this, right, from Annabelle. Diving in, getting the Tempest of Blades, but unable to get vision into the bush. But this is what I want to talk about. This, I think, is the crucial moment for this game. It was the first fight. How did TLID actually end up with the turtle and end up leveling the kill lead that it looked like BTR was going to have? Here as well, you can see just how valuable the guiding wind becomes. That sustain is so ridiculous. Here too, the full rush from Luke to try to get even more value out of it. They were kind of saved here by Witty with the constant quad shadow, sorry, with the constant guiding wind, and Fabian with the constant quad shadow to escape from these type of ambushes from Luke, from Annabelle. But really, I would say the star of the show is Witty. This guy kept everybody alive for the longest time. Even if they couldn't keep him alive all the way, when there were some pickoffs, he was able to keep the crucial members alive, mainly Aaron and Yehezkiel, the two members that he should play around. This was the pick from Mr. Yehezkiel. BTR were not able to secure that objective. This was the big play. Aaron, Shiki, Zaman Force. But TLID decided, all right, let's wait for the Zaman Force to come back up. Once the Zaman Force was up again, Circling Eagle came in with Aran getting a massive two-man knockup, and then they collapsed on him. As long as Aaron has the Zaman Force up on cooldown, they surely wouldn't lose in the late game in a pure 5v5.
That's it. Man, what a game that was. Very chaotic game. You can see the kill count here, 22 to 12 in a span of 20 minutes. Typical Indonesian gameplay here.
That's the brawl server for you, buddy.
Look at the KDA, 5-1-14. If you want to, I always say this, but if you want to play Roamer and get all the MVPs with KDA, like Mathilda is the perfect hero.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Gani disagrees. Gani doesn't like Mathilda. He only likes Kufra.
I mean, he always bans Mathilda because he uses Kufra.
That's true, Gani.
What a coward.
Oh. Well, does that mean Bigatron are not cowards at least? They didn't ban the Mathilda, right?
I mean, that might not been the best of decisions, but...
Which one was worse, the Ling pick or the Mathilda not banned?
I think the Link pick would be worse here, especially after looking at the conversion and what Annabelle was able, or like were unable to do in that game.
Yeah.
But to be fair, it was, the odds are stacked against him. It's a hard game to play right from the get-go. Like if you think just from the paper, Kimi, yes, it's bad against the Link, but you have the Mathilda, you have the shields. Even Harith is not really a viable option in the late game. It's super hard to play.
Yeah, especially considering again for the Ling, I don't believe Annabelle had any... Well, he did get Sea Halberd, but at the start it was just really difficult to get through those shields, right? The teamfights were also scattered. Aran and Fabian were always able to keep the backline of Bigatron Esports at bay, and those were the guys who actually have Glowing Wand, Sea Halberd. So as long as Annabelle was split up from the team, whenever he goes in solo, he'll never really be able to threaten Harith, Mathilda, or even Yehezkiel on the Kimi. Because there's just so much sustain on Harith, plus the Mathilda to help both Kimi and Harith, to add on to the fact that, again, Harith's sustain is already ridiculous. So, for BTR, next game they got to go back to the drawing boards. For Team Liquid ID, they did a very, very good job this time around to just keep it calm. Because I think we already mentioned this in game number 1. They were winning in game 1. It wasn't like they were losing. It wasn't like it was a pure outdraft, because it wasn't. Game 1, Liquid were winning up to a point where they kind of took a fight that they didn't need to. Took a 4v5 because of the Kalea, and then everything went south.
How about the Gatot Kaca pick though? Because that was first pick for Finn. Yeah. And it ended up being probably the least contributing member of Bigatron Alpha. 052, I believe.
052.
Yeah. Finn was not able to use the AOG perfectly. And to be fair, they were all using flickers. There's Mathilda. All of them has stashes. Like, what do you think about the Gatot Kaca pick overall? Was it too early, or they were just trying to hide the cards before they want to pick the actual cornerstone of the composition?
Yeah, I guess they were thinking that that would be a flex pick. That definitely wasn't, the first pick we were expecting for BTR, right? The Gata Kacha into the Kimi as well. We gotta understand that usually Gata Kacha, we don't see it picked up when it's up against picks like the Kimi, like the Harith as well. It's usually a good pick up against the Grangers, actually. So I think it might have been kind of a way for them to deny the Gata from the other side. It's also a good pick for Witty. They did ban Chip, Cho, and pick up the Gata Kacha. So the idea was probably they wanted to deny picks from Witty. But in the end, they forgot the pick for Witty. His favorite pick, at least back in Season 14, was the Cho.
And he used it in Game 1 too.
But his favorite pick,
Mathilda.
if you ask him, was Mathilda.
Maybe Angela.
Yes.
Yes.
Potentially not Kufra.
But isn't the Angela more Yehezkiel last season?
Yeah, Yehezkiel played, it was an Angela mid. It was kind of ordeal.
Interchangeable, I believe.
I think he was more on Hylos,
Yeah,
over the Angela.
80%
Even
towards the
Cho
mid.
over Angela.
Okay. So yeah, that's the birthday boy for you. Mind you that last week
He was sick.
Yeah, he was sick. That's why he didn't really play that well. Now that he's fit, and he's having his birthday, we celebrated it backstage there with Eterna, I believe. Was it Blue Day Clara? Oh yeah, Blue Day Clara. So yeah, a lot of buffs coming in from Reedy.
When's your birthday, Sheffin?
14th of February.
Whoa, you're a February. Wait, that's Valentine's Day.
Yeah, and guess how many chocolates that I got throughout my life?
Let me guess.
Yeah?
0.
It's not actually 0, but it's
10.
not really
Okay,
that
1.
much. It's not really much.
10.
2.
Huh?
10.
Less.
2.
7.
4. Maybe around like 6 or something.
Close. I got closer, Gani.
Yeah. You want to give me one?
You want to...
Maybe if we get to Valentine's Day next year. Like, now would be an odd time.
We get to Valentine if.
Yeah.
You said if?
Yeah.
So you're saying
You never
that-
know, sir.
I guess.
Exactly.
You know,
Only God knows, bro.
for sure. But
Amen in the chat. Amen.
if we were to predict on who's going to win the third game here, I'm asking Gani because it's pretty useless to actually ask you.
Obviously.
Yo,
My goats.
what do you want to ask again?
The winner of game number 3, like, does
I
Liquid...
need to see the drafts, man.
Well, no.
Oh, you gotta
Just
make a prediction,
based
Goners.
off what happened
Prediction?
earlier.
You know. Oh, man, the stuff.
Come on, man.
What
Come
does
on,
your
I think
gut
it's-
say, Goners?
Finn or Witty?
Fiend.
Oh. So you're choosing Bigatron?
Fiend.
Is that how it is?
Come again now?
So are you choosing Bigatron?
Yes, sir.
Ah, I'm actually choosing... Where's my... Yeah, there you go. The Cavalry.
But
They're a bunch of cool guys.
I would dig this though.
We haven't
Just
actually
the
seen that emote in game, right?
We have. I've heard.
Not here. Not in
No,
this game.
Like that game
Oh, that
earlier.
game?
Yeah.
That game, yeah.
I heard it.
I guess my in-game sounds are
It
low.
was Fabian, I believe.
Yeah,
It's like that.
something like that. Yeah. You guys can get that, by the way. It's still up, or you guys can get the one, the Navi one, or the last from Evos. My favorite one is this, or the sleeping one, the Turu one.
Yeah, we got Eterna though. Ready? The
Where?
backstage.
She's not here. Where's
Where?
Eterna?
Is Eterna ready?
Where's Eterna?
Are you lying to us, Sheffin?
Oh, she's not ready. Oh my god.
Oh, no.
Side reporter, what are you doing?
Side
No,
reporter,
Sheffin.
Eterna.
No.
No, why?
No.
No, why?
He's just gonna say no, Sheffin.
No.
Sheffin, you want to tell the crowd what you think about this game?
Well, I want to say, what does Eterna think about this game? Or game
So
number
throw
3,
the
because
question.
she's a TLID fan. What do you think, Eterna?
Terima kasih para casters. Eterna di sini side court bersama The Cavalry.
Let's go,
Di sini udah rame banget. Ini mereka lagi bersorak-sorak juga karena kita melihat kalau misalkan TLID bisa comeback di game yang kedua. Dan sekarang aku lagi bersama siapa nih?
Zora.
Zora dari mana?
Dari Jakarta Selatan.
Dari Jaksel.
Ya.
Jadi bahasanya Jaksel juga nggak nih?
Enggak.
Oh enggak. Oke, sorry. Anyway, kita lihat ada pergantian yang sering terjadi di gold lane di roster TLID. Kamu nyangka gak sih hari ini yang main Eren Shiki?
Ya nyangka sih, soalnya kan kemarin Iron habis di interview juga kan. Dia bilang semoga dia bisa buktiin sih di match ini bisa menang lawan BTR.
Soalnya dia bilang di interview dia belum pernah kalah sama BTR ya.
Semoga kan omongan itu doa kan ya.
Benar.
Jadi semoga bisa tercapai lah doa dia.
Semoga ya guys. Tapi menurut kamu bisa nggak?
Yakin sih, kita yakin bakal terus dukung Liquid, semoga bisa menang di game ini.
Berarti reverse sweep ya?
Ya betul.
Reverse sweep oleh TLID melawan BTR. Nah kita juga pengen penasaran juga, sebenarnya kamu so far ngelihat permainan dari TLID season ini tuh gimana? Udah oke belum? Ada yang menjadi kurang atau gimana? Mungkin ada saran?
Ya sebenarnya sih kurang enggaknya kan mereka yang merasakan ya. Jadi saya yakin sih ini bakal perlahan-lahan bakal naik kan, apalagi sudah mencapai week 7. Semoga bisa naik terus gameplaynya dan bisa membawa game terbaik dan bisa lanjut ke playoff nanti.
Amin. Gila, support dari TLID lumayan keras ya. Oke, bisa upper bracket nggak itu pertanyaannya? Playoff semoga upper bracket, apakah menurut kalian masih bisa?
Ya semoga bisa lah, apalagi kan tim Liquid Academy juga udah playoff, semoga tim Liquid ID juga bisa nyusul.
Amin lagi. Nah salah satu di antara TLID ini lagi ulang tahun. Kita nyanyiin ulang tahun dulu gak sih buat Widi?
Boleh.
Kita semangatin Widi ya, oke. 3, 2, 1.
Happy birthday Widi, happy birthday Widi, happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday Widi.
Yeay, happy birthday Widi. Mungkin kata-kata semangat buat Widi karena dia lagi berjuang untuk game yang ketiga ini.
Semangat Widi, semoga romernya bisa kombinasi yang baik dengan tim. Dan semoga bisa menang sebagai hadiah ulang tahunnya di hari ini.
Amin. Oke, kalau gitu sudah cukup dari TLID. Mungkin ada kata-kata terakhir sebelum kita masuk ke game yang ketiga?
Semoga menang. Let's go Brio, let's go! Liquid!
Thank you so much Cavalry. Kita akan langsung lempar kepada Bude di sisi Big Troopers. Big Troopers gak mau kalah di sini, mana semangatnya? Wah, di sini, di sana boleh biru, di sini merah, merah menyala, merah makin berani kah?
Terus berani Bude.
Terus berani, tapi kalau ngelihat permainan mereka di match kali ini satu sama.
Ya.
Gimana sih kalian sebagai Big Troopers?
Kita terus bersemangat ya sih buat game ketiga nanti, siapa tahu bisa menang.
Siapa tahu.
Harus menang, harus menang.
Harus menang. Tapi
wajib.
Kan, ngomong-ngomong, tadi di tim Liquid ID ada Aaron Siki yang main.
Ya udah.
Aaron Siki bilang belum pernah kalah dari tim Bigetron. Wah, gimana nih?
Semoga hari ini kita kalahin ya.
Bisa nggak?
Bisa.
Satu sama.
Insya Allah pede.
Insya Allah pede.
Pede Bude.
Apa nih yang harus dilakukan oleh Bigetron untuk game ketiga?
Melawan terus. Jangan kasih Faviannya snowball sama Iron Sikinya jangan dikasih snowball.
Oke, pokoknya hentikan ya. Hentikan semua. Di sini Bude ngobrol sama dari desa Konoha. Siapa nih?
Kita Naruto.
Saya Hokage-nya Bude.
Wow. Bagaimana sang Hokage melihat dari tim Bigetron?
Tadi game 2 kepleset dikit jarinya. Habis ini menang. Udah nanti saya kasih tahu kok.
Oke. Kasih taunya gimana tuh?
Kan mereka kan masyarakat saya tuh. Jadi nanti saya akan briefing sebagai presiden dan Hokage ya. Saya akan suruh menang lagi game 3.
Oke, menang game 3. Ngomong-ngomong itu matanya cuma sebelah.
Iya ini kan niatnya Kakashi tadi. Cuma jadi Akatsuki. Nah, saya nggak tahu dah.
Wah.
Collab
Gak apa-apa. Memang harus ya. Harus semakin rame. Tapi kalau tadi dari Kakashi.
Iya.
Kakashi Miguel.
Iya.
Di sini. Yang dari tadi di sebelah Bude. Siapa ini?
Zidane.
Kalau Zidane. Kita tahu sendiri kalau dari tim Liquid kan gold lane-nya yang suka ganti-ganti. Kalau dari tim Bigetron, dari segi roamnya nih ganti-ganti. Gimana sih kamu melihat line up dari tim Bigetron?
Sebenarnya line up-nya bagus Bude, mau dimainin Vin atau Cahyo. Light. Sorry.
Bang Cahyo.
Ataupun Light itu sebenarnya bagus. Cuman Bigetron ini kadang kurang konsisten Bude. Di awalnya dia ngelit banget. Ntar pas di mid game itu dia rada kurang konsisten.
Wah, memang jadi mereka membutuhkan konsisten nih ya.
Betul Bude, kita harus konsisten sampai late game.
Harus konsisten sampai late game. Coba kasih pesan dong untuk bisa melakukan hal itu.
Buat players semoga kalian bisa konsisten ya. Terus menang retri semualah. Kita harus kalahin.
Harus kalahin, tapi kalau dari Biget Troopers sendiri ngelihat Bigetron, kepenginnya gimana sih untuk babak regular season ini? Berada di posisi berapa sih harapan kalian?
Kita berharap nggak usah muluk-muluk Bude, upper aja, upper bracket.
Top tuh harapannya.
Iya Bude.
Wah, kalau Bigetron berapa persen akan kira-kira masuk ke dalam top tuh menurut Biget Troopers?
100%.
100%. Yang penting itu dulu ya.
Iya Bude.
Tapi kalau menang sekarang di game ketiga dari Biget Troopers berapa persen nih?
100% Bude.
100%.
Kita pede banget.
Pakai jurus apa nih?
Jurus apa Gel? Jurus Gel.
Oke, mau ngeluarin jurus nih. Hap, hip, hip, hup, hup, hap. Woohoo! Jurus sudah dikeluarkan. Biget Troopers sudah bersiap untuk menyemangati Bigetron. Namun tim Liquid ID juga dengan The Cavalry semuanya udah makin panas. Bagaimana jalan ninja dari kedua tim? Mari kita saksikan bersama game 3.
Bigetron.
You know that Weedy still owes me a round of Soto. Not a round. Like a lunch or Soto.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? Why? Why did he make this bet?
No, he actually didn't make a bet. But
What does he owe you?
He said like, after I won M6, which unfortunately didn't happen.
Okay.
We should grab a Soto together.
But he
Because we're
did.
both Japanese.
You're both Javanese?
Yeah, Jawa!
You're
both Japanese? Javanese.
Javanese, Ghanis.
Yeah.
Arashi is Japanese.
Oh.
He's Javanese.
Okay.
Rashi is Japanese.
Japanese. He's
We
fluent in
all-
Japanese
we all
too.
Japanese here.
Okay.
We're all just yapping.
Uh-huh.
We're yapping, baby.
And we're yapping our way to game number 3. Oh my goodness. What an exciting day. TLID versus Bigetron Alpha. Or Bigetron Esport, I'm
Yep.
sorry.
You saw my people
We have
earlier.
an update here.
100% they said. My people
Oh.
said 100%.
I don't know about that, but
My fellow
we're gonna see
ninjas.
an M-Watch though. Here.
What? What is this?
Where is it?
M-News?
Not MU. MU sucks. MU's.
Whoa.
Hazel's debut with Arrow in MPL MY Season 15 ends in a 1-2 defeat against our SRG. Well, the thing is, it is SRG. In game
It
number
is
1,
SRG.
he was able to show
MVP.
what he's worth.
On Haya. Yep.
You gotta take the positives.
Exactly. Take the positives, you know. Hazel, hey. Respect, man. I believe in you. I know you can do really good things in Malaysia. Good luck
by the
for
way.
your next matches. What?
X-Kick fan, by the way.
Yes, that's true.
Wow.
Technically,
That's a gem.
X-Evam, they still argue. He's only loaned, right?
Let me correct that. X-Beloy Academy.
Ex-Beloy Academy. There you go.
XBA.
That's right. That's right. That's right. He's finally graduated from high school, and now he was instantly loaned right after graduating from high school. Instantly loaned to Aero. Good luck, Aero, in the future. But MPL MY is SRG's league, so
It's
gonna be really
DJY's
tough.
league.
Huh?
It's DJY's league if he played. But he
Dude.
didn't.
He needs to
If
play
only are
against
you.
SRG.
Yeah.
If he wins
only he
against
played-
SRG, that means SRG all this time. They were just lucky that DJY wasn't in, you know?
I mean,
They're hiding the
justice for
cards.
DJY.
I think Yums, Innocent, Skies, Cram, and Stormy, and even Ark, and Ozoroveki, and Simon can all agree that they would lose to DJY. That guy is a god yapper. He's the killable Demon King.
That's a cold title though. Killable Demon King.
Uh-huh.
That's
He's
tough.
killable. He's just killable. Yeah.
That's
Very
tough.
killable. I killed him in game.
That's a fact. We have some pretty tough title here as well. The Ghost of Jakarta on the screen. The Untouchable Arachiki. Weedy the Wise. Starring for TLID as they're picking the first big selection. So the 3 game in a row, they're picking first here. Maybe they still want to get that chip, possibly. The Mathilda, the Kalea. Everything works for Weedy the Wise. Because he is having a birthday. Having himself a match.
Yeah.
Why?
I like the phrasing. Having a birthday. It's like having a child or something. You know, he's about to give
birthday.
He was about to give birthday. There you go.
Oh.
There you go.
Oh, I just realized.
Yeah, having a birthday. He's gonna give a birthday very soon. But hey, Aaron Shiki did really well in that game, even though somehow Eman was able to match his gold. Again, that's just the Harith, and that's why I feel like the Granger shouldn't really be shown that early, right? It's not even that, it's not, well, for Eman, I understand, it is that prio, but against the Harith, I think the Harith should still be a better choice. We have seen Eman on the Harith, and I think unfortunately we just haven't seen Eman do that well in the Harith. He's done better on just MM picks.
So it's
Moskov,
like
Granger, Matrix even.
It's like Jabran, but better.
He's like, oh, I don't want to say it. I'll just take your words. There you go. Chefin said.
Well, you're the
he's
XPTR. He knows. Like you know, like what he's used to.
Franz is my goat, man.
Okay.
He's Mr. Bombastic.
Doesn't even believe that.
What?
Buonic.
Jabran, man.
Oh, Jabran. Back to the trap presented by Official Tournament Smartphone Samsung Galaxy S25 series.
Whoa.
Now it's a change after the usual Fanny and Chip, I believe. No, what was it earlier? The first two.
It's Fanny Jusin in game 1 and 2.
Okay. Hayabusa raced right away. So it's still gonna be a Chip, right? Right?
Yeah, but then they're gonna leave.
No.
No. This is dangerous. Chip left open. TLID, do they take it?
Do you want to bite it?
They will. Chip first pick for the birthday boy, Winnie the Wise.
Crunch. Not the usual.
I want to shout out the chat, by the way. Someone said, facts time. Let's be real. BTR not even close to my killable Demon King. And I gotta agree, DJY is still undefeated in MPL MY.
There's levels to that.
There are levels to this game, and DJY might
it's not apple to apple.
It's not. It's like apple to durian or something, you know? The king of fruits. Kimmy, though, will be picked up with... Whoa! Early, no flex. Kimmy Valentina.
So they need a physical damage dealer in the jungle, right? Surely. Or do they... You don't want to... This is not a bankable, you know, early game win, then late game is going to be alright composition. They got to have something in the middle or in the jungle to deal out the damage.
Okay.
What's it gonna be is the question. Lucas might be an option. Valentina has already been picked. It does quite well against the Chip. But is it gonna be the answer?
Usually we see the Carmilla for BTR, right? But if they don't pick up a jungle here, it'll be... Actually, it'll be okay. They will have first pick on red side for second phase. So BTR, they just pick Carmilla up here. Would that be the safer option? Because it's going to be banned out for sure. TLID will ban it out in the second phase.
That might be the case though. I mean, is Carmilla? Whoa,
there you go.
There you go. I was gonna say that. Is it gonna be surely the answer to the Chip? But turns out it is. It's Vin playing it. Now, do you want to just ban out the physical jungle that actually is annoying towards the Chip combo for TLID?
I think that's for sure going to be the approach for TLID. BTR though, what will be their approach here? Considering that perhaps TLID they're looking for a jungler. Just limit the junglers, right? I guess. Do they want to pick up the Lucas themselves?
Still waters run.
Wow,
yeah.
They ban out the Ling away from TLID. And I think, yeah, the Fredrin would still be a really good choice for BTR. Lucas too for BTR. That's why it's going to be banned out here. There's a reason they went for the Valentina, and they have Kimmy. So technically they already have... Is that enough damage, or is that too much magic damage? That's the question I want to throw out there.
What? The
Valentina, Kimmy just being the two damage dealers, and then them going Fredrin.
I think that's the cap right there.
Yeah. They gotta go for physical, jungle, or
physical,
XP.
Yeah, for sure.
The option's limited though. If you want to pull out something like an X-Borg, I think you have to ban out Eve, you know. But
yeah,
it's not really an Annabelle style hero. Like Hanzo would be bad too against something like a Chip.
Yep.
The falling stars.
Novaria ban. Interesting.
Wait, can they bring out Yehezkiel? If you want to bring out the Angela and let Fabian do something, like pick something like a... No, the Ling was banned.
Exactly.
My bad.
There's the Fredrin, by the way.
Okay, so two bullfighters there eliminated. What are the other options here?
Trying to look at the history of Annabelle here.
Suyo is the obvious
Lancelot.
option with the Lancelot, yeah. Suyo, Lancelot.
I mean, he played Nolan 2 times.
I don't think you want to pick Nolan now.
Should be a Suyo, right?
Should be. What's going to be XP though? Are they going to go... This is a tough one. They can't go Fredrin or Lucas anymore, so it has to be an Assassin in the jungle and something like a Badang or Glue in XP.
Or maybe like, if you want to reach deep in the bag, something like a Bellering. Oh,
They
would
go
still
for the
work.
X-Borg. But this can be flex still, technically.
Not really a big fan of the X-Borg EXP, but I believe
neither.
MPL PH pulled it off.
Really?
One time. As if I'm not wrong, alright. I wanted to fact check that, but this surely has to be something like an Eve, right? It's gotta be a Suyo first for Fabian. You wanna pick something that can maybe take care of the backline. Farsa to take care of the Kimi. But
Against the
give
Valent,
out.
though. You're gonna give out a
Defended
big
airstrike.
ult, yeah.
Huh. What do you go for here?
Is it safer to just go Cecilion, something of the sorts, again in the mid lane?
That's fair. And I believe when RQ faced up against Onyx, they were picking the Sicilian.
But they won't go for the risky. That's the head skill right there. Signature Farsa pick will be his option.
Like you said, Jeff, and ballsy move from the side of TLID, VTR. I think now...
Has a beast within.
Oh,
should be
no, I thought it was Benedetta.
Back-to-back Masha pick. They're really trying to make this work here. So X-Borg in the jungle.
Yeah.
That's the utility jungle that they were thinking about. All right.
Especially after seeing the Farsa.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a yummy, yummy mid laner there for the Masha.
Yeah, it is. But it is a chip.
It is.
They have the counter set up with the Carmilla, but the question is it enough to weather the storm? Witty storm.
The Witty Storm. Lineup rating and counter index does favor TLID, and I gotta be honest with you, with the chip, this is a very menacing birthday boy, Witty the Wise.
No purifies, only flickers for Bigatron Alpha. This is the best of one from now on. A race to the playoffs, a race to secure your place in the postseason. Let's go to the Land of Dawn.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time! Last round between TLID, Team Liquid Indonesia, and Bigatron Esports. Who will take the dub? Will it be the same like one, or will we have a different outcome?
Oh, the question and answer, Miracle, and it is.
It is a charge for the Kimi to get more charges again, just going on the purple buff, hitting it a couple of times. Gonna take a look at the emblems here. Everything seems in order, nothing too crazy.
Hello? Hello?
This is the power of the Kimi in lane though.
Oh my goodness. Oh, this is the new lane bully apparently towards Harith.
A better Granger goes through.
Yeah.
Emblems by IndyHome. Fabian should be able to take this away from Emman. And yes, he will with the Retribution. Emblem check, firmness, and the tenacity. Same emblems that he went for when he played the criminal last time against RRQ. And everything else seems to be the same. I guess we could talk about the vitality for Annabelle. Maybe it's maybe he went for vitality because Vitality, the global director, is in the building.
Oh. Well, the actual reason is he wants to have
HP.
more
Yeah.
of the Firaga armor because it stacks up with the HP.
Could be cool though, you know?
Yeah.
A good reference.
For sure, for sure. He knows that area.
Oh. This is interesting. I would have thought that Fabian would want to invade early on, but I guess because he was forced to use Retri on the Gold Crab, he decides not to, and he's actually now behind of the X-Borg. That's not a good sign. On the Suyo, you usually want to abuse the fact that you clear faster than the X-Borg.
Yep. Now the first turtle fight. Like I wonder who's gonna be have the advantage here. I mean, Finn on the Carmilla, if he does get level 4, that is a huge buff. But right now, he does not have it. And Annabelle, if he wants to get close, he has to, I think, burn his last insanity to get close.
Annabelle's level 5 already.
Let's see. That's going to be an engage.
There you go.
Strike popped early, Annabelle. No Viraga armor. Ron doing a splendid job there to perhaps close all angles. Now Moreno, though. Cheeky approach, but seems like TLID will calmly take the first nuke.
This is one of the reasons why Xborg's not really the best jungler out there. Like, once you get your Firaga armor out, even though you know that this is a fighter jungler, a jungler that's supposed to get the objectives, it does not work that way for this guy.
I think it's very good if you have a composition that wants to fight Turtle 1, right? Snowball off the bat. But again, like you mentioned, yeah, this is a Masha on the other side. It's not really someone that will be online quick, especially considering it's up against Phobius, Annabelle.
Good disengage there. Good read by Luke and Annabelle. They sniffed that, hey, perhaps Witty's around, so let's back away.
Slow game for BTR. They really want to just play for Eman, I'm guessing. But if they do, it is very risky as we get into the mid game. Number one, Phobius will have so much free space. Number two, Chip. That is the most scary thing, especially when you don't have any Purifies on the board. You get Crash Course, that's a shortcut. Luckily for Moreno, or luckily for BTR, Moreno has stolen the shortcut, so he'll be able to respond against it too by putting his own.
It's a battle of teleportation between Moreno and also Weedy. Bottom lane though, it looks like there's a lot of traffic there. Aaron Chiki smells something funny in the bushes as we're going to take a look at the items so far that they've secured. Oh, Dreadnought, first item for Annabelle.
Yeah. Also Dreadnought for Aran on the Phobius, dealing with the Masha in lane.
This is just a full utility Xbox so far.
Yep.
It's not even building towards a War Axe, which is the usual stuff.
It's also the build that Kyrie went for, right? Still with the War Axe. Now we're not going to see it. We're seeing just pure tank.
With a silenced rope, maybe, to kind of weather the damage from Aaron Chiki and also Yehezkiel, and makes himself a bit more useful in the objective fights. This is a contrast on what happened in the first game.
Yeah.
We had like, I don't know, 16 kills in 2 minutes. Now 0 on the board, 5 minutes or 4.5 minutes elapsed.
See what happens when both teams know their win cons, right? For BTR, they know that they can't rush it. Unlike game number 2 and game number 1, they can't really rush it, but... Oh.
Wow.
They're not on the turtle.
The fact that TLID is not even there is interesting.
Super slow take though.
Well, that's why.
See here, it's going to be the further airstrike. Good stun, shortcut pop. That's a 2-man knockup though. That's going to be one member around immobilized. Free hitting by Yaman. Fabian takes the turtle. They want to fight Luke. Very low. Managed to reposition. No casualty from that fight. No first blood here for the first 5 minutes. Different story if we take a look at game 2.
It's just an objective battle, Mirko.
It is, and it's one that TLID will definitely have the dub on. Again, they were late to the turtle, but there's no risk in being late for the turtle. When you have a chip, BTR, when you're also up against Xborg, by the way, it's not only the chip fender airstrike on Moreno, poking him down there, but it's also against a very slow turtle taker. Annabelle can't really... Oh, wow! Witty, witty, witty!
Witty with the conceal, Amon, very low.
Happy birthday!
That's a... that's, again, just first blood goes to Witty this time.
Man, already 2K for TLID. And it was like 1.8 even before that kill. So far, TLID has been winning in all fronts, even getting the top turret for this.
First item priority for Eman is going to be the Holy Crystal. A quick one. 6 minutes in, but Aaron Shiki will be the one taking the turret. It seems like Fabian as well is putting that pressure down up in the mid lane. 2,600 gold lead building for TLID. This is looking like a slow snowball that'll end up being a death ball. Remember, usually when you have a 2,500 gold lead, you won't always be able to push on the tempo. Enemy team can just play slow. But with the chip, you can. You can just step on the pedal and never let go. You don't need to break.
I think the reason why Witty hasn't been doing that is because he knows that Finn is on the other side. And in the first example earlier, when Witty was using the crash course, the retaliation was actually quite decent from Finn, almost getting 1. So that's why he's been very, very careful on placing his teleports. And look at the items, Annabelle. Athena right away.
Respecting the damage from Farsa and Harith. Both will be a big threat. Aaron Shiki is on the way to the item power spike. Arando will be zoned away. BTR now. Turtle 3 is when they decide to make the move.
It's practically 3v4 now. If Masha joins a 3v5 in favor of Big H Ron. Now Luke jumping in onto the Heskiel now, wings by wings force. Fabian providing the cover. That's gonna be Luke though, very low, taken down. Turtle should be the red Terminators, but Fabian denies it away. That's gonna be Annabelle now isolated. Last Insanity won't do much damage. Amon flickers out of danger, but Annabelle caught red-handed. TLID, what an execution.
That is just unfortunate. And the fact that TLID didn't even use their full power in that fight. Aaron Chicky was in the gold lane, or like bot lane, trying to get the turret. BTR, they focused all their resources towards the turtle and they didn't get it.
A schmackaroony, 2 turtles, and a lot faster clearing gave Fabian such a big lead. And you just don't win those against Fabian on a Suyo. This is the reason Fabian has had the highest win rate on Suyo in Indonesia. The way he plays it is so clean. Just waiting again, utilizing the clear, and he's fine playing it slow. A lot of Suyos are kind of forced to play early. They want to fight, they want to get skirmishes. Fabian plays it in just a clinical way when necessary. TLID really studying from game 1 and game 2, where they just clashed, and clashed. Now they're playing it clean, backing away, jumping back in, utilizing that Soul Sever Red Tree combination against an under-leveled Annabelle. Also, really good feather airstrike earlier to start things off by poking Annabelle. Even with the Athena shield, it's not enough.
Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to remind you, 8 minutes in earlier second game, it was 19 kills. But in this game, 9 minutes in, we only get 3 kills. Bottom side, good push. Very similar on one of my ranked games. Suyo split pushing.
Absolutely, man. Playing alone. Carrying alone sometimes. That's Suyo.
Sometimes.
Armando, level 9. Against Aaron, level 11. That's 2 levels, brother, man. That's not a lead. As a gold laner, that's a massive lead. It's called the gold lane. If you're ahead by 1 level, 2 levels, that means you got crazy amounts of gold, man, and crazy amounts of just team fight power. 9 minutes in, I think Aaron's about to hit that Holy Crystal. Really, for BTR now, it's about the clear game with the X-Borg and with the Kimmy. They're going to have to go back to plan D, all the way back to like the old, the late game plan. And that's not good, man, for BTR, because TLID, they scale pretty well themselves with the Harith.
I mean, they can take the 1v1 button in the bottom lane, unless...
Careful, Aaron Shiki. Talon force popped. But what a clutch shortcut there, Aaron. It goes back to the initial positioning. That's going to be Bigatron now. Just a man down. Should be a free lord for the Cavalries.
Yeah, I said it was a 1v1. It turns out to be a 1v4.
It's never 1v1 with Chip.
Yep.
Sir Witty the Wise. Make sure of that. Aaron with the Holy Crystal we mentioned earlier. That's the power spike, boys. 10 minutes in. Now it really comes down to if TLID make a mistake. I think that's the name of the game now for BTR. Because it looks like it's a game where already BTR are raising that white flag.
Yeah. I think they're just hoping also for a clump up for Finn to be able to execute the Curse of Blood. That would be ideal, but Mirko, something that I noticed, Emma, I believe he's heading towards a Berserker's Fury.
Didn't get to catch the items earlier, but yeah, you're right. Holy Crystal, Divine Glaive into the Berserker's Fury, so it's a hybrid build for him. Well, right now, we can't really be too concerned about the builds, nor can BTR. They gotta be concerned about the Lord and a big dive incoming. Aran already has Immortality. It looks like... Oh, it looks like a big... Whoa, Aran. He has Immortality. Oh, my lord.
There's a reason why he built the Immortality, because he knows he's gonna die. And right now, there's no Mathilda as well. It becomes even more dangerous if he gets in Annabelle's range and Emon's.
Gotta be more careful indeed. Amon takes a drop from that feather airstrike. Bottom side turret, very low. No Viraga for Annabelle. Top lane will trigger the holy defense there. But the Lord will actually take hits there. Take a couple of hits on towards the main base. And that will be 8,000 established already, gold-wise.
TLID, what happened? Get with the program. This is MPL ID. You're supposed to be disciplined? What? Only 4-0, why aren't you diving?
I think for them, game 2 was enough brawl.
That was,
There was a ridiculous amount of brawl, so now they're just playing it clean, man. There's no real need for them to brawl it out.
Both coaches went on a break. We're like, just chill, guys, just chill. Mid lane turret falls.
Oh, holy damage.
MPL ID. They will back away. They will be satisfied though, taking 2 turrets in the process.
Well, from Iron Shiki's point of view, there was a tickle towards Eman. But Eman fell over. And there you go, the Berserker's Fury secured. Might want to try that in ranked game, guys.
You might want to, at this point, for BTR, it really just feels like it's extending the game, right? It's not really going to be an answer right now. For BTR, okay. Now Annabelle goes for a little bit of damage after the Brute Force. Is he going War Axe now? I guess they're still scaling with Luke. The cope is they got late game, but what late game do they have? This is not a good late game. They've lost almost of their base turrets. Full control on the side lane with Witty having a shortcut.
Oh,
Luke decides to open up.
They can't
this
move,
is
man.
dangerous.
Witty.
Let's see, Aaron
Possible
Shiki
shortcut.
with Moreno this time. Shortcut! Aaron Shiki deals more than enough damage to take Luke down. That's gonna be Moreno isolated and Witty securing that kill. Bigatron now only stands with 3, but their airstrike will zone the members away.
I don't get the idea. Does he not know Weedy was there? That should be the case because that was a weird take coming in from Moreno and crew.
Oh my goodness, they're looking for the reverse sweep. Ladies and gentlemen, it will be different from leg 1. This time, Team Liquid, they will be the victors.
Yeehaw! And it's not even close. 11k gold lead for the cavalry against the red robots.
The best
Nature
birthday
prevails.
gift. The best birthday gift you can ask for. Give him his birthday gift, Shepin. That should be a nail on the player of the game, player of the match even, with a 2-1 victory. And Aaron keeps his undefeated record against the Red Robots. Look at him. Look at Aaron Shiki.
It's meant to be, bro. It's meant to be. And somehow, one of the guys here predicted BTR would win. Even 2.
A whole 2.
Do not ever doubt this man, Weedy the Wise. Give him a chip and he will bite. Even there's also technically another chip on the other side, it doesn't matter. He's biting harder. And look at that.
Oh, Horseman.
This is a weird one, man.
I mean, at this point, I'll be honest with you, it was over. There was no way that they would have, right? There's no way they would have come back anyways, I feel.
Really?
I don't think so.
Well, they have wave clear a bit, you know, if you geekable, man.
Not with this comp, I feel.
We're gonna pick their brains. Witty, what do you have on your mind? And also, happy birthday.
Oke, dan ucapan seorang player, bukan hanya seorang, semua player dari tim Liquid. Mereka melancarkannya dan mendapatkan kemenangan hari ini. Balas dendam Don, ucapan Iron juga Don, kado Widi juga Don. Hari ini disabet semua kayaknya ya Iron. Sesuai.
Ya benar.
Kenapa bisa terjadi seperti itu? Kenapa kamu bisa pede banget ngelawan Bigetron yang ngalahin tim Liquid di week 4?
Bude mau ngomong. Yang Iron bilang aja.
Apa tuh?
BTR belum pernah kalah. Belum pernah kalah. Belum pernah menang kalau lawan Iron.
Iron punya apa sih? Iron punya apa?
Aku punya yang harit. Aku punya hal yang spesial lah yang nggak dipunyain rookie-rookie lainnya.
Apa tuh?
Piala MPL sama mulut gue sih.
Oke. Mulut Iron udah balik belum sih?
Nggak balik sepenuhnya sih, mungkin kayak membenarkan yang salah-salah sebelumnya aja.
Membenarkan yang salah-salah. Tapi ini 2-1 di leg 1, di reverse sweep. Kali ini di reverse sweep lagi. Jadi apa sih ini mau membenarkan tim Liquid seharusnya menang gitu?
Enggak sih, emang kemarin mereka emang layak buat kalah aja sih.
Hari ini teman-teman mulai buat kalah leg 1.
Karena ada banyak faktor yang emang BTR berhak untuk menang. Ya udah.
Oke, jadilah seperti itu, hasil seperti itu. Tapi kamu melawan Eman di season 15. Dari season lalu sama season sekarang gimana sih kamu lihat Eman?
Kayak biasa sih, dia tetap jadi orang yang menurut aku Bude landingnya tetap paling kuat sih di MPL.
Paling kuat, nomor 1 nih.
Ya kalau landing doang.
Landing
Ya.
doang. Lainnya? Ada hal lain? Apanya yang
Kalau
kurang?
hal lainnya aku nggak tahu sih, mungkin aku nggak tahu lah. Tapi aku ngeliat dia di landing emang kuat lah. Tapi kalau di fight masih biasa-biasa aja, nggak yang gimana-gimana.
Jadi di landing kamu cukup kesulitan melawan Eman?
Lumayan kesulitan banget kalau misalnya dia lagi megang hero yang oke. Kayak Granger, soalnya cuma bisa Granger kan.
Oke, tadi Kiminya gimana tuh?
Tadi Kimia sih pas aku main Bude ya, aku bilang ke Ran itu dia itemnya apaan? Agak bingung juga tuh. Holy Crystal Perset.
Oke, jadi memang kamu mendapatkan keuntungan ketika dia nggak menggunakan hero powernya berarti ya?
Iya.
Spesial. Hari ini kemenangan juga sesuai dengan yang kamu janjikan kepada Widi. Ulang tahun dikasih kemenangan.
Ya ini soalnya Widi ini udah kayak apa ya Bude ya? Teman hidup kita, bukan lagi rekan kerja gitu loh, kayak Widi tuh bener-bener jiwa dari tim Liquid sih Bude.
Oh.
Makanya kita kayak mati-matian, ayo guys demi ulang tahun Widi.
Demi dan langsung dilancarkan Fabian. Di game yang ketiga, kalian gak ngasih poin kill sama sekali untuk tim Bigatron. Ini kalian sesadis itu?
Emang harus ditunjukin Bude siapa yang bakal menang.
Wow. Tapi ngelihat sempet kalah di game pertama. Apa respon kalian ketika, wih kita kalah guys. Bisa-bisa kita nggak sesuai ucapan kita guys.
Mungkin ngikutin dia di week 4 aja sih Bude, kan kita menang di 1 game doang kan. Jadinya kita samain aja sih.
Samain aja. Melanjutkan ke game kedua, ke game ketiga lancar. Tapi kalau game ketiga menang menurut Fabian kenapa sih itu?
Karena kita lebih disiplin aja dari game-game sebelumnya. Soalnya game 1-2 kita kurang disiplin sih.
Kurang disiplin. Banyak hal yang terjadi. Tapi kalau dari YSKL sendiri, kita tahu Kimi tuh lagi rame banget. Di hari ini aja kepake terus. Di 5 game, 5-5-nya kepake. Dari YSKL sendiri, gimana sih kamu ngeliat Kimi ini bakal ke Seprio itu di mid atau di gold atau bagaimana sih?
Emang sama-sama bagus Bude di mid atau di gold.
Tapi kalau Kimi sama-sama bagus di mid dan juga di gold, kamu sempat rebutan gak sama Aaron?
Sempet dong.
Oh sempet dong.
Soalnya sama-sama pengen ngebantai pakai Kimi.
Makin rame, makin seru. Memakai Kimi. Tapi nggak hanya itu. Aran di pojok sana, dia berhasil memecahkan win streak dari Masya milik Luke. Kamu udah nemuin untuk ngedapetin kemenangan ngelawan Luke?
Sebenarnya tadi game 2 agak susah sih Bude. Soalnya pertama kali ketemu juga kan. Tapi kayak cuma butuh 1 game sih buat adaptasinya.
Secepat itu untuk Aran? Aran ini lagi mode apa sih? Ini dari tim Liquid?
Mau upper bracket.
Mau upper bracket. Oke, spesial banget ya. Biasanya ucapan-ucapan dari tim Liquid itu memang agak-agak serem nih. Dan Widi ulang tahun hari ini spesial banget. Karena ada seseorang yang spesial juga nih. Kita datangkan ke panggung MPL untuk merayakan ulang tahun dari Widi. Siapa tuh? Mana ya? Mana nih? Siapa ya?
Gak tahu.
Siapa nih? Loh. Waduh. Ada Kodan. Kodan! Yeay. Ini spesial loh.
Spesial ya?
Iya, tadi
Kayak pada takut nih.
Kodan habis ngeliat konten kalian sih, Bude juga takut ya. Kodan, dari kita tahu Widi ulang tahun, hari ini dia masih berjuang.
Iya.
Apa yang ingin Kodan sampaikan kepada Widi nih?
Nggak jadi potong aja hari ini. Harus ada harinya ulang tahunnya Widi, jadi dia udah kasih maksimal untuk hari ini, jadi sangat proud untuk semua tim. Itu pada jauh banget.
Takut katanya sama Kodan. Tapi Widi, Bude masih inget sih tadi request apa. Dikabulin nggak tuh Kodan? Ayo.
Ya bakal ngomongin.
Bakal diomongin lagi. Tapi ngelihat perjalanan dari tim Liquid bersama dengan mungkin hari ini juga spesial banget kan. Kodan hari ini pakai teknik ancaman apa buat anak-anak?
Nggak ada ancaman. Hari ini kan ulang tahunnya Widi, jadi nggak ada ancaman untuk hari ini.
Makasih kok.
Nggak ada teknik ancaman. Tapi kok sekarang kan kayak dari tim Liquid kok kayak punya anak-anak banyak nih ya kok.
Iya.
Gimana sih untuk menjadi keluarga baru dari tim Liquid juga, merayakan bahkan ulang tahun juga bareng-bareng.
Ya, selamat. Feel very proud sama timnya dan juga untuk terutama The Cavalry yang setiap kali datang dukung untuk semua tim dan saya juga bakal lebih sering datang juga supaya dukung tim Liquid di upper bracket. Semoga bisa ke upper bracket.
Harapannya upper bracket ya. Tapi kayaknya setiap Kodan datang menang loh ini.
Sejauh ini iya ya. Baru
Sejauh ini iya.
Semoga terus ya.
Amin amin.
Dari Widi, ini kan mau ulang tahun nih, siapa tahu dikabulin. Kamu kepengen Kodan datang terus atau jarang-jarang Widi?
Terlalu pelan jawabnya.
Datang sih kayak biar rame kan, biar kita bisa rame gitu.
Itu menjawab kejujuran kedip 2 kali kalau itu nggak bener. Oh bener guys, bener.
Ya.
Tapi ngelihat betapa ramainya juga Cavalries juga dari untuk tim Liquid sendiri dan khususnya mungkin untuk Widi ada harapan spesial nggak sih kok untuk ulang tahun ini dari Kodan? 19 tahun nih dari Kodan untuk Widi.
Happy birthday, semoga MVP lagi di finals lagi untuk tahun ini. Semoga everything you dream of akan terkabulkan.
Akan terkabulkan. Amin. Tapi jujur Kodan sering omel-omelin anak-anak ini nggak?
Enggak. Sering nggak guys?
Jujur.
Ayo, sering nggak?
Apa? Siapa?
Kodan.
Sorry. Kodan enggak sih, menurut aku Kodan CEO terbaik sih. Iya, dia nggak pernah marah-marahin kita atau apapun. Kecuali Reja tuh sering marahin kita tuh.
Oh, Pak Levi ya?
Iya.
Tugasnya marah-marah.
Kodan habis ini Samsung Galaxy S25 ya.
Oh iya.
Pinter ya.
Pasti.
Bahagia semuanya. Kodan udah datang ke sini, setiap Kodan datang menang. Apakah ini ada aura-aura tersendiri yang dikeluarkan oleh Kodan?
Ada dong, pasti ada.
Apa tuh aura apa tuh? Apakah
kurang
ada
tahu sih,
hawa-hawa?
cuman dengan datangnya Kodan kita lebih pede lagi main. Lebih bersemangat.
Lebih bersemangat, lebih pede. Kalau datang terus pada happy?
Happy Bude.
Happy Bude. Tapi yang happy sekarang sebenarnya adalah dari tim Liquid ID yang mendapatkan balas dendam, mendapatkan kemenangan mutlak ditambah dengan happy birthday untuk Widi. Dan inilah dia sambut kemenangan dari tim Liquid ID. The Cavalries semuanya merayakan ulang tahun Widi dan juga kemenangan mereka di leg yang kedua 2-1. Wish yang terkabulkan dengan usaha dan jerih payah dari tim Liquid ID. Kemenangan 2-1 reverse sweep telah mereka dapatkan. Namun kalau kita ngebahas tentang hari ini, kita semua akan berbahagia bersama dengan GoPay. Buat kalian yang ada di sini udah punya aplikasi GoPay? Sudah, Bude yakin kalian semua udah bersiap-siap dengan semua device kalian, semua smartphone kalian. Karena sebentar lagi akan ada QR Code yang Bude munculkan. Akan ada GoPay Coins untuk kalian. Caranya gimana? Bude akan langsung tunjukin aja, inilah dia. Kalian tinggal download atau unduh aplikasi GoPay. Langsung aja. Setelah itu buka kamera pada smartphone untuk scan QR Code yang nanti di layar putih itu akan Bude munculkan. Lalu klik buka hadiah untuk terima GoPay hadiah. Dan pada akhirnya congratulations, saldo GoPay dari GoPay hadiah akan berhasil masuk ke akun GoPay kalian secara otomatis. Oke, udah pada siap? Tinggi kali ya. Jadi cepat-cepat dia dapat. Oke, siapkan tangan kalian. Tangan-tangan. Kita akan munculkan, inilah dia. GoPay hadiah GG. Let's go. Harut. Oke, buset, cepet kali tuh. Langsung dapat. The Cavalries, Big Troopers juga boleh semuanya. Thank you yang udah datang. Dan melihat banyak sekali yang berbahagia hari ini. Pada happy ngedapetin scan yang di sini ya, scan yang di sini. Kalau mungkin belum dapat hari ini, masih ada besok, lusa, dan setiap harinya pasti ada GoPay hadiah GG. Waduh, waduh, waduh. Happy banget tuh. Tunjukin punya kalian. Congratulations, congratulations. Selamat untuk kalian yang sudah mendapatkan GoPay hadiah GG. Memang GoPay ini bikin kita makin happy. Namun yang lebih happy lagi pastinya dari The Cavalries dan juga Superfans yang udah mengira bahwa tim Liquid bisa balas dendam. Kenapa? Tiba-tiba di game ketiga tiada poin kill yang bisa didapatkan oleh tim Bigetron. Dan bagaimana pembalasan dendam ini bisa terjadi? Semuanya akan dijelaskan dan langsung saja monggo caster.
Urko, I got a gift for you.
Seems like cavalry.
Mere cry, man. Mere cry.
Now, I wonder...
What an L, though.
We're gonna see it later, though. The standings, if
Oh,
Bigetron
no.
stepped down from the third
My
place.
God.
But the playoff hopes is still alive, you know? Like, it's not over just yet, but the upper bracket hope is getting dimmer
It's
by the
done.
minute.
It's almost just done.
Whoa. I didn't say that.
Hey, I said it. Don't worry. Because I'm a fan, I can criticize them as hard as I can, right? And really, even Wolf. You know Wolf, the guy who went 0-14 in the Philippines with TNC.
Yeah.
He DM'd me earlier saying, Miracle, what was that draft? And all I had to say to him was things that I can't say on broadcast. But Mr. Man, Witty the Wise, happy birthday one more time from the talent pool of English here towards you. This was just sad to watch, I'll be honest with you. I think even if you're a CLID fan, watching this match, it was just sad. Like, what the hell? That meme came out for sure. BTR couldn't control anything. Nothing at all. Even here, like this was just a non-game for BTR. They were playing for that non-existent late game.
I was kind of hoping the NFL goes a bit more, like just War Axe as the first item. Now I know you're gonna get chunked up real low before the fight begins, but at the same time, you still have at least some damage when Eman is not there.
I think for me, this Masha pick is always really, really good to see once in a blue moon, but seeing it like this, back to back, it just feels like it's a cheese pick that should stay a cheese pick. It should be a situational pick only. Going up against the chip, going for this composition was very, very ambitious. And again, going for the X-Borg with the Masha kind of killed it. I think if they had someone else that can get Prio in the XP to facilitate the very weak clear X-Borg, and obviously an X-Borg that kind of needs help in the first turtle, going for Masha was kind of like, all right, we're done. We don't have to trio mid. We are basically just going to pray that Eman scales.
Looking at the kill count though, this is probably, I'm pretty confident that this is the lowest kill count, at least by like kill per minute kind of thing. You might want to fact check that, but this game has been, in terms of the fights, there's some good fights, but conversion was not there.
Bro, there were no good fights. It's 6-0, Sheffy. You don't need to sugarcoat it for
No,
me, man.
like the first turtle fight. I like that.
Though.
But
The
no one
first turtle
died.
was good?
When no one died, Finn was able to use the Curse of Blood to kind of counter it, but it ended up not getting anyone. I like that.
Was it that second turtle? First turtle was just a clean take, no?
I don't know. It's in the top lane.
First turtle they gave it.
Oh,
second
yeah, you're
turtle.
right. Second turtle. Second turtle.
Okay.
You're right. You're
Fun
right.
fact though, Finn, if he did not play his device, he would have just still 0-0.
Oh my god, you're right. If he didn't touch his phone throughout the 13 minutes and 51 seconds of gameplay, he would have the same stat.
This is what
Actually,
we call...
no. Because the AI would have taken control. And then maybe he would have died. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows, right?
In the NBA, this is what we call a cardio game. You're just running
cardio
around,
game?
no stats at all, like
But at
0
least
points.
In NBA, you lose calories while doing that, right?
I think he does.
Okay, he loses. Yeah, you're right. You're right. He thinks and he moves his fingers. Yeah. He loses a bit of calories, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I think this was just
Oh my God.
dude. If it wasn't obvious enough why I said it was a non-game earlier, this is truly a non-game. 0 kills, 0 turret. Hey, Gani, maybe it's not just Carmilla. Maybe if all of them didn't play, maybe it would have been same 0-0-0, brother, man.
I don't know, man. I feel like the game plan here is to hope that Weedy uses the teleport, the crash course,
and then the Curse of
and
Blood
they make a
lands on
mistake.
5.
That's it.
Yeah. And
Well,
X1
we're gonna
gets a
see-
5-man ult.
Yeah, we're gonna see the mix check first though for TLID in a second.
Got it.
Ya, mau main bawah kan? Iya, iya. Iya, iya. Terus sambil bocil, tuker juga nggak apa-apa. Lihat bocil tuh.
Di luar cover gue sama Aaron.
Ya, ada
Udah
bocil
masuk.
aman, Cil.
Gas.
Aman, Cil.
Pegang.
Hati sama gua. This is Matilda gua, boy. Global 1 Matil.
Mas Widi.
Global 1 Matil nih, bos.
Turtle. Tinggal clean game nih. Happy birthday si Widi. Bagus lagi ya, 2 juga.
Infoin Valen ya, guys, yang di Lord.
Boleh hit Lord ya, Pape.
Boleh. Ayo, boleh, gas. Boleh. Ini OTW gua. Boleh, gua tutupin Valen.
Pede aja.
Lagi, boy. Aman, enggak masuk.
Bisa ini nih, motornya nggak?
Ayo.
Valennya, boy. Tahu flicker deh. Ayo mid yuk.
Lihat maju atas ya, Ron.
Ya, Ran.
Bawahnya jalan.
Gas yuk. Bisa atas dulu ya, fokus atas.
Ya, atas.
Gue bisa beli
Gua
satu.
merah.
Nice, boy.
Tutupin Kiminya aja.
Ya, gue bisa beli Kimi nih.
Fokus nyawa.
Ya.
Kimi skill 1 ya. Lihat bawah Midon banyak banget guys.
Hati-hati Carmilla ya, guys. Gua no ult.
Goin.
Boin.
Jangan mati.
Oh, santai.
Even some birthday wishes in game as well from his teammates. I wonder how many times Witty heard it by now until this moment. From the moment he wakes
Happy
up.
birthday?
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Witty.
I sent him a DM, happy birthday, at midnight. I wasn't waiting for it. I just couldn't sleep. But I saw a story, and now he's getting spammed happy birthday by everyone. So
was it you that influenced everyone else?
yeah, I think it was me, Gani. I started the happy birthday train.
Silly
so,
me.
Congratulations, Witty. You got my blessing. Silly me.
Silly me, though.
I love that Gani line, man. That should be an emote, Gani, if you ever start streaming again. Just your face going like this. It's silly me.
Silly me.
Is that a reference to something or?
No, he just says that a lot nowadays.
Oh, man.
With my friend Raul.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What I like about Gani is the fake laugh, the very sincere laugh.
Fake laugh,
No one can do it like you, Gani.
It's like-
Why don't you bless our ears with your fake laugh?
It's like laughing. And
We
this
can't
is
do it.
This is the updated standings.
Oh my god.
Sorry. That's
Onyx 6 though?
Big fan move. Well, they stay actually. They don't move at all. Liquid move up.
Wow.
Taking away Bigatron's spot at top 3.
Wait.
So if Onyx and Alter Ego wins their match this week, Bigatron will move 6?
Yeah.
Wow.
But it's still the same match win and lose though. That game win is actually favoring Bigatron Esports. I think they're fine.
If they continue to win their matches, but if they continue to lose streaks, then they're done. I mean, they're going to be 6 and maybe even 7.
And look at the difference from 7th placer to... I mean, 8th placer, only 4-point difference to the first placer. This has been a crazy season.
Ooh, look at this. Tomorrow's schedule.
Versus Alter Ego.
Oh my god.
EVOS versus
Derby?
RR.
Wait, you saw the Onyx Navi match before Classic Derby?
No, Onyx Navi.
It's the bigger match, Mirko. It's the black and yellow derby.
That's true. Yes, Yeb's favorite. Black and yellow.
I like the instrumental part though of that song. I think it's pretty cool.
You're cool, Sheffield.
You're cool, Chef.
What's cool also is EVOS versus RIQ. Man, I wonder who I'm rooting right now.
Well, I think everybody is rooting for my GOAT, Kescue.
Interesting. I'm rooting for my goat.
I'm rooting for my GOAT Key. And
Battle of the
Dalron.
Goats.
And Erlong.
Battle of the
and
Goats.
Alberobob.
So, despite it...
Will Chen play though?
The new
that's a
jungle.
question.
Now, the big question is,
That's a question.
is Chen just filling up the 6th spot? Because you need 6 players in MPL. Or is he actually a jungler that they're going to play?
Maybe they'll sub him in mid-game. Is that an option?
Mid-game.
Mid-game, after picking a hero.
Wow.
They'll just swap it over to Chen.
Mid-ult as well.
Chen. RRQ Chen, the new player for RRQ. Is he going to make a debut in the Derby? Classic Derby.
I hope so.
The Classic Derby.
I hope so.
Royal. Let's move up.
The Royal Derby is our last match tomorrow, Gani. Onyx Navi, both royalty. Why are you laughing, Gani? That's crazy.
That actually looks like a actual sincere laugh.
That was
Silly you, Gani. Silly you.
Caught off guard.
Oh my goodness. But also, guys, like if you're missing out on these, bad boys right here, Santai bro, the
emotes in game, by the way.
And the glass. Go check it out right now, boys.
BTR win.
No.
Where's the
Lost.
Sapuh one?
BTR lost.
Is it,
That was,
is it the bottom?
The what now?
The Sapuh one, the Dewa United.
Wow, you put them down below because they lost?
It's gone.
It's right here.
It's gone.
Santai, bro.
No,
Santai.
no, it wasn't me. It's
Oh, here it is. Here it is.
There
That's
you
the
go.
Sapuh one.
It was hit by the
There you go.
S15.
And after you buy the battle emote, you might want to buy something that's a bit more hot here. MPL Indonesia Season 15 playoffs ticket
Yes,
is
sir.
here for you. And I believe the first batch is 9th of June, as far as I know. Or maybe you might want to correct me on that if you see the actual post in the Instagram.
Yep.
Want to check it out, actually.
You guys can go check it out. Batch 1 is open from right
there you
now.
go.
Batch 1 has been opened up. Go ahead and buy your tickets for MPL ID
Oh,
Season
it's open
15
already?
playoffs.
It is.
2 weeks to the end of the season.
Oh, 9th
4
May.
weeks to the playoffs. If you guys want to come over, you should already. We are prepared for playoffs. Prepared for a bigger chance to lift that trophy, aren't we, boys?
Oh, like someone a couple of days ago. But yeah, batch 1 is here. Check it out online. If you're free, come to Indonesia, come to Jakarta, man.
Buy your tickets just like me. I bought my tickets to the finals in Jakarta, not Munich, Gani. To see the red team.
Just gonna let you guys banter with each other. It's gonna fill up the stream.
Stefan,
You wanna banter again?
how confident are you that Geek Fam will win MPL ID Season 15?
About... you want a serious answer or...
Serious and Cope.
Serious.
It could be serious and Cope because
I mean, Cope is easily 100%. I said Geekfam will win MSC last
Okay.
year. You know?
They didn't even. Okay. They were undefeated at MSC just like BTR last year. to
Yeah,
be fair.
I know, right?
Best
Like,
team in the world.
What an achievement. But if we're talking seriously right now here.
Okay.
Okay.
Tell
They
us.
put out all the factors, the fact that Kanziski is starting to perform well.
Okay.
Poloyski finding his rhythm, even though the micro is still needs some work.
Okay.
If we were being realistic here, considering all those factors, it's definitely 100% for Geek Fam. Almost no doubt at all for me. They're gonna win it in Season 15. This is the first time that Poloyski...
Tell him, beat Geek Fam, then talk. Tell him.
Beat Geek Fam and talk. Yep. And thank you so much for watching. Wait, is it time to go out?
Chefin.
We got another match, Chefin.
It's your choice.
Wait, do we got another match?
Yes, we do. It's the grand finals
Grand finals of what?
This
of
guy.
MPL, bro.
Ah.
No, I'm joking. I'm joking, Chefin. We're still 2 weeks away from the end of the regular season. We still don't know who's making it playoffs.
But we know who's gonna be making it to the Champions League final, though.
Not Arsenal.
Yep. Fortunately.
Fortunately.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, rather.
Wow.
I mean, again, guys, thank you so much for watching this stream. Shafin, Mirko, and Connie will be back for another MPL Indonesia Season 15. We own this.
Let's go.
Dan pada akhirnya hari yang pertama, minggu yang ke-7 di MPL Indonesia Season 15 telah berakhir. Banyak sekali kejadian yang telah terjadi. Ada yang senang, ada yang mendapatkan pelajaran. Tapi pembalasan dendam pun bisa didapatkan dan pembuktian juga bisa terjadi. Banyak hal yang mungkin kita tidak sangka akan terjadi. Hari pertama sudah banyak kejutan. Bagaimana halnya dengan hari yang kedua? Semuanya pasti bertanya-tanya. Dan Bude pasti mengajak kalian semua untuk berkumpul bersatu bersama. Menyaksikan hari esok di mana di hari yang kedua. Di malam minggu, malam yang benar-benar kita tunggu. Akan ada Derby Classic. Dan juga pastinya setiap match yang dipertandingkan memiliki arti. Karena posisi dari klasemen sementara sangat mudah untuk bergerak. Dengan satu kemenangan game saja itu bisa mempengaruhi segalanya. Dan di sini Bude Clara juga ingin mengucapkan banyak terima kasih kepada semua super fans yang telah mendukung acara ini, yang terus meramaikan acara ini. Dan Bude juga mengingatkan bahwa MPL Indonesia Season 15 powered by Moonton, supported by PBSI, presented by official turnamen smartphone Samsung Galaxy, official e-wallet GoPay, official sponsor Head and Shoulder, dan official dari coffee partner Good Day. Dan kita juga punya partner in esports, ada Telkomsel, Dunia Games, dan IndiHome. Tak lupa juga ada advertiser Kacang Sukro dan Hawkband. Last but not least, supplier kita RSV Helmet. banyak yang sudah mendukung acara ini. Dan Bude mau dengar dukungan kalian lebih hebat lagi, lebih bersemangat lagi untuk detik-detik akhir di mana tim-tim akan berjuang untuk masuk ke dalam babak playoff. 6 tim saja yang bisa melanjutkan perjuangan mereka untuk mendapatkan trofi terbaru di MPL Indonesia. Dan siapakah yang akan terus berjuang naik ke atas klasemen? So, hari pertama usai, Bude ucapkan selamat malam, sampai jumpa di hari yang kedua, di mana kita akan melihat jalan ninja dari tim-tim yang beradu. So, see you tomorrow. MPL Indonesia Season 15, we on this.